Every year, without fail, the calendar turns its face toward summer, and the places we filled with noise and motion begin, quietly, to forget us. But sometimes, in the hollow spaces left behind, something else moves in to remember. Not everything that empties stays empty. This is School's Out.
Sneaker, the last Friday in May, the school had begun to empty itself. Not all at once. Schools never did anything all at once. They shed the year gradually, the way an animal loses its winter coat. First went the art projects taped crookedly to the walls, construction paper suns and watercolour planets curling at the corners. Then the lost and found bins were rolled out beneath handwritten signs that said, "Last Chance," though everybody knew Chance had already left weeks ago. The good sweatshirts were gone. The lunchboxes with favourite characters were gone. What remained were single gloves, cracked water bottles, a shoe with no obvious partner, and jackets whose owners had either grown out of them or grown tired of being the sort of child who wore them. By noon, the hallways smelled of floor wax, sunscreen, warm copier paper, and the sweet chemical fog of marker ink. The children loved that smell. To them, it meant summer was near enough to touch. To the teachers, it meant the year had become dangerous. Not dangerous in the ordinary way, not fights in the cafeteria, not fire drills, not parents arriving angry with emails already open on their phones. On the last day, the rules went thin. Even good children became porous with joy. Everyone felt the invisible door at the edge of the calendar standing open, and behind that door was June. June with its pools and campgrounds and grandparents' houses. June with its unstructured afternoons. June with its sunburned shoulders, its bug bites, its bikes left in driveways until dark. The children believed time could loosen and still return them safely. At Harrow Lake Intermediate, the final bell rang at 12:15. It was an old bell, older than the new East Wing, older than the security cameras and the touchscreen sign-in kiosk by the front door. Nobody knew why the district had never replaced it. Every other sound in the building had modernized. The announcements came through clean little speakers mounted in the ceiling. The lockdown tone was digital and precise. The fire alarm was bright enough to scrape the bones. But the bell remained mechanical. A real bell, somewhere behind the walls. It had a dry, metallic throat. It did not chirp. It did not politely notify. It struck. The school sat at the edge of town, where the road curved away from the water. Half a mile behind the building, through a stand of white pines and a chain-link fence posted with "No Trespassing" signs, lay Harrow Lake. On still mornings, before the buses arrived, you could smell it from the parking lot. Cold water, mud, something green and old underneath. On hot days, the smell came in through the East Wing windows. The East Wing was the oldest part of the building. Its carpets had never fully dried. At 12:14, every classroom in the building tilted toward the bell. Mrs. Laney stood at the front of room 214, with one hand resting on the edge of her desk, watching 26 sixth graders vibrate in their seats. They were pretending to listen. She was pretending to speak. She had been teaching for 23 years, 11 of them here. She had a habit, developed somewhere around year 4, of touching each desk as she straightened it at the end of the day. One hand to the surface, briefly, the way you might check ice before trusting your weight to it. She did it without thinking now. She did it even when the desks did not need straightening. She also kept a drawer of confiscated notes. Not as punishment. She had just never been able to throw them away. The folded paper squares, the drawings passed between rows, the tiny handwritten arguments conducted 6 inches from her back while she wrote on the board. She never read them again after she took them, but she kept them. The drawer was nearly full. At the back of the drawer, beneath the notes, lay a retirement form. She had filled it out in March and not submitted it. It asked for a final date of service. She had written nothing in that field. "Remember," she said, "your summer reading packets are not decorative." Several students groaned, because groaning was required by law. "You do not have to finish them tomorrow. You do not have to finish them next week. But you do need to finish them before August, and I am begging you, as someone who cares about you, not to try to read 2 novels and write 3 responses the night before school starts." A boy named Lucas raised his hand without waiting to be called on. "What if we work better under pressure?" "You don't." "What if my mom says I do?" "Your mom loves you too much to be objective." The class laughed. Mrs. Laney smiled, and the smile cost her something small, the way it always did on the last day. She had taught long enough to know these children would come back in August as 7th graders, taller, meaner in the casual way children become mean when they are embarrassed by having once been small. Their handwriting would change, their voices would change. Some of the girls would come back with mascara. Some of the boys would come back wearing too much deodorant and the stunned expressions of people betrayed by their own bodies. These children, the ones sitting in front of her now, would be gone in 60 seconds. Maya had written "Bye School" across the whiteboard in purple marker and decorated it with a skull wearing sunglasses. She was last to arrive and last to do everything, and she took up exactly as much room as she needed, and not an inch less. She wore the same fraying friendship bracelet every day, green and gold, Harrow Lake Intermediate colours, though she claimed that was an accident. She turned in every paper with a small star drawn in the upper corner, always in the same position, never explained. Trevor was trying to zip his backpack around 3 binders, a hoodie, and what appeared to be half a bag of tortilla chips. Anaya had already begun crying and was furious about it. Lucas was checking the clock every 4 seconds with the theatrical suffering of a prisoner awaiting release. The second hand trembled toward 12:15. Mrs. Laney folded her hands. She touched the edge of her desk, then the nearest student desk, then the next one. "All right," she said. "Before you go—" The bell rang. The room exploded. Chairs shrieked backward. Backpacks were snatched from the floor. Someone yelled, "Summer!" with the force of a battle cry. The door flew open, and room 214 became part of the larger current, children flooding toward buses, cars, bikes, sidewalks, the rest of their lives. Mrs. Laney stood aside so they could pass. Some hugged her, some waved. Some forgot she existed the instant they crossed the threshold. Maya was last. She lingered beside the door, twisting the end of her braid around one finger. She looked at the floor, then at Mrs. Laney, with the expression of someone who had decided to say something and was already regretting it. "You'll be here next year, right?" Mrs. Laney laughed softly. "Unless I win the lottery." "You don't play the lottery?" "Then yes." Maya nodded, as if this answer mattered more than she wanted it to. Then she hugged Mrs. Laney very quickly, embarrassed by the act before it was finished, and ran after the others. The hallway swallowed her. Mrs. Laney listened to the noise recede. The building did not become quiet immediately. There were still voices, doors, sneakers, bus brakes sighing outside. The front office would be busy for another half hour with forgotten medications, misplaced yearbooks, parents arriving late. But room 214 had entered its summer state. The desks stood crooked, lightened of children. Without 30 bodies, the room had too much echo, too much light, too much floor visible between the rows. The bulletin board said, "Look how far we've come," though the humidity had taken half the letters. On the wall beside the window hung the class photo from October. All 26 of them arranged on risers in the cafeteria, Mrs. Laney standing at the back with one hand on Trevor's shoulder, smiling the professional smile teachers use when a photographer says, "One more," for the 6th time. The class pet, a weary gecko named Mr. Pickles, blinked from his terrarium. Mrs. Laney sat at her desk and exhaled. Then the bell rang again. Not the full end-of-day clang, just once, one note. Mrs. Laney looked up. The clock read 12:17. She waited for an announcement. Sometimes the office accidentally triggered tones. Old buildings had opinions. Nothing followed. Outside, the last buses pulled away from the curb. She watched them through the window until the sound of their engines was gone. She began collecting stray papers. Most were ordinary. A math worksheet, a permission slip, a folded drawing of a dragon wearing sneakers. On the floor beside Maya's desk, she found one of the summer reading packets. The name line was blank. She sighed. There was always one. The packet felt slightly wrong in her hands. The paper was heavier than it should have been. The staple in the corner had rusted, as if the thing had been sitting in moisture for a long time. The first page was too pale, the margins eaten by shadow, the type pressed into the paper with an older machine's particular force. Across the top, where it should have said, "Rising 7th grade summer reading," someone had written in pencil, "Do not read after the last bell." The handwriting was childish but careful. Each letter formed as if the writer had been taught to print by someone who took the shape of letters seriously. Mrs. Laney turned the page. The reading list was not the one she had copied that morning. The first title was "The Schoolmistress of Janesville." The second was "The Yellow Season." The third was simply "Remainders." Below them, in smaller print, were the response questions. Describe a time you heard your name from an empty room. What did the voice want you to remember? Who was missing from the photograph before you noticed? Write your answer in complete sentences. Do not stop writing when the bell rings. Mrs. Laney set the packet on her desk. She went to erase the board. The purple "by school" came away easily. The skull with sunglasses did not. She pressed harder, used the good side of the eraser, then the worn side, then a tissue from the box on her desk. The glasses smeared. The skull stayed, faint and pale, its empty eyes looking past her at something behind her left shoulder. She used her thumb. The skull remained. From somewhere in the hallway came the sound of a locker closing. Mrs. Laney stopped. The school was not empty yet. Custodians were here. Administrators were here. A few teachers were probably still cleaning, printing, talking in doorways. Still. She set down the eraser and stepped into the hall. The 6th grade hallway stretched in both directions, all institutional blue lockers and every third overhead panel dark to save money. At the far end, paper streamers hung limp from the ceiling outside the stairwell. A strip of afternoon sun lay across the floor through the narrow window at the end, flat and pale as a ruler. Anyone there? Her voice moved out and returned smaller. She walked slowly, checking corners. Halfway down the hall, she noticed locker 217 was open. Just an inch. That was Maya's locker. Mrs. Laney knew it because Maya had decorated the inside with removable stickers, moons, cats, mushrooms, a tiny silver mirror shaped like a heart. She knew it because Maya had spent most of March losing the combination and then insisting the lock was defective. Maya? The name came out before she meant to say it. The locker door eased open. Inside were the stickers, the mirror, a pencil cup holding 3 coloured pens and a dried-out highlighter. Taped to the back wall was a class photograph. Room 214 on picture day, all of them on risers in the cafeteria. The same photo that hung on her classroom wall. Mrs. Laney counted automatically, because teachers count children the way sailors watch the sky. 27. She counted again. 27. In the back row, between Lucas and a girl named Priya, stood a child she did not recognize. A boy, maybe 11. Pale hair, white-collared shirt. His hands hung at his sides, fingers slightly spread, the right fist closed around something she could not make out. He looked not at the camera, but directly at the Mrs. Laney standing at the back of the frame. The photograph's surface was slightly warped, a water ripple across the ink, a thumbprint at the lower corner that had not been there when the photos were distributed in October. Mrs. Laney stepped back and hit the opposite lockers hard enough to rattle them. The rattle ran down the hallway. One locker after another answered. Click, 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 all the way to the stairwell. She pressed her back to the wall and waited. The hallway was silent, except it wasn't quite. From inside locker 217, barely audible, the sound of paper moving against metal. She closed the locker. She opened it again because a stubborn part of her needed it to be empty. The stickers were gone. The mirror was gone. The pencil cup was gone. The photograph was gone. The locker held only a summer reading packet lying flat on the metal shelf, and on the front, in Maya's round purple handwriting, were 2 words. Mrs. Laney. She did not touch it. The intercom clicked on. No chime, no secretary clearing her throat, just the soft electrical presence of the whole building beginning to listen. Then a voice said, "Mrs. Laney, please report to the media centre." A child's voice, not Maya's, not any child she knew. The intercom clicked off. She should have gone to the office. She should have called someone. She should have walked outside into the hard white afternoon and stood in the parking lot until the feeling passed. Instead, she took her keys from her pocket. She walked toward the stairs. The hallway seemed longer now. Not dramatically, not impossibly, just longer, the way a road feels longer when you are walking back alone. At the stairwell, the paper streamers shifted, though there was no breeze. Downstairs, the school had entered a deeper quiet. The office lights were off. The reception window was dark. The chairs in the waiting area sat in a perfect little row, untouched. The clock above the window read 12:17. She stood there for a moment. Somewhere in the building, a pipe dripped. The trophy case glass reflected her as she passed. She kept her eyes ahead. The mural of Harrow Lake covered the wall outside the media centre. She had walked past it for 8 years. She knew every detail: the blue water, the white pines, the smiling children in canoes, the heron lifting from the reeds. It had been painted by an art teacher who retired mid-year and sent no forwarding address. Nobody had asked why. At the bottom of the mural, beneath the lake's painted surface, someone had added a line in gold letters. Every child leaves something behind. The water in the mural looked darker today. She had never noticed the east wing reflected in it before, the oldest part of the building, the part whose windows faced the lake, whose carpets stayed damp no matter what the custodians did. It was there in the painted water, blurry and wavering, as if the art teacher had worked from an image seen through several feet of cold water. On the local history shelf, visible through the media centre door's glass panel, a laminated newspaper clipping was pinned to the corkboard beside the door. The date had been trimmed from the top. The photograph showed the chain-link fence behind the school, the no trespassing signs, children blurred in the background. A caption beneath, too small to read from here. Mrs. Laney did not stop to read it. The media centre doors were open. Inside, the tables had been cleared, chairs stacked upside down on them. The shelves stood in low rows, their labels neat and optimistic. Animals, biography, space, folklore, local history. The returns bin at the circulation desk was full. On the floor in the story corner, where younger grades sat cross-legged during author visits, 27 summer reading packets had been arranged in a circle. In the centre of the circle was the class photograph. Mrs. Laney moved between the shelves. She crouched at the edge of the circle without meaning to. The strange boy was in the front row now. His face was clearer. She looked at it the way you look at a word written wrong. The sense that recognition is almost there, one blink away. He had something of Lucas in the set of his shoulders, something of Maya in the eyes. But he held his right hand closed around something, the fingers white at the knuckles, the way a child holds something small and water-swollen that they are afraid to lose. On the back of the photograph, in handwriting too faded to assign a decade, someone had written, "One left back." Whispering began. Not from the shelves, from the packets. 27 thin stacks of paper, reading in 27 paper voices, all at once. Soft, patient. Mrs. Laney backed away. Her heel touched a packet. The whispering stopped. "You forgot me." She turned. The boy stood beside the biography shelf. White shirt, dark shorts, pale hair combed too neatly. His shoes were old-fashioned, brown leather, scuffed at the toes. His collar was damp, the fabric clinging flat to his neck. His right hand was still closed. His shoes left wet marks on the carpet where he stood. He smelled of lake water and pencil shavings. "What's your name?" she asked. His head tilted. "You tell me. I don't know you." "You did." "I've only taught here 8 years," she said. She hated herself immediately. It sounded exactly like an excuse. The boy's expression did not change. "I know." The light beyond the windows had shifted. The gold heat of the last day had gone out of it, leaving something greenish and thin, the colour of sky before a storm that does not come. The trees outside were still. From somewhere far off, very faint, children laughed. The sound was old, preserved the way things preserve in cold water. Mrs. Laney looked at the circulation desk. Beside the stack of packets was a yellowed roster she had not noticed before. Names in columns, some in pen, some in pencil, some crossed out. At the bottom, one line was empty. The paper was warped at the edges, the corners soft from moisture. She looked at the wet marks the boy's shoes had left. She looked at the photograph. She counted. 27. "What do you want?" she asked. The boy looked at the circle of packets. "To be assigned." "You're not one of mine," she said. His expression did not change. They all say that. The bell rang. One note. The packets lifted at the corners. From the hallway came the sound of children. Not running, walking. Many of them. Sneakers, sandals, small feet in slow procession. Mrs. Laney turned toward the doors. The hallway had filled. A girl in a plaid dress with a Peter Pan collar. A boy with a bowl cut and tube socks. 2 children in matching field day shirts, the year printed too small to read. More behind them. All quiet, all waiting. Some were wet. Some had dust on their faces. Some looked perfectly ordinary, the way children look when nothing has happened to them yet. They held summer reading packets. All of them. Some of the packets were crisp and white. Some were water-stained. Some had been folded so many times the paper had gone soft as cloth. But every name line on every packet was empty. They looked at Mrs. Laney. The boy beside the biography shelf said very quietly, "School is out. Now we are trapped." Mrs. Laney thought of Maya in the doorway, twisting her braid, asking if she would be here next year. She had not answered honestly. She looked at the boy. "What happens if I assign you?" He looked toward the mural visible through the door's glass panel. The painted lake, dark now in the afternoon shadow. "I go on." "And if I don't?" The children in the hallway shifted. Paper rustled. "Someone stays." Mrs. Laney looked at the packets on the circulation desk. She looked at the roster with its empty last line. She looked at the circle on the carpet. 27 packets around a photograph of 27 children. 26 of them were hers. She counted again, because she always counted again. 26. "Get me something to write with." The boy did not smile, but something in his face settled. On the circulation desk lay a red felt-tip marker. She picked it up. Her hand was steady. She stepped into the circle of packets and crouched beside the photograph. "What is your name?" she asked again. This time He told her. She heard it. She would not be able to hold it afterward. The name moved through her and was gone. Not forgotten so much as somewhere she could not follow. But for the length of a breath she held it. A name that had been written on labels and worksheets and a cubby near the window in the east wing in the years before she arrived. A name called across water. She looked at the packets in the circle. 27 of them. 26 for her students. One with a blank name line lying nearest to her hand. She wrote the name on the blank line. The red ink sank into the paper. The building shifted. The children in the hallway began to recede, not vanish, recede, as if distance had finally found them and they were willing to go. The girl in the plaid dress turned towards someone Mrs. Laney could not see. The boy with the bowl cut looked down at his hands, surprised. The children in the field day shirts reached for each other without looking. One by one, they thinned out of the air. The pale-haired boy remained. "Thank you," he said. Mrs. Laney nodded. He walked toward the media centre doors. At the threshold, he stopped. He opened his right hand. Whatever he had been holding was gone. His palm was empty, pale and dry. He did not look back. "You missed one." He was gone. The lights brightened. The air warmed. In the office, a phone rang once and was answered. A cart squeaked in the hallway. A custodian cursed gently at something heavy. The ordinary world returned with all its small frictions. Mrs. Laney stood alone in the media centre. No packets on the carpet. No photograph in the centre of the circle. Only the red marker in her hand, and 2 wet footprints by the biography shelf, drying at the edges. She looked at the roster on the circulation desk. The bottom line was no longer empty. A name was written there, in her own handwriting, in red ink. She did not recognize it. She set the marker down. She walked back to room 214 without remembering the stairs. Her classroom looked as she had left it. Crooked desks, fading board. The skull still barely visible beneath the erased purple marker, its empty eyes aimed past her at nothing in particular. Mr. Pickles sat motionless in his terrarium. He was watching the door. He had been watching the door since she left. Mrs. Laney counted the desks. She counted them the way she always counted, automatically, a habit so old she barely heard herself doing it. 26. She straightened the nearest one, then the next, then the one beside Myers. When she reached Myers' desk, she stopped. She placed her hand on the surface. It was damp. She stood there, with her palm flat on the desk for a long time. Then she opened the top drawer. The confiscated notes were still there, the folded squares, the drawings, the small paper arguments. She set them aside. The retirement form was at the back of the drawer, where she had left it in March. She pulled it out. The final date of service field was no longer blank. Someone had written in the date. The ink was the same red she had been holding in the media centre. She had not written it. The date was today. The time was 12:17. Below the date, in the field marked Student Witness, written in round purple handwriting, pressed hard enough to leave a groove. Maya. Mrs. Laney set the form on the desk. She looked at the class photo on the wall. She counted. 26 children on the risers. Mrs. Laney at the back, one hand on Trevor's shoulder. She counted again. 26. The gap was in the second row, between Anaya and the edge of the frame, a space that looked, at first glance, like the photographer had simply left room, like the composition had always been slightly loose on that side. At the bottom corner of the photograph, where the paper was slightly warped, a small green and gold thread was caught in the frame. The mechanical bell rang once. The clock read 12:17. From somewhere inside the empty classroom, not the hallway, not the terrarium, not the air outside the window, but from somewhere very close, a child whispered her name. Mr. Pickles turned slowly away from the door. On the desk, in the upper corner of the retirement form, was a small star, drawn in purple marker. She had not noticed it before.
The bell has finally gone quiet. But silence, you'll find, is its own kind of ringing. She thought leaving would be enough. Packed a bag, crossed an ocean, watched new cities blur past glass. But glass remembers faces longer than faces remember themselves. And home is patient.
They had promised each other the trip in October, when graduation still felt fictional. By May, the promise had become a folder in Priya's phone called Europe. Boarding passes, hostel confirmations, train tickets, museum reservations, emergency contacts, photocopied passports, and one spreadsheet so detailed that Ben had asked whether she planned to invade Portugal or merely visit it. Both, Priya said. Depends how customs goes. There were 6 of them. Priya had organised the trip because Priya organised everything. Not from anxiety, exactly. More from the belief that the world was a problem with a correct solution, and that if she could see the whole shape of it in advance, nothing could surprise her badly. The folder was 4 months of that belief made visible. She checked it every morning on the plane, not because anything would have changed overnight, but because checking was the thing she did when she needed to know she had not missed anything. Ben had brought a camera, 2 novels, and no usable shoes. He photographed everything, and had for as long as any of them could remember. Birthday parties, parking lots, the specific light in school hallways at the end of the day. When people asked why, he said he liked having proof. He said it lightly, like a joke. It was not entirely a joke. June had packed 3 black dresses, 1 swimsuit, and a small zippered bag full of charms her grandmother had pressed into her hands the week before. Her grandmother had grown up near the coast of Ceará and knew things about old places and old water that she had never fully explained, only passed forward. June wore the bag clipped to the inside of her carry-on the way other people wore seatbelts. Not because she expected to need it, but because not wearing it was not a thing she was prepared to do. Sam brought a deck of cards, a Bluetooth speaker, and the particular confidence of someone who has watched one travel video about Lisbon. He wanted the trip to become a story worth telling. Specifically, he wanted it to become the kind of story where the group had been brave and a little reckless and had come back with something to prove it. He had thought about this more than he admitted. Theo brought his sketchbook. He was quiet, in the way that some people are quiet because they are watching everything with great attention and storing it somewhere you cannot see. He had filled 11 sketchbooks since 9th grade. He kept them in a box under his bed and never showed anyone the early ones. Mara brought a silver graduation tassel tied around her wrist. She had moved it there from her diploma folder the night of the ceremony, standing in the parking lot while her parents took photographs. She was the first person in her family to graduate high school, and the tassel was the proof of that, and she wanted it somewhere she could feel it. She had worn it every day since. She touched it without thinking, the way people touch a scar or a ring or a thin place in a fabric they are not ready to let go of. They had all graduated from Harrow Lake High on a Friday evening under a football stadium sky, while parents fanned themselves with programs and pretended not to cry. By Monday morning, they were in the air. The plane rose through grey cloud. Tampa disappeared beneath them. Then the Atlantic took over the windows, vast and blue-black. Somewhere over the ocean, when the cabin lights had dimmed and everyone had become strange in the recycled air, Mara looked across the aisle at the others and smiled. "We actually did it," she whispered. No one answered at first. They were all too tired, too happy, too suspended between who they had been and who they were about to become. High school was behind them. College waited at the far end of summer like a country they had seen in pictures but never entered. For now, there was only the trip. Lisbon received them in golden light. Yellow walls, blue tiles, laundry strung across narrow streets, sidewalks shining in broken black and white patterns, slippery under their sneakers. At every corner, a hill, a church bell, a tram grinding upward. For 3 days they behaved exactly as recent graduates abroad should behave. They burned their tongues on coffee and ate pastries in the street. They mispronounced every street name with great confidence. They stood before tiled chapels and became quiet despite themselves. They took photographs on overlooks with the river behind them, all 6 faces squinting in the sun, all 6 convinced they would remember the moment perfectly. On the 4th day, Sam found the island. He found it through a travel forum while they were eating dinner in a restaurant built into an alley so steep the tables had wooden wedges under their legs. "Listen to this," he said, holding up his phone. "Tiny island, old monastery, 1 ferry a day, no cars, beach, ruins, village, supposedly the best sunset in the archipelago." Priya did not look up from cutting an octopus tentacle with academic suspicion. "We already have Sintra tomorrow. Everybody does Sintra. Because it's beautiful. This is beautiful and nobody's heard of it. That is how people die in movies," June said. Ben leaned over Sam's shoulder. "Ilia de Saudinese," he read. "Population 200 in winter. Quote, nearly abandoned except during religious festivals." "Is there lodging?" Theo asked. Sam scrolled. "Guest house, former schoolhouse." Mara laughed. "We fly across the ocean to sleep in school." "Former schoolhouse," Sam said. Keyword former. He was already building the story in his head. The group who went where no one else went. The place that didn't show up in guidebooks. He knew it was the kind of wanting that made people stupid, and he did not stop wanting it. Priya reached for the phone. That was when the waiter stopped smiling. He was a thin old man with white hair and hands stained faintly purple from wine. He had been pleasant all evening. Now he looked at Sam's phone screen and set down the bread basket and did not pick it up again. "No," he said. They all looked at him. "You are students?" "Not any more," Ben said. The waiter did not respond to that. "You finished school?" "Last week," Mara said. His eyes moved to the tassel around her wrist. He held his gaze there for a moment, the way you hold your breath near something that might move. "You should not go there this week." Priya kept her voice even. Is the ferry unsafe? The ferry is fine. Storms? No storms. Then why? He looked down the alley toward the bright river beyond the buildings. A long moment passed. Above them, on a balcony, someone shook crumbs from a tablecloth, and they drifted down through the warm evening air. On Saint-Denis, he said, the old school closes for summer on this Friday. Sam smiled. Good for them. No, the waiter's voice dropped. Not good. He left the bread basket on the edge of the table and walked away before anyone could ask what he meant. That warning should have ended the plan. Instead, it improved the plan. By midnight, Sam had booked the guest house. By morning, Priya had the ferry schedule, weather reports, offline maps, and had messaged the host twice. The host replied once. Keys are in blue box. Come before bell. What bell? June asked. Church bell, probably, Priya said. Small places are particular about schedules. Why before? Priya did not have an answer for that. She wrote the phrase in her notes and moved on. June opened the small zippered bag and removed 6 red thread bracelets. Everyone put one on. Sam groaned. My grandmother made these, June said. She said old places remember what they are. She said the thread helps you remember what you are. Sam put the bracelet on. Ben tied his around the strap of his camera. Superstition works better at a slight distance, he said. Mara touched the tassel at her wrist and then put the red thread on above it. The ferry left from a fishing town south of the city. It was smaller than expected. Green paint peeled from the railings. The deck smelled of diesel and salt and sun-warmed rope. The captain was a broad man with a weathered face who looked at their backpacks and their young faces with an expression that did not change. Then his eyes reached Mara's wrist. He crossed himself. Not quickly, deliberately, the way people do when they mean it. Mara pushed the tassel under her sleeve. The captain said nothing. He started the engine and pointed them toward the bow. The sea between the mainland and Saint-Denis was calm, but not gentle. It lifted the ferry with slow, deep strength. Lisbon's brightness fell behind them. The coast narrowed. Gulls followed for a while and then did not. The island appeared after 40 minutes. First, a darker seam on the horizon, then cliffs, then white houses clustered around a harbour. Above them on the hill, the monastery, roofless, sunstruck, surrounded by cypress trees bent permanently inland by years of prevailing wind. Near the harbour, half hidden behind an arcade of stone, stood the former schoolhouse. White walls, blue trim around the windows, a small iron frame on the roof, and hanging in it, a bell. Theo shaded his eyes. That's not creepy at all. Former, Sam said, but less forcefully than before. Wind from the hill, sparse and quiet. The village was almost empty. An old woman sold oranges from a cart and did not speak. A boy on a bicycle watched them from the top of the harbour road, then turned and pedalled uphill, ringing his bell once as he went, like an announcement. At the harbour cafe, 3 men stopped playing cards. One of them looked at Mara's wrist. Mara had pushed the tassel up under her sleeve on the ferry, but it had slipped back down in the crossing. She pulled her sleeve down again now. We should keep walking, Priya said. They walked. At the schoolhouse, the key was in the blue box exactly where the host had said. Inside, the room was a former classroom with the specific, unhurried quality of a space that has not been anything else for long. 6 beds had been brought in and arranged in 2 rows. The chalkboard remained on the wall. A faded alphabet strip ran along the top in Portuguese, its paper browned at the corners. The teacher's office had been converted into a small kitchen. The bathrooms were down the hall. The windows opened toward the harbour, where the ferry rested at the pier, its engine cooling in the afternoon quiet. On the chalkboard, in careful English, "Welcome, graduates." Sam grinned. "See? Nice host." Priya stared at it. "I never told them that. I just said 6 guests, late teens." No one answered her. Ben raised his camera and took a picture. The flash fired, though he had not turned it on. He looked at the display. The image was dark except for the chalkboard. He zoomed in on it. The resolution was soft, the flash angle wrong. He put the camera down. He did not look at the image again until much later. For now, they only saw welcome. They went to the beach in the afternoon. For a few hours, the island let them be young. They swam in water clear enough to see their shadows moving over the sand below them. They ate oranges and played cards on their towels while the sun moved west. Theo sketched the monastery on the hill, its roofless arches open to the sky. June fell asleep on her side, with one hand resting over the charm bag. Ben photographed the light on the water and the way Sam threw cards badly and lost every hand. Mara floated on her back. She looked up at the open blue above her. The tassel was wet now, twisted against her pulse, and she was aware of it the way she was always aware of it, as evidence. She had done it. She was on the other side of something. College was coming, and she did not entirely know what she would be there, whether the thing she had been at Harrow Lake would survive the translation. But right now she was floating in the Atlantic off an island that barely existed on any map, and the tassel was real, and she was real, and that was enough. At 6 o'clock, the church bell rang from somewhere in the village. The sound moved across the beach and changed everything. Not dramatically. No storm arrived. The sea did not change. But the locals who had been mending nets near the harbour stood at once and began gathering their things. The old woman with the orange cart covered her fruit with a cloth. The cafe shutters closed. A mother appeared in a window above the harbour road and called down to a child in the street, her voice sharp and specific. Priya sat up. "What's happening?" "Dinner," Sam said. A second bell answered from the hill above them. Not the church bell. The schoolhouse bell. One clear note, lower than the church bell, with a different quality, closer to a command than a call. Mara sat up from the water too quickly and came up coughing. The village settled into complete stillness. From the hill, not from the village side, but from behind the monastery, came voices. Children's voices. High, sweet, in unison, singing a melody none of them recognized. Theo turned toward the sound. "Do you hear that?" Priya was already gathering towels. "We should go. Back to the guest house? Back to the harbour." They reached the harbour at 6:17. The ferry was gone. Sam stood at the end of the pier, staring at the empty water where it had been tied. "No, it doesn't leave until 7. Priya had the schedule on her phone. She had downloaded it that morning and checked it twice. It says 7. Ben tried to call for a signal. Nothing. June turned toward the cafe. Its shutters were closed from the inside. Between two slats, a narrow band of shadow. Something in that shadow was not moving the way shadows move. Mara turned slowly and looked back toward the schoolhouse. The bell hung in its iron frame on the roof. It moved gently. There was no wind. The man appeared at the landward end of the pier, dark suit despite the heat, silver hair combed straight back from a narrow face, perhaps 50, perhaps older. Around his neck, on a cord, a whistle of the kind teachers once used on playgrounds. He stood at the edge of the pier and looked at them. "Graduates," he said. Priya stepped forward. "Are you our host?" "I am the headmaster." Sam said almost involuntarily, "Of the guest house?" The man's expression did not change. "Of what remains?" Priya held her phone toward him. "We need the ferry. It left early. It left on time. The schedule says 7. That schedule is for the town." Priya looked at the screen. 6:17. She looked at Sam's. 6:17. Ben's camera. 6:17. The round clock above the cafe door. 6:17. "Time is difficult," the headmaster said during commencement. The schoolhouse bell rang once more. The note passed through them all at different depths. Mara felt it in her back teeth. June pressed her hand over the charm bag. Theo stopped walking. The headmaster turned toward the village road. "You must come inside before the last bell." "We're not going back in there," Sam said. "Then you will be outside when the bell rings." He walked away without waiting for an answer. They went from door to door. No one opened. At some houses they heard footsteps retreating. At others, silence so complete it had the shape of someone standing still on the other side. At one house, June saw, through a gap in a curtain, a woman kneeling before a small household shrine, with her forehead pressed against her folded hands. The singing from the hill had stopped. The silence it left was worse. At the last house before the monastery road, a fisherman opened his door the width of 2 fingers and looked at them through the gap. Priya started in English, then switched to her small Portuguese. "Barco, please. We need a boat. Barco." The old man looked past her at the others. His gaze moved to Mara's wrist and stopped. "No tassel," he said. Mara yanked her sleeve down over it. "Please," Priya said, "we can pay." The old man shook his head once. Then he looked at them for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was low, and he chose his words like a man who had said them before and did not want to say them again. "Not this week," he said. "Not after school closes." He shut the door. They heard the lock. The third bell rang. The island darkened, as though something had been placed between them and the sun. They ran back to the schoolhouse because there was nowhere else to run. The chalkboard no longer said, "Welcome graduates." It said, "Roll call." Below it, 6 names in chalk-white script, neat and unhurried. Priya Sen, Ben Cutler, June Alvarez, Sam Reed, Theo Martin, Mara Vale. Priya picked up the eraser from the tray. She wiped her name away. The board was clean. Then the letters returned, smaller, set deeper in the slate, as if they had been written through the surface rather than on it. From the hallway came the sound of wet shoes on tile. Not running, walking. Small, measured, patient steps. The 6 of them turned. The hallway was dim, and the children were at the far end of it, standing in a loose group, watching. A dozen, at least, more behind them, half visible in the dark. They wore clothes from different decades, wool shorts and sailor collars, faded blue uniforms, T-shirts with characters long out of fashion. Some held notebooks swollen with damp. One girl clutched a lunch pail, rusted along its seam. One boy, standing at the front, had one shoe. The other foot was bare. Their faces were not cruel. They looked like children who had been waiting for a long time and had learned to be patient about it. A small girl in a blue dress stepped forward from the group. "Are you our class?" June said quietly, "No." The girl's expression did not become sad. It became patient in the way of someone who has heard this before and is prepared to wait through it. The children began to recite. Their voices were soft, practiced, calm. After final lessons, students proceed to summer. Priya's hand found Sam's arm. After summer, students proceed to the next year. The bell rang from the roof above them. One note. After the next year, students proceed. The light in the room went out. Not all at once, the way a fire goes out, steadily, from the edges. No one screamed, at least not at first. They heard movement, small feet on tile, paper, a chair dragging across the floor. The click and burst of Ben's camera flash, firing again and again, white light stuttering across faces that had not been in the room before. When the light returned, the desks had come back. 24 small wooden desks in rows, a teacher's desk at the front. On each student desk, a workbook, a pencil, a folded paper hat. The alphabet strip on the wall looked newer than it had. The chalk in the tray was fresh. The headmaster stood at the board. "Seats," he said. The door behind them was closed. Sam ran to it and pulled. It held without resistance, without even the sound of a mechanism, just solid, the way a wall is solid. Theo moved to the nearest window. Ben picked up a chair and drove it into the glass. The chair came back. The glass did not crack. The sound it made was wrong, dull and soft, as if the window had absorbed the blow rather than received it. The headmaster blew his whistle. It was not a loud sound, but every one of them stopped. The boy with one shoe turned around in the front row and looked at them. "It's easier if you sit. What happens if we don't?" Sam asked. The boy thought about it honestly. "You get tired." They did not sit immediately, but the headmaster waited with the patience of someone who has managed this before, and the clock on the wall read 6:17, and Priya's phone read 6:17, and the fog outside the windows was the colour of old paper and pressed flat against the glass. And eventually, one by one, they sat. The lesson lasted a long time. The clock did not move. The headmaster wrote dates on the board that had no year. The children around them copied the dates into their notebooks without looking up. When the 6 graduates sat still and did not write, their pencils rolled toward their hands. When they threw the pencils away, new pencils appeared on the desktops. At some point, the workbooks opened by themselves. Priya looked down at hers. Describe the last thing you expected to be allowed to leave behind. She stared at the page. She knew the answer immediately. That was the worst part. She had not known she was going to leave certainty behind. The belief that if you planned carefully enough, the world would behave according to the plan. She had thought that was just competence. She had not known it was something she was walking away from. She did not write it down. The pencil rolled into her hand. She put it on the floor. A new pencil appeared. Ben's prompt read, "Draw the face of the person who will forget you first." He kept the workbook closed for a long time. Then he opened it. Then he closed it again. He picked up the camera instead. He photographed the room, the headmaster, the chalkboard, the fog, the other children, and then the 6 of them. Flash after flash, the white light pulsing through the room. Then he stopped and looked at the display. In every photograph, there were 7 graduates. Not 6. 7. The extra girl stood directly behind Mara in each image, close enough that her chin nearly touched Mara's shoulder. She wore a graduation dress, white, old-fashioned, wet at the hem. Her hair hung in dark ropes around her face. In some photographs, her eyes were open. In some, they were not. Her hand rested on Mara's tassel, not grabbing, resting, the way you rest your hand on something that already belongs to you. Ben looked up from the display at the real Mara. Nothing stood behind her. He looked back at the screen. The girl was in every photograph. Same position, same wet hem, same hand. Ben reached across the aisle and touched Mara's arm. Mara looked at him. He turned the camera screen toward her. Mara looked at the photograph for a long time. She had thought about what it would mean to be claimed by something, had spent the last week of high school afraid that it would all become ordinary, that she would walk away from graduation and within a year the whole thing would feel like someone else's story, and she would not be able to prove it had been hers. The tassel was proof, but proof was not the same as being seen. She looked at the girl's hand on the tassel. The girl in the photographs had been watching her since they arrived, maybe since before that. Mara reached down and pulled the tassel from her wrist. The knot came loose on the first try. The bell above them rang. The classroom shuddered. Every child in the room looked up. The headmaster's expression changed. Something moved behind his eyes. Mara looked at the transom above the door. It was propped open 3 inches on a rusted hook. She threw the tassel through it. It disappeared into the hallway. In the camera display, the girl in the white dress opened her mouth. All the workbooks slammed shut. The boy with one shoe stood up from the front row and looked at them. "Run," he said. Whistle sounding from everywhere at once, children's voices far below. The door opened. They ran. The schoolhouse had become larger inside than outside. Hallways extended where walls should have been. Classroom doors opened onto staircases, onto cloakrooms, onto corridors that turned back on themselves. Their footsteps echoed alongside hundreds of others, as if the floor remembered every child who had ever crossed it. The headmaster's whistle blew from behind them, then from ahead, then from both sides at once, the sound folding into itself, confused by the space. They came to a landing where the hallway widened. A long row of hooks ran the full length of the wall, iron hooks set into plaster, the kind that once held coats and bags and winter things. Most were occupied. Graduation tassels, school ribbons, camp bracelets, ID lanyards, a swim team patch, a letter jacket pin, a pressed corsage brown at the edges, small proofs that someone had once belonged somewhere, once been part of something that had seemed permanent, and among them, Mara's silver tassel. June grabbed the whole bundle with both hands and yanked. The hooks came away from the plaster with a sound like something tearing. Somewhere below them, in the deep part of the schoolhouse, children began to laugh. Not cruelly, joyfully, the way children laugh when something long stuck finally moves. The fog at the windows thinned. They found the trapdoor above the second landing and came through it onto the roof. The real island was below them again, the harbour, the cafe, the pier, the white houses, the monastery on the hill. And beyond the pier, impossible and moving slowly through the dusk, the ferry's light. The bell hung beside them in its iron frame. The headmaster came through the trapdoor. He had changed. The suit hung wrong on him now, the edges of it imprecise, as if the shape inside it had simplified. His whistle was not around his neck, it was in his throat, the cord gone, the metal fused somewhere just below the collar. His voice came out around it. "Final attendance," he said. Priya looked at the bell, then at the bundle of tassels and ribbons and bracelets in June's arms. The headmaster moved. Theo stepped into his path, then Sam. Ben wrapped his camera strap around the iron frame of the bell and used his weight against it. June pressed her fists against the headmaster's chest and prayed, not performing prayer but doing it, in Spanish, very quietly, her grandmother's words coming back to her without effort. The headmaster did not stop, but he slowed. Priya helped Mara take the bundle of tassels and ribbons and thread the mass of them around the bell's clapper, tying what could be tied, pressing what could only be held, wrapping the cloth through the iron until the clapper was wrapped thick with other people's names and departure proofs. Mara rang the bell. It did not strike cleanly. The cloth muffled it, the ribbons caught in the iron. What came out was not a clear tone, but something dense and soft and crowded, a note with too much inside it. The note that came out was strange, soft, crowded with cloth and names. Below them, across the island, shutters opened. In the schoolhouse beneath their feet, the children shouted, not in fear, in something else. Recognition, maybe. The sound of names heard after a long silence. The fog broke. It pulled back from the harbour first, then the cliff road, then the monastery, the light coming back in sections. The headmaster fell backward through the trap-door, not down, away, as if the space beneath him had acquired a depth it had not had before. Then the roof was only a roof, the bell only a bell. They climbed down shaking and did not speak. The ferry captain did not ask why they were crying. He stood at the gangway as they came aboard, and he counted. 1, he said. 2, 3, 4, 5. He paused. His eyes moved to the 6th figure coming up the gangway behind them. Something in his face went very still. 6, he said. Then he looked past them all to the pier. The children stood along the harbour wall, dozens of them, the ones from the classroom and others they had not seen. Some waved. Some stood with their hands at their sides. Some held hands. The boy with one shoe stood at the front, wearing Ben's red thread bracelet around his bare wrist. He raised his hand, not quite a wave, and held it there until the ferry pulled away. Sardinis receded into evening. The monastery became a shape. The schoolhouse bell did not ring. On the mainland, their phones filled with messages. "Where are you? Did you make the ferry? Call me. Your location stopped updating. Are you okay?" Only 4 hours had passed. Priya checked the date 3 times. Same day, same year, same summer. They spent the night in a hotel near the airport, with all the lights on. No one suggested turning them off. Near dawn, Ben finally sat down with his camera and began going through the photographs. Most were blurred. Several were black. One was clear. The chalkboard. Not the roll call, not their names. 5 proceeded. In the reflection on the chalkboard's glass surface, he could make out the room behind him. Priya asleep in the chair, June on the bed, Sam by the window, Theo on the floor. Ben himself a blur behind the camera. 5. He counted again. 5. He looked up from the camera. Mara sat at the small desk by the wall. She was writing on the hotel stationery pad with a pencil that none of them had packed. He could see there was no pencil in the cup on the desk. The pen that had been there was still in the cup, untouched. Her silver tassel was tied around her wrist again. The knot was the same one she had torn off in the schoolhouse. Somehow the same knot. "Mara?" he said. She looked up at him. She smiled, not with relief, with something that wore the shape of relief. "I waited through roll call," she said. Outside, somewhere far from any school, a bell rang once. The trip after was written for Screams. If you are listening to this in the dark, you are listening to it correctly. Check your wrists.
Some places follow you, yes. They cling to the glass. They wait in the corners of hotel rooms. But what happens when the place was never a room at all? When it was a podium, an audience, a speech already written inside your throat? Step forward. The words aren't yours.
By the time the valedictorian rose to speak, the evening had become almost beautiful enough to forgive. The football field at Harrow Lake High had been dressed for ceremony. Folding chairs stood in long white rows on the turf. The graduates sat nearest the stage in blue gowns that caught the last light and held it in thin, trembling folds. Parents fanned themselves with programs. Grandparents leaned forward with both hands on canes. Younger siblings sprawled in the grass beyond the track, half listening, half wrestling, already sticky with snow-cone syrup. Behind the stage, the lake was hidden by the gym, the parking lot, and 2 rows of oaks. You could not see it from the field, but people knew it was there. Harrow Lake had a way of entering things without being visible. It cooled the air after dark. It gathered fog near the bus loop. It gave the whole town the faint smell of wet leaves, even during dry weeks. Emma Vale sat in the front row with her hands folded over the printed copy of her speech. She had rewritten it 14 times. That was not counting the emergency revision she had done in the bathroom mirror after crying for 7 minutes, or the version she had whispered into her phone at 2:13 in the morning while her mother slept in the next room with the television on. Emma had wanted the speech to be good. Not funny good, though she had 3 jokes. Not inspirational good, though her mother had said it needed a strong ending. She wanted it to be true, in the way speeches rarely were. True enough to survive the heat, the rented stage, the squeal of microphones, the restless shifting of 700 people waiting to take photographs and go home. She wanted to prove she had earned the right to speak last. That was what the valedictorian did. Everyone else crossed the stage, took the diploma cover, smiled, moved on. The valedictorian had to make meaning out of the crossing. Emma was good at making meaning. Teachers had told her that for years. She wrote the essay that made Mrs. Kelly cry. She led the debate team to state semi-finals. She organised the food drive, corrected the yearbook captions, played second violin, scored in the 99th percentile. She had spent 4 years becoming the kind of student adults pointed to when they wanted other students to try harder. Now she sat beneath a paper mortarboard, sweating through her gown, and wished very badly that someone else had won. She checked her speech. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. 3 pages stapled in the top left corner. She put them back in order and held them against her thigh. Something crossed her mind, brief and unprompted. Finish yours. She did not know where it came from. She had not written it. She thought of a blue tassel, safety pins catching light, rain on a window she could not place. Principal Duarte approached the microphone. It screamed softly, then settled. The image dissolved. Emma smoothed the edge of her first page. Principal Duarte was a square man with a patient face and the tired cheer of someone who had attended every ceremony for 22 years and still believed in applause. He adjusted the mic. Families, friends, faculty, and, most importantly, graduates of the Harrow Lake High School class of 2026. A wave moved through the graduates. Someone whooped. Someone's grandmother shouted a name. A beach ball appeared 3 rows back and was confiscated by a counsellor who looked almost grateful for the purpose. Emma tried to smile. She looked out at the crowd. Her mother sat near the centre aisle in a yellow dress, holding her phone in both hands. Not filming yet. She was saving battery for Emma. Beside her sat Emma's stepfather, Ray, wearing a tie he hated and an expression of ceremonial discomfort. He was a careful man. He had entered the family 6 years ago, and he had learned early on to hold Emma's mother's hand at events like this, without asking why she sometimes held on harder than the moment seemed to call for. There was an empty chair on her mother's other side. Emma looked away. Her father had promised to come, then promised he would try, then texted at 4:08 that the connection through Charlotte was a mess and he was absolutely crushed. He had added 3 blue heart emojis. Emma had written, "It's okay," and then hated both words for being too short and too generous. The chair remained empty. On the stage, the choir began. Their song was one of those modern arrangements designed to sound uplifting without referring to anything specific. The voices rose into the warm air. A few parents cried immediately, relieved to be given permission. Emma checked her speech again. Page 1 was normal. Good evening, families, teachers, administrators, and fellow graduates. Page 2 was normal. We learned how to keep going. We learned that achievement without kindness is just a louder form of fear. Page 3 was normal. So, as we leave Harrow Lake, let's remember that the doors behind us matter too. Leave them open when you can. Someone else may need the light. That was the line her mother liked. 3 pages, all correct. The programme on her lap was damp at the corner. She pressed it flat against her knee. It curled again immediately. Emma noticed that. She looked at the programme. The ink on the cover had softened slightly, as if the paper had been left near moisture. She looked at the programmes held by the graduates around her. Theirs were fine. She turned the page over. The back was dry, only the front corner, the one nearest the stage, nearest the lakeside of the field. She set it face down and did not look at it again. Principal Duarte spoke about resilience. He spoke about community. He spoke about excellence, which made the students clap for themselves. He spoke about the district superintendent who stood and waved. He spoke about the school board chair who stood and waved longer. He spoke about the faculty who received the first applause of the night that sounded honest. Then he turned back to the microphone. And now it is my honour to introduce a student whose dedication, kindness, leadership, and truly alarming email response time have made her one of the most respected members of this class. A laugh moved through the audience. Emma's mouth went dry. Please join me in welcoming your valedictorian, Emma Vale. The applause rose. Emma stood. Her legs were steady. That surprised her. She climbed the steps to the stage. Principal Duarte smiled and squeezed her shoulder. "You've got this," he whispered. She placed her pages on the podium. Page 1, page 2, page 3. She adjusted the microphone. The field opened in front of her. Rows of faces, hundreds of them, proud and bored and overheated and loving. Phones raised, hands waving. Her mother had the phone up now, arms extended, recording. The empty chair was still there beside her. Emma looked away from it. "Good evening," she said. Her voice came back from the speakers, larger and thinner than she expected. Families, teachers, administrators, and fellow graduates. A cheer from the students. She smiled, and the first laugh came where she hoped it would. The opening worked. Her hands stopped shaking. The second paragraph landed cleanly. She spoke about freshman orientation, about getting lost between the science wing and the auditorium, about the vending machine that stole everyone's money and became a beloved landmark anyway. She spoke about the teachers who taught them more than their subjects. The crowd leaned in. She felt it. She turned to page 2. We did not arrive here alone. The microphone hummed. Not feedback, not a malfunction. A hum. Low, steady, held like a breath before speech. Emma stopped. The hum faded. She looked down at the page. The next sentence was wrong. The words she had written were gone. In their place, in the same neat font, the same margins, the same point size, "Thank everyone who got you here." Emma's thumb pressed the corner of the page. The paper felt different, heavier. faintly cool, as if it had been resting near a window. She looked up. The crowd waited. She had perhaps 3 seconds before the silence became something people noticed. "I want to thank," she said, and her voice stayed level, "our teachers." The faculty applauded. She looked down. The page had changed again. No, everyone. Her jaw tightened. She pressed her thumb harder into the paper's edge. At the far edge of the field, near the visitor bleachers, someone stood where no one had been standing before. A girl, blue graduation gown. But the fabric was wrong. Darker at the hem, saturated as if the cloth had taken on water. Cap sitting crooked on wet hair. Pale face at the limit of the field lights. Emma looked back at the page. "I want to thank our families," she said. Applause. She did not look toward the bleachers again. The page changed. Further back. The field lights clicked on. The shift caught everyone. Faces lifted, shadows pulled back. The ceremony sharpened into something more official. Emma looked toward the bleachers. The girl was gone. Emma breathed. She tried to find her place. Page 2 was unreliable now. Sentences she knew by memory were there when she looked directly at them, and different when she moved her eyes away. She kept to what she could read, phrases she could verify with her finger on the page, one at a time. Her mother still had the phone raised. Emma could see the screen from the stage. She could see herself on it, small and pale, under the lights, gripping the podium. She turned to page 3. The microphone hummed again. This time it carried something else. Soft, almost too soft to be sure of. Emma. She looked at the black mesh of the microphone. No one in the audience reacted. Emma. She knew the voice. That was the wrong thing. She had never heard it. She was certain she had never heard it. But something in her chest responded the way it does when a voice calls your name from another room in a house you've lived in a long time. Her eyes moved to her mother. The empty chair beside her was no longer empty. A girl sat there, wet hair, dark gown, hands folded in her lap. Her face turned toward Emma's mother with an expression of patient expectation. Her hem had soaked the seat cushion through. The program in her lap was curled completely, edges rolled tight with damp. Emma's mother kept her phone raised, kept her eyes on the stage, kept smiling. She did not look at the girl beside her. Emma looked down at the page. Thank Mara. The name hit her somewhere low in the chest. Mara. Emma's older sister. No, that was not right. Emma was an only child. She had always been an only child. Her mother said so in birthday posts. Her father said so when apologizing for missing things. Teachers said it sometimes, like an explanation. Only children were like that, too comfortable with adults, too precise about approval. But under that certainty was something older. A bedroom with 2 beds, a hairbrush with silver stars on the handle, a voice saying, "Don't tell Mum." A blue tassel tied around a wrist, and the smell of rain on a window, and a graduation gown spread across a floor with safety pins at the hem. She had not thought of this before. She was thinking of it now, and her hands were shaking, and the podium's edge was cutting into her palms, and 600 people were watching her stand very still at the microphone. She heard herself breathe. The speakers carried it over the field. "I want to thank my sister," Emma said. Her mother lowered the phone, not fast, slowly. Her arms came down until the phone was at her sternum, still recording the front of her own yellow dress. She did not look away from the stage. Ray turned to her. He saw her face. He reached for her hand and found it already in both of his, and he looked back at the stage and then at his wife again, and the confusion on his face was real. He had entered the family 6 years ago. He had never been given a reason for the locked drawer in the hall console, or why his wife sometimes stood in front of the mirror in the upstairs bathroom with the door open and said nothing, or why there were photographs from Emma's childhood, but none from before she was 4. He was beginning to understand that this was the reason. He did not let go of her hand. Emma could see all of this from the stage. She could see her mother not moving. She could see the empty chair now occupied, the wet hem touching the folding chair's aluminium leg, a small dark stain spreading where the fabric met the seat. "I want to thank her," Emma said, "for going first." The speakers carried it. The air cooled. A programme peeled off the lap of a woman in the 3rd row and skidded across the turf. She grabbed for it. Her hand came back damp. The graduates in the front rows had stopped shifting. Emma felt them watching her now with the particular attention people give to a speaker who has stepped off the expected path. Sympathy with hunger in it. Everyone wanting her to recover, everyone wanting to see what would happen if she didn't. Principal Duarte rose halfway from his chair. Emma looked at him. Behind him stood the girl from the bleachers, close now. She was older than Emma remembered, though Emma did not remember. 17, 18, wearing the graduation gown she had never taken off. Her hair clung to her cheeks. Her lips were pale and slightly blue, the colour of cold. Around her wrist, a silver tassel. Principal Duarte sat down, not because he decided to, because the girl placed one wet hand on his shoulder. Emma read, "I want to thank Mara Vale, Harrow Lake High School, class of 2022. Not applause, something more involuntary, chairs, a gasp, a name said quietly by someone who had not said it in years. The sound that went through the audience was not applause. It moved in pockets, a gasp near the band parents, a woman pressing her hand over her mouth, a man standing suddenly from his chair, knocking it sideways onto the turf. One of the older teachers gripping the arm of the teacher beside her with both hands. Emma gripped the podium. She understood now what she had not understood before. Mara Vale had been valedictorian too, 4 years earlier. The ceremony moved indoors because of rain. Mara, 17, the kind of student who corrected teachers carefully, who read the last line of her speech 6 times in a bedroom while her little sister pretended not to listen. After the ceremony, seniors went to Harrow Lake, because that was what seniors did. Blue gowns, silver tassels, bare feet in mud, laughter going out over the water. Mara had gone into the lake. Mara had not come out. Afterward, the town did what it knew how to do. Scholarships, a tree, candlelight, programs. Her name said over and over, until saying it became the thing that kept tearing the wound, and then her name said less. And then the scholarship renamed for student leadership, and the tree removed after a drought, and the yearbooks boxed, and the teachers retired or transferred, or learned to leave certain years unmentioned. Emma had been 14. She had been allowed to forget, taught to forget. The word allowed was not right. The forgetting had not been optional. It had been the condition of continuing. The programme in her hand was fully curled now, edges soft with damp. She set it on the podium. The page beneath it had changed again. "Tell them what she wrote." Emma looked up. Mara stood beside her. The lake smell rose around the podium. Cold water, reed beds, the particular stillness of water that does not move. Emma said quietly into the microphone, "I don't know what she wrote." The speakers carried it. Mara said, "You do." Her voice was not angry. That was the thing that made it hard to stand near. No anger, no accusation. Only the patience of someone who has been waiting a long time in a place with nothing to do but wait. Emma looked at the field lights. She breathed. She let the memory come. A bedroom in the old house on Crestline Road. Rain against the window, the particular sound of it on a metal window frame in May. Mara on the floor in her graduation gown, which was 2 inches too long, kneeling over the hem with safety pins between her lips and a look of intense concentration. Emma on the bed above her, holding a paperback she was not reading. "Want to hear my speech?" Mara said, pins still in her mouth. "No. You're such a brat. You're such a valedictorian." Mara laughed, removed the pins, threw a pillow without looking. Then she picked up the speech from the floor and read the last line. Not performing it, just reading it, like she was checking to see if it was still true. "When you leave this place, do not confuse being finished with being free." Emma said the line into the microphone. The field went quiet. Not graduated quiet, not polite quiet. The silence that happens when something true is said in front of people who are not expecting it. Fog came across the grass beyond the track. It arrived low, threading between chair legs, pressing cold against bare ankles. People noticed it slowly, then all at once. Children stopped fidgeting. Phones lowered. The graduates turned in their seats to look. The fog held shapes at its edge. Students, not clearly, blue gowns catching the field lights, a pale hand, a shoulder, a cap tilted at an angle no living person would hold it. They stood where the light ended, where the ceremony ended, where the oaks began. They did not move forward. They waited. Emma looked at the page. Names appeared. Not many. The list was short. Daniel Ortiz, class of 1997. Leah Franklin, class of 2008. Alice Nguyen, class of 2014. Jonah Reed, class of 1986. Mara Vale, class of 2022. Emma read each name slowly, the way names are read when the reading is the point. Daniel Ortiz, class of 1997. A woman near the centre of the crowd made a sound and covered her face. The man beside her put his arm around her without turning. Something at the field's edge shifted. A figure that had been standing now was not. Leah Franklin, class of 2008. A teacher in the second faculty row went very still. Alice Nguyen, class of 2014. A voice in the crowd, barely audible, said the name a half-second before Emma did, like a person remembering the answer to something they had convinced themselves they had forgotten. Jonah Reed, class of 1986. An elderly man near the aisle stood. He removed his hat with both hands and held it at his chest, and did not sit back down. The fog thinned where each name was spoken, not all at once, gradually, the way a room empties when people leave one at a time. Emma looked at the last name. Her throat had closed. She swallowed. Mara Vale, class of 2022. Her mother made a sound. Just one. Raw and low, the sound of a person finding a room they had walled off and discovering the furniture still there, still covered, still exactly as it was left. She was not crying yet. She was looking at the stage. Her phone was at her side, screen still lit, still recording the ground in front of her shoes. The empty chair beside her was empty again. Ray looked at her face. He looked at the empty chair. He understood something was being returned to her that he had not known was missing. He held her hand and did not try to speak. On the podium, the silver tassel had come loose from Mara's wrist. It lay across Emma's pages. Emma touched it. It was dry. She looked up. Mara was still there, at the edge of the stage, just past the reach of the main lights. Her gown was drier at the hem. Her hair had stopped dripping. She was watching Emma with an expression that was not quite a smile, and was not quite anything else. And then she said, quietly enough that the microphone did not catch it, "Finish yours." She stepped back. The fog received her. The field lights held. The shapes at the tree line were gone. The fog remained, but thinning now, settling low across the turf. Chair legs showed wet at their feet. The hem of a graduate's gown clung to her ankles with damp. A man in the fourth row touched his programme and found the cover soft. No one spoke. The ceremony was still happening. The stage was still lit. Principal Duarte sat with his hands on his knees and his face turned down. The graduates had stopped moving in their seats. Emma looked at her pages. The prepared speech was still there. She could see it. Her words, her title, her 3 jokes, her strong ending, 14 rewrites of something polished and true. It was all still there. She did not read it. In closing, Emma said, her voice shook. It held. We spend a lot of time being told to look forward. That is not wrong. But I think we owe something to the people who did not get to make this crossing with us. Some of them are sitting here. Some of them taught us. Some of them are names we stopped saying because saying them hurt. She looked at her classmates. Some were crying and did not know why yet. Say them anyway. She stopped. 1 beat, 2. Her mother stood, not clapping. She stood with both hands pressed to her mouth and looked at Emma the way you look at someone you had prepared to lose. Mrs. Kelly stood. Then Principal Duarte. Then the graduates. Then the rows behind them. The applause was uneven and full of crying, and it rose slowly, the way things rise when they are heavy with more than one meaning. Emma stepped back from the microphone. On the podium, her 3 prepared pages were blank, except the last one. one line remained, in silver ink that no printer had put there. Thank you for getting me here. Families calling names, chairs folding, heels on turf, somewhere a child crying, somewhere else laughter. The diplomas were handed out after that. Every name sounded different. When Emma's turn came, Principal Duarte held her hand with both of his for a moment before handing her the cover. He started to say something and did not. Emma nodded. He let go. After the ceremony, families flooded the field with flowers and phones and damp faces. Emma found her mother near the 50-yard line. Her mother looked at her for a long moment without speaking. Then she looked at Emma's wrist, where the silver tassel had wound itself without Emma noticing when. "I thought I lost both of you," she said. Emma went into her arms. Above them, graduates threw caps into the dark. Ray stood a few feet away, giving them room, holding the program in both hands. The cover was fully soft now. He turned it over and looked at it, and then he looked at the chair where his wife had been sitting, still visibly wet at the seat. And he looked at the field where the fog was still settling low across the grass, even as the crowd moved through it. He had entered this family 6 years ago. He had learned not to ask about the drawer in the hall, about the photographs that started at Emma's 4th birthday, about the way his wife sometimes said Emma's name in the kitchen when Emma was right there, like she was confirming something. He was folding the program carefully when his wife reached back and found his arm without looking. He held on to it. Years later, when people talked about that commencement, they disagreed on details. Some said there was fog. Some said there wasn't. Some said Emma had suffered heat exhaustion and improvised beautifully through the confusion. Some said the sound system picked up an old recording. Some said every school had stories like that, especially towns near water, especially towns where children had died. But after that night, Harrow Lake High changed one thing. Every graduation program included a page near the back. Those who should be here. No photographs, no explanations, just names. The list was read before the diplomas. No one rushed it. And every year, in the weeks leading up to the ceremony, ground staff reported fog gathering near the bus loop earlier than it should. Chair legs on the field showed rust the morning after setup, even in dry weather. Programs left on the podium overnight were damp by morning. The school learned to read the names. It had learned what happened in the years it didn't. And every year, when the valedictorian rose to speak, the microphone hummed once before the first word. A small sound, almost polite, like someone clearing their throat in the dark, waiting to be thanked.
She gave her voice to something older, and it kept it. But not every possession begins at a podium. Some begin quieter, in the last heat of July, with someone who loves you so much, they need you to stay exactly as you were, even if you have to become something else entirely.
Open water at dusk, distant motor, insects, a single cricket starting early. People in Harrow Lake say there are 2 kinds of summer love. The first kind ends in August. Everyone understands that kind. It lives on docks and in lifeguard chairs, in borrowed sweatshirts and cars parked too long outside houses where porch lights come on and off like warnings. It makes promises it cannot keep and gets forgiven by September. People say a boy came home from college once, the November after graduation, and found his summer girlfriend standing under the streetlight in his driveway, just standing there, waiting, the way she always had. People say she looked the same, except the porch light did not touch her feet. People say a girl stopped eating after graduation, not dramatically, just less, and then less, until by October her mother was calling the school counsellor, and by December there was nothing left to call about. They say the first kind of summer love ends in August. They do not say much about the second kind, only that a summer love that refuses to end becomes something else. By June, Lila Hart and Nico Reyes were old enough to know this. They had graduated on Friday. By Monday, everybody was asking what they were going to do. Not about college, that was settled. Lila was going north to Emerson in Boston, where she planned to study film, wear black coats, and become the kind of person who knew how to sit alone in coffee shops without looking abandoned. Nico was going south to Miami on a marine science scholarship because he loved water in the way some people loved music, with devotion and fear and the quiet suspicion that it was already speaking to him. He had always been that way about water, not reckless, the opposite. He swam in the lake the way he read, slowly and completely, going still in the middle of it sometimes for no reason anyone could name. His father called it a gift. His mother called it worrying. The question was not what they would do. The question was what they would do about each other. Adults asked it with false lightness. So, long distance? Are we being realistic? You're both so young. You don't want to hold each other back. If it's meant to be, it'll find its way. Nico hated the question too, but Nico hated it quietly. He had a talent for looking calm while something inside him took on water. They had been together since junior year, though that depended on whom you asked. Lila said it began the night of the fall carnival, when Nico won her a stuffed stingray and then spent 10 minutes explaining what a real stingray's mouth looked like, and she realized she did not want him to stop talking. Nico said it began months earlier, in chemistry, when Lila corrected Mr. Fenn on the difference between dramatic lighting and bad lighting during a safety video. Their parents said it began when it became inconvenient. The Harts and the Reyeses were polite in public and anciently tired of each other in private. No grand feud, no sword fights, just money and history, which in towns like Harrow Lake could be worse. Lila's grandfather had owned half the lakefront once. Nico's grandmother had cleaned houses along that shore, including the Hart House, back when people still called it Hart House without irony. Then came a property dispute, a flooded road, a dock rebuilt 2 feet over the line, 1 lawsuit, 2 funerals, and decades of smiling at the grocery store with teeth behind the lips. The summer Lila and Nico got together, the 2 families met at the 4th of July parade on Main Street. Lila's mother said hello to Nico's father and held it 2 beats too long, that particular smile that meant, "I remember everything." Nico's father said hello back with the same smile. Then both families turned and watched the fire trucks go by, as if nothing had occurred between them that required any further comment. Weather still ruined plans. Lila's mother said Nico was sweet and probably temporary. Nico's father said Lila was kind and definitely leaving. Both families were right in the cruel way families sometimes were. Water, a dock in evening, dragonflies. On the first Friday after graduation, Lila and Nico went to the lake because there was nowhere else to put their fear. Harrow Lake at sunset burned gold at the edges. Cypress knees rose from the shallows like knuckles. The old summer houses along the western shore glowed between the trees, their porches deep, their secrets inherited. Across the water, beyond the last houses, a white structure stood half hidden among the trees. Lila had always assumed it was a boathouse. They sat on the broken municipal dock with their shoes off and their feet above the water. Neither of them spoke. That was new. All spring they had talked around the future, schedules, flights, visiting weekends, FaceTime, shared playlists. But now the future had arrived, close enough to touch. It had breath. Nico held Lila's hand between both of his and looked at the water. He looked at it the way he always did, like it was telling him something in a language he had almost learned. "I don't want to become one of those people," he said. "What people?" "The ones who say they'll call and then turn into birthday texts." Lila looked out at the lake. Across the water, someone laughed from a pontoon boat. The sound travelled cleanly in the heat, then disappeared. "I don't want us to become a chore," she said. He flinched. "I don't mean I think we will. I know." But she could see the hurt settle in him, the way his shoulders dropped a degree, the way his eyes went back to the water. "I don't want to be free from you," he said. Behind them, a voice said, "Then don't be." They both turned. A woman stood at the entrance to the dock. Old, maybe 80, maybe older. Thin as a reed, brown from the sun. She wore a white linen dress that moved slightly though the air was still. Around her neck hung cheap plastic sunglasses on a cord. She held a paper cup from the shaved ice stand. In her other hand was a second cup, already half melted, as if she had been carrying it a long time. Lila recognized her without knowing her name. She was one of those Harrow Lake figures who appeared at public events without seeming to arrive. Graduations, boat parades, the back row of school plays. The kind of person the town keeps without ever explaining why. Nico stood. "Sorry, Ma'am, we didn't know anybody was here." "I was here before you were born," the woman said. "Sit down." They did. She walked along the dock with careful steps. The boards did not creak beneath her. She stopped beside them and looked across the lake. She looked at the white building among the trees. "You two are leaving," she said. "Everyone keeps saying that," Lila said. "Because leaving is louder than staying." She sipped from the straw in the paper cup she held, not the melted one, that one she kept at her side. "There's an old game," she said. "Graduates used to play it when they were scared. On the last Friday of June, before midnight, 2 graduates crossed to the chapel of St. Oran." She nodded toward the white structure. "They write their names under the floorboards, not carved, written, and then they make their vow." "What vow?" Nico asked. "The one children always make when they're terrified of time." "Forever?" Lila said. "Some say it that way." The woman looked at the melted cup in her other hand. "If the lake accepted, you won't lose each other." "That sounds like a trap," Lila said. "Of course. Then why tell us?" The woman was quiet long enough that Lila thought she might not answer. "Because not knowing where the trap is," she finally said, "has never saved anyone." She turned to go. "What happens if the lake accepts?" Nico called after her. She stopped. She did not turn around. "One of you becomes the promise." The dock shivered gently beneath them. When Lila looked again, the woman was gone. Not far down the shore, not around a corner. Gone. The second shaved ice cup sat on the dock behind them, melting into the wood. For the next week, they joked about it. Badly. When Nico forgot to text goodnight, Leela wrote, "Guess I'll go become the promise." When Leela talked too long about Boston, Nico sent her a map to the chapel with skull emojis. The jokes were thin, and they both knew it. Fear does not shrink when you name it. It just learns the room. The last Friday of June came heavy with rain that never fell. They went to 3 parties because there were only 5 parties in town, and everyone attended them in a rotating state of exhaustion. At the 3rd, a girl named Mallory got drunk and told Leela that college couples never lasted unless one of them had no personality outside the relationship. And Leela did not say anything back because the silence was more efficient. She found Nico on the back porch. He was watching heat lightning blink behind the trees. Not at the party, not watching anyone, just watching the water. "Let's go," she said. "Where?" She did not answer. He knew. They borrowed his cousin's canoe without asking and pushed off from the public launch at 11:18. The lake was dark and nearly flat. Lila dipped her paddle and watched the black water close behind it. Every stroke sounded too loud and then not loud enough. The party noise fell behind them, music, then only bass, then nothing. In the bow, Nico paddled without being told. His strokes were deep and even. He did not look back at the shore. She watched him and said nothing. His shoulders were easy in the dark, relaxed in a way they hadn't been at the party, or on the dock, or anywhere on land all week, as if the water had accepted something from him that the rest of the summer had refused. Halfway across, he said, "This is stupid. Yes. We can turn around. Yes." Neither of them turned around. The far shore came up quiet. Night woods, water against stone, an owl once. The chapel was smaller up close, white walls going grey with moss, empty windows, a roof partly collapsed, vines pulling it down toward the water. It stood just above the waterline on a stone shelf, tilted slightly inland, and the door hung open. Lila stepped from the canoe onto stone. The ground was wet even above the waterline. The stone beneath her feet was soft with something she did not want to examine. Inside, the air was cold in a way the night was not. Wet wood, dust, old flowers, or what had been flowers once. Moonlight came through the broken roof in one pale stripe. Warped floorboards ran the length of the room. Near the far wall, where an altar might once have stood, one board sat raised and loose, not pried up exactly, but swollen upward as if the lake had pushed it from beneath. Nico stood beside her and looked at it. They did not speak. The hollow space beneath the board was full of names, hundreds of them, written on scraps of paper, on ribbons, on napkins and yearbook pages and ticket stubs and the backs of photographs. A blue graduation tassel gone grey with age, a class ring threaded on a strip of cloth, a strip of notebook paper so old it had gone brown at the edges and furred at the corners like something living. Most of the names were impossible to read clearly in the dark. They had blurred and run and layered over each other until the papers held only shapes, approximate letters, the memory of someone's handwriting rather than the handwriting itself. But some were recent enough to read. Mara plus Eli, Tess and Robin, Daniel, Leah, M.V., come back. Nico crouched and held his phone's light over them. He was quiet for a long time. "We should leave," he said. Leela took the pen from her jacket pocket. He looked at it. "I don't want to forget us," she said. "You won't." "You don't know that." "No," he said, "I don't." That honesty almost stopped her. Then Nico took the pen from her hand. He knelt beside the hollow. They wrote their names on the back of Leela's graduation program, the one she'd folded into her jacket 3 weeks ago and never taken out. Leela Hart. Nico Reyes. Nico added a small crooked heart beneath because he was sentimental and because the room made him feel younger than he wanted to admit. They looked at the paper. They did not say forever. That mattered later. What they said was worse. "Don't let us become strangers," Leela whispered. Then a single breath, cold air moving through a closed space. The lake answered, not with thunder, with a breath. The chapel exhaled cold air from the floor up. All the names beneath the boards rustled at once, a dry, papery sound like something waking. Nico grabbed Leela's hand. Outside, the canoe knocked against the stones. Once, twice. Then something dragged it away. Water rising, slow, steady. A bell, distant, cracked, once. They ran to the door. The canoe floated 20 feet from shore, empty and turning slowly. A boy stood knee-deep in the water beside it. Leela's first thought was that someone from the party had followed them. Then he lifted his head. His face was grey, not pale, grey, the colour of lake silt, of things left at the bottom too long. His lips were dark. His hair was wet and flat against his forehead. One side of his neck had been opened by something old and patient, a long, smooth depression in the skin, and nothing came from it. He wore a graduation gown. It hung in the water around him like something that had forgotten it was attached to a person. Nico stepped in front of Leela. The boy looked at them with tired, distant curiosity, like someone watching a game he had already played. "Which one?" he asked. Leela could not find her voice. Nico said, "What? Which one of you is staying?" The names beneath the floorboards began to whisper. The hollow space under the board breathed up sound. Not words exactly, but the shapes of words, the emotional weight of them without their meaning. The boy took one slow step forward through the water. "I stayed in 1997, he said. Leah went to Tallahassee. She said she'd come back every weekend." His voice was not sad. It was far past sad. In the place where sad had been so long, it had become simply the air. "She did, for a while." His smile was small and awful. "Then midterms." Behind him, the lake moved. Not wind, the water itself, shifting, and with it the shapes of people. They rose slowly, the way things rise from still water, without drama. A girl in a prom dress, with river grass tangled in the skirt, and the satin darkened to the colour of mud. A boy in a letterman jacket, with something threaded through the sleeve that moved when he moved. They were not wet the way living people get wet. They were wet the way wood gets wet when it has been underwater long enough to stop being entirely wood. They were not skeletons, not quite ghosts. They were what was left when someone stopped moving forward and the lake held the shape they had made. Then Leela saw the others, standing further back on the shore in the tree line, dry. A boy in a college hoodie who was not wet and not grey, who looked like someone's son home for Thanksgiving, except that the porch light from across the lake did not reach his feet. He was not looking at the water, he was looking at Leela. Beside him, barely visible, a girl in a graduation dress that hung loose at the waist, at the shoulders, as if it had been sewn for someone larger. Leela looked back at the chapel. She looked at the hollow space beneath the boards. MV, come back. Daniel, Leah. She found the boy from 1997 in the water. She found his throat. She read the name there, Daniel. Nico had not seen it yet. He was watching the figures on the shore, still, the way he went still on water. We didn't say forever, he said. The boy, Daniel, tilted his head. No one has to. Water louder now, rising. The bell again, closer. Names rustling beneath the floor. The water came through the boards quietly. Not a flood, just presence. Leela felt it before she saw it, the cold rising up through the warped wood, through the soles of her shoes, into her feet. She looked down. The names were floating. The papers rose from the hollow and spread across the floor, dark with water. They moved in slow circles around her ankles. The paper with their names floated up last. Leela grabbed it from the water. The ink had changed. Their names were no longer side by side. Leela Hart, Nico Reyes. One above the other now, and beneath them a blank line that had not been there before, a line that seemed less like space than like waiting. Stays. Nico pulled her toward the back of the chapel, but the rear door opened onto the lake too. Every exit did. The chapel had become an island in the shape of a room. The figures from the water stood at the windows, not threatening, patient. The girl in the prom dress looked at Leela the way someone looks when they already know the end of a story. You can still choose, she said. Her voice was soft, gentle, full of something that had once been care. He stays, you go. You stay, he goes. She paused. You keep each other. You keep this, the dock, the shaved ice, the carnival, the way he looks at you right now. She showed it to Leela, not in words, in something behind the words, a feeling offered like a gift through cold air. The dock in summer, warm boards, the same shaved ice, the same stingray, Nico's hand around hers, and no August, no Boston, no distance, no slow erosion of phone calls into silence, no Sienna, no Aaron, no awkward Thanksgiving kisses where they would discover they had become slightly different people, no change, just this. Forever 17 and in love at the edge of a perfect summer that would never have to end. For one full second, Leela wanted it. She felt the pull of it, the way you feel a current, not on the surface, but in the body, low and steady and much stronger than it looks. Then Nico said, I'll stay. His voice was quiet and certain, and Leela recognized the tone because she had heard it when he talked about water. That voice that meant he had already decided, that meant he thought he was being brave. Take me, he said. She goes. Take. The water rose 2 inches in a second. The papers in the room went still. Every figure in the windows leaned forward. The blank line beneath their names began to fill. Leela stepped in front of him and put her hand over his mouth. He looked at her, startled. She could feel his breath against her palm, alive, warm, slightly too fast. Don't, she said. He tried to speak against her hand. She pressed harder. Nico. He stopped. She watched his eyes, watched the thing in them, that stubborn, terrified love, work through its own logic and begin to understand what she already had. She took her hand away. Neither of them said anything for a moment. The girl in the prom dress watched them. The water held at their shins. "We made the wrong wish," Lila said finally. Her voice came out smaller than she expected. "We asked not to become strangers. We should have asked." She stopped. She did not know what they should have asked. She thought of the second shaved ice cup on the dock, the old woman carrying something melted, carrying it anyway. She looked at the paper in her hand. Lila Hart, Nico Reyes, stays. She looked at it for a long time. Then she looked at Nico. "I don't want to lose myself trying not to lose you," she said. He heard it. She saw him hear it. He nodded, one small, painful nod, the kind that costs something. "Then don't," he said. He took the paper from her hands. He tore it once. The chapel screamed. Paper, wind, a bell tearing itself apart, water. Not a sound like screaming, a sound beneath the frequency of sound, a pressure in the chest and behind the eyes. Every name in the hollow rose at once. They spun upward in a column of wet paper, hundreds of names, hundreds of promises, years of terrified children who had come to this room and made the same mistake in different handwriting. And the sound they made was not language, but it was not nothing either. It was what those words had meant. Nico grabbed Lila's arm. They ran. The front door opened this time, opened onto stone, onto hot night air, onto the lake going flat in every direction and the distant lights of town trembling on the water. They burst through it, and the air hit Lila like something given back. Behind them, the chapel door slammed. The canoe was gone. The figures were gone. The lake lay still. Then a voice from the doorway, just behind them, just barely. "Lucky." Lila turned. The boy from 1997 stood in the doorway. Not wet now, not grey exactly, just still, the way old photographs are still, present without quite inhabiting the present. He held something out. A canoe paddle. Nico took it without speaking. The boy looked at Lila. "Don't come back when you're lonely," he said. His face was young. He was always going to be young. Paddle strokes, water, frogs, the town coming back. They found the canoe caught in reeds 50 yards down shore and paddled home under a sky crowded with stars. Neither of them spoke until the public launch. The dock lights reflected on the water in pale, wavering columns. Nico set the paddle in the bottom of the canoe and looked at it for a moment. It was his cousin's paddle. He was sure of that. He was almost sure. He left it in the canoe when they pulled it ashore. Summer night, full, crickets, a screen door somewhere. By August, everyone was asking again, "What are you going to do?" "We're going to try," Lila said. "We're going to be honest," Nico said. Neither of them said more than that. The night before Lila left, they met at the dock. No canoe, no chapel, no promises hidden under floors. Two seniors at the edge of their last shared summer, holding paper cups of shaved ice, letting the ice melt without eating it. Nico gave her the stuffed stingray from the carnival. She gave him a disposable camera. They sat with their shoulders touching and watched the far shore. No bell, no light among the trees where the chapel stood. "I'm scared," he said. "Me too. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose myself trying not to lose you." He nodded. They sat until the shaved ice was water and the night had gone warm and still. A plain, a city, time passing in the sound of traffic, seasons, the quality of silence in different rooms. At the airport the next morning, Leela cried hard enough in security that the TSA agent pretended not to notice. In Miami, a week later, Nico met a girl named Sienna who knew the Latin names of sharks and laughed at his worst jokes. In Boston, Leela met a boy named Aaron who edited sound for student films and had kind eyes. There were missed calls. There was one brutal fight in October over a photograph. There were apologies. Late-night video calls where they both looked exhausted and unflattering. Thanksgiving, when they kissed in Nico's driveway and discovered they had become slightly different kissers. By Christmas, they had not broken up. By March, they almost did. By May, they had stopped trying to preserve the summer. They were trying to meet the people they had become after it. That was harder. That was better. Water, evening, the specific silence of a place you have not visited in years. Years later, Leela returned to Harrow Lake to film a documentary about local legends. Nico came with her. Not her boyfriend then, but a marine biologist with a wedding ring from someone else and the same careful way of looking at water. They went to the old dock near sunset, without discussing it, the way you go back to places that still hold something of you. "You ever think about it?" he asked. "The chapel?" "Us. All the time." Across the lake, the white chapel was gone. A storm had taken it 2 summers earlier. Only the foundation remained, a dark outline in the shallows, visible when the water was low. The lake was low that evening. They could see the stones. Then Nico went still. The particular stillness he had always had on water, that listening thing, that almost language thing. "What?" Lila said. He pointed. Between 2 foundation stones, something moved in the current. A small, wet square of paper, just barely held by the water. 2 names on it. Fresh ink. Not theirs. From somewhere on the far shore, faint and cracked, one note from a bell that no longer had a tower to hang in. Then laughter, young and quick, and already moving away. Nico looked at Lila. She looked at her wrist, the place where nothing had ever tied itself. "Come on," she said. "We should go." They walked back along the dock together in the warm dark. Behind them, the paper turned in the water, and slowly came apart.
She became what he needed her to be, every last cell of her. But some of us don't wait to be reshaped by someone else's wanting. Some of us make our own list, check it twice, and leave. Or try to. The town, you see, keeps certain pieces for itself.
In Cotton County, Oklahoma, The last week of May smelt like cut grass, hot asphalt, cattle ponds, and the edge of a storm that never quite arrived. The wind came over the prairie without asking. It worried the football banners on Main Street, rattled the sonic menu boards, lifted red dust from the shoulder of Highway 81 until the whole county leaned in one direction. The seniors at Cottonwood High had 3 days left. 3 days until caps and gowns. 3 days until folding chairs on the football field. 3 days until the principal mispronounced names he had known since kindergarten. 3 days until everybody clapped and everybody cried and everybody pretended they had been waiting for this exact ending all along. Avery Mills did not feel ready. That embarrassed her. She had done everything correctly. AP classes, NHS, cross-country, weekends at the Dairy Queen, scholarships, the University of Oklahoma with enough aid that her mother cried over the award letter at the kitchen table. Avery had lived responsibly. That was the problem. Tuesday night. The rest of the graduating class drifted between pool parties, last shifts, family dinners. Avery sat on the tailgate of Caleb Rusk's truck behind the old cotton gin, staring at a notebook page titled, "Things We Have to Do Before We Leave." Caleb had written it in black Sharpie with too much force. The words had bled through 3 pages. There were 4 of them. Avery, who had earned her escape and felt guilty for wanting it. Caleb, who was staying to work his uncle's farm and had begun treating everyone's departure like a personal betrayal. Mina Cho, who had won a full ride to a school in Chicago and kept a printed train schedule folded in her jacket pocket, the route highlighted in yellow. And Boone Fletcher, who had never cared about grades or clubs or Cottonwood High itself, until he understood the building was about to become part of his past without asking him. Boone held the notebook at arm's length and squinted. Number 1. Climb the water tower. Mina groaned. Absolutely not. You suggested it. I suggested looking at it with ambition. Caleb leaned against the truck, arms crossed. If we don't climb it, what are we even doing? Not dying, Mina said. Boone continued. Number 2. Midnight swim in Werner's pond. That pond has snapping turtles the size of ottomans, Avery said. Then we'll live vividly, or die stupidly. Both can be true. Caleb took the notebook and added, without ceremony, 3. Drive Route 66 until sunrise. Mina looked at it for a moment. That one's good, she said. Avery looked toward town. Cottonwood sat low under the evening sky. Brick storefronts, church steeples, houses with storm shelters in the yard. The grain elevator rose at the edge of town with Cottonwood Co-op painted on its side in letters faded by decades of sun. Beyond that, fields and oil pumps and the highway and space so wide and flat it sometimes made her feel like she was standing at the bottom of an empty swimming pool. I don't know, she said. Caleb glanced at her. You wanted this. I wanted to feel like we did something. That's what the list is. I mean something that matters. Boone laughed softly. Avery, it's Tuesday. We have 72 hours before they hand us fake diplomas and make us hug our gym teachers. Matter is unavailable. We have nonsense. Mina took the notebook from Caleb. Then we make the nonsense count. She wrote carefully, 4 Leave proof. Avery frowned. Proof of what? Mina capped the marker. That we were here. The cotton gin creaked behind them. It had closed before they were born. No one tore things down in Cotton County unless there was insurance money in it. The building sat at the edge of town like a memory with boards over its windows. It had processed cotton for 60 years, pulled the seeds, pressed the lint, packed the bales. Names were cut into the doorframe going back to 1941. Kids had been sneaking inside for decades to drink and dare one another into darkness and write their names on the walls. Boone hopped off the tailgate. Proof goes inside. No, Avery said at once. Why not? Because old buildings in Oklahoma have 3 hobbies: tetanus, snakes, and collapse. Caleb was already walking. The others followed. Inside, the cotton gin smelled of dust and bird droppings and machine oil and old heat. Their phone lights cut narrow tunnels through the dark. Graffiti covered the walls. Names, dates, hearts, a crude drawing of the school mascot wearing sunglasses. On the doorframe, just as on the outside, names ran in columns. Class years going back to parents and grandparents. Some Avery recognized, a few she did not. Mina found a bare patch near the back office. Here, she said. Boone produced a silver paint marker from his pocket. Why do you have that? For crimes and crafts. He wrote their names in a clean row. Avery, Caleb, Mina, Boone, class of 2026. Below it, Mina added, We lived. For a moment it looked ridiculous. Then the building answered. Not loudly. A settling beam, a flutter of pigeons somewhere in the rafters. Then a dry click from deeper in the gin, from somewhere the light did not reach. Their phone lights trembled. Caleb turned. Who's there? No one answered. On the floor near the old office door, a piece of paper moved. Not blown. There was no wind inside. It dragged itself an inch across the dust. Avery picked it up before anyone could tell her not to. Old notebook paper, yellowed, folded twice. Across the top, written in faded blue ink, were the words, Things we have to do before we leave. Beneath that was a list. 1. Climb the water tower. 2. Swim Werner's Pond. 3. Drive Old 66 till sunup. 4. Leave proof. 5. Kiss beneath the siren. 6. Steal back the mascot. 7. Sleep in the school before graduation. 8. Sign the sky. 9. Do not let the last one leave alone. Mina whispered, That's not funny. Boone looked over Avery's shoulder. His smile was gone. It has our list. No, Caleb said. It has a list like ours. Same pond. Everybody knows Werner's Pond. Same Route 66. We live in Oklahoma. Avery stared at item 4. Leave proof. As she watched, slowly, the way frost forms on glass, a check mark appeared beside it. She looked up. On the wall behind them, their fresh silver names shone in the phone light. We lived. The building made no more sounds. That was almost worse. They ran out, laughing too loud, the way people laugh when fear has not yet found a place to sit. By midnight they were at the water tower. It stood behind the rodeo grounds, pale blue in daylight, black against the stars. Cottonwood eagles curved across its belly in letters 8 feet high. A chain-link fence circled the base, but Caleb knew where the fence sagged, because Caleb knew all the places the town pretended were secure. "This is trespassing," Mina said. Boone held the old list in his teeth while he climbed through the gap. Avery went last. The ladder was cold iron. The wind strengthened as they climbed, pressing their shirts flat against their backs, pulling at their hair. 30 feet up, the fairgrounds below had already shrunk to a child's layout. 50 feet up, Avery made the mistake of looking down. Caleb's truck, the parking lot, the arena, all of it flattened into something that did not belong to her. She pressed her forehead against the rung and breathed. Above her, Mina was breathing in short, clipped bursts. "You okay?" Avery called. "No." "Want to go down?" "No." The wind at the top was different. It came from every direction at once, as if the tower were the point the whole county organized itself around. Avery pulled herself onto the narrow maintenance platform and did not look down again. Cottonwood spread below them, windows lit in small human squares. The school visible beyond the football field, low and beige and already strange to her, the way a face looks in a photograph taken before something changed. Boone lifted both arms. "We lived!" "Shut up," all three of them said. Then the tornado siren began. It stood on a pole at the edge of the fairgrounds, less than 50 yards away. The sound did not build, it arrived, full volume, first note, as if it had been waiting at the threshold and someone had simply opened the door. Avery dropped flat against the platform. The metal vibrated against her sternum, against her teeth. Mina screamed. Caleb grabbed the railing with both hands, knuckles white. Boone pressed himself against the tank and made a sound that was not quite a word. The siren rose and fell, rose and fell. The kind of sound Cotton County children learned before they learned to read. Every spring drill, every dark sky, every adult voice saying, "Get to the shelter, get down the stairs, get away from the windows." No clouds, no storm, stars everywhere. On the maintenance platform beside Avery's hand, the old list fluttered open. A check mark appeared beside item 1. Then item 5 darkened on its own. Kiss beneath the siren. Avery looked at Caleb. Caleb looked at her. They had almost kissed many times. That was worse than kissing once. Almost had made a country of them. Almost in his truck outside the movie theatre. Almost behind the concession stand. Almost on New Year's Eve, when Boone interrupted them by vomiting into a decorative planter. Now there were 3 days left, and a siren screaming over their heads, and the whole flat county spread below them like it was waiting. "Don't," Mina said. She did not sound like she was teasing. Avery kissed Caleb anyway. It was quick, scared, too cold and windy to be anything but what it was. The siren stopped. The silence afterward was enormous. The kind of silence that comes after a sound that shook your ribs. Avery became aware of her own heartbeat, of the height, of Caleb's hand, which had found her arm during the siren and had not let go. He released her, touched his mouth as if checking whether it was still there. looked at her, said nothing. The list made another check mark. Avery did not sleep that night. Caleb drove her home without speaking. She watched the fields pass in the dark, the red dirt shoulders of Highway 81, the grain elevator with its painted letters going black against the sky. At her driveway, he stopped the truck. Neither of them moved for a moment. "You didn't have to," he said. "I know. I'm not going anywhere, which is different from staying." She didn't answer. He pulled out of the drive. Wednesday. The list had become a dare they could not stop accepting. That was the part Avery would hate later. How easy it was to pretend choice still belonged to them. At Werner's Pond they swam at 1 a.m. beneath a moon swollen yellow by dust. The water was warm on top and cold underneath, and it smelled of mud and cattle and old rain. Something brushed Avery's ankle in the dark, and she came out of the water fast, heart slamming. She stood on the bank shaking while the others finished. The check mark appeared on her wet forearm, dark as pond mud. She watched it form in the moonlight, one curved stroke at a time, then fade from her skin and settle onto the paper as if the paper were the original and she had only been holding it briefly. Caleb saw it. He didn't say anything. None of them did. That night they drove Route 66. Old 66 ran through the county like a sentence the state had stopped finishing. 2 lanes, cracked asphalt patched in dark strips. The headlights opened a pale corridor ahead of them, and the dark closed behind. Boone found an AM station that played country music from a broadcast that sounded decades old. The signal faded and returned, faded and returned. Between songs, static. Somewhere in the static, once, something that sounded like a siren fragment, a single rising note, gone before any of them could agree they had heard it. They passed motels with vacancy signs that had not been lit in years, neon ghosts. A diner closed, the word eat still glowing orange through a cracked face. A gas station shaped like something from 1958, 2 pumps, a hand-painted price board, a window dark as a held breath. Boone wanted to stop. "Not here," Mina said. "Why?" She looked at the window. "Just not here." Caleb drove. The flat land on either side was perfectly dark. No farmhouse lights, no oil pump silhouettes, just the road and the wind and the feeling, particular to this kind of Oklahoma night, that the sky was not above them, but around them, and they were very small inside it. At mile marker 31, Avery opened the glove compartment to find the list. It lay folded on top of the truck registration. Items 1 through 6, checked. Item 7 was darker than the rest, the ink freshly black, as if it had just been written. Sleep in the school before graduation. She closed the compartment. "It already checked Route 66, she said. "We haven't finished yet," Caleb said. It didn't wait. They drove until the sky began to lighten over the fields. The colour came in slowly, red-grey, then orange, then the flat, bright white of a plains morning with nothing to soften it. Boone stood on the hood of Caleb's truck at a pull-off near an abandoned cotton compress and held a gas station burrito toward the sun. Avery watched the light come across the fields and tried to feel something clean. She felt watched instead. They took the mascot that afternoon. The Cottonwood Eagle costume had been stolen during basketball season by a team from Binger and stored in a janitor closet by people who had lost the joke. Caleb knew the building from an away game 2 years back. The door was unlocked. The eagle head was in a trash bag behind a shelf of cleaning supplies. The moment Boone pulled it out, the fluorescent lights in the hallway flickered twice. From a ceiling speaker somewhere, a voice said, "Proceed, flat, institutional," the voice of every intercom that had ever told them where to be. Nobody laughed. By the time they reached Caleb's barn, Mina was done. "We burn it." She meant the list. Boone held it over the fire pit with grill tongs. Avery struck a match. The flame touched the paper and bent away. Not blown out, bent, as if the air around the page had a different agreement with fire. Mina grabbed it and tore it down the middle. For 1 second it split cleanly. Then the two halves moved on the dirt, slowly. The torn edges found each other and pressed flat, and the fibres knit together the way skin closes over a cut, from the edges in. The 7th item was already dark. Sleep in the school before graduation. "No," Avery said. "We're done." Caleb's jaw tightened. What if done isn't available? "I don't know yet, but I'm not walking into that school at night because a piece of paper healed itself." Mina folded her arms. "If we stop feeding it, it stops." "And if it doesn't?" Caleb asked. "Then at least we didn't help." Boone was sitting on an overturned bucket, the mascot head on the ground beside him, its glass eyes catching the last of the afternoon light. He was looking at the list. He said, "What if I don't want to go? Not the school, not Route 66, any of it." Caleb said, "Boone, I'm not being dramatic." He picked up the mascot head and set it in his lap. "Avery's going to Norman. Mina's got her train. You've got your uncle's land." He stopped, looked at his own hands. "I applied to 1 school, didn't get in. Everybody else had a plan, and I had this." He gestured at the air, the list, the week, all of it. "I thought if we did something worth writing down, that would count for something." His voice cracked at the end, and he pressed his mouth shut. The mascot head stared at nothing. Avery crouched in front of him. She didn't say it wasn't true, because some of it was. She didn't say he'd be fine, because she didn't know. She put her hand over his. Above the barn, the sky was going orange and red, the way Oklahoma skies went in May, violent and brief and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with them. "You're not done," she said. He looked at the list. She took it from him and put it in her jacket pocket. "We're not going to the school," she said. But Thursday night came anyway. The list did not threaten them. It did not send storms or voices or signs. It just lay in Avery's pocket and was there. And on Thursday at midnight, Caleb said, "We have to know how it ends." And Mina, who had been the most afraid, said, "Yes." And Boone said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. And Avery, who had checked the weather 3 times that evening and mapped 2 routes out of the school and identified every exit on the floor plan she found in the district website, said, "We go in, we see what it wants, we don't finish the list." Caleb had a key. His aunt cleaned the building over the summer. He told himself borrowing it was not stealing. It was the kind of reasoning you used when the wrong thing felt like the only thing left. The school at night smelled of floor wax, cafeteria grease, and paper. The hallways held the cold of a building that had been full for 9 months and was now beginning to release it. On the bulletin board outside guidance, someone had written, "Go change the world, seniors," in bubble letters. Graduation gowns hung in the choir room. A stack of programs on the office counter, rubber-banded, labelled "Friday Ceremony, Do Not Move." They made camp in the senior hallway. Mina refused to sleep. Boone wore the eagle head and did not explain why. Caleb and Avery sat beneath the trophy case, shoulders touching, not speaking about the water tower or the drive home or anything that had come after the siren. The trophy case glass reflected the hallway back at them. Old team photos, old scores. The same names on plaques that were on the cotton gin walls. Avery watched the glass. At 3:17 a.m., the intercom clicked on. A woman's voice said, "Seniors, please report to the gym for final proof." It was familiar, the way all school voices were familiar in the dark. Not a person, a function. Mina stood. "Absolutely not." The lights went out one by one, each one with a small sound, a tick, like a clock counting down. The hallway went dark from both ends toward the middle until only the gym doors remained lit. A pale gold light, steady. Inside, the bleachers were open. Every seat was filled. Students in caps and gowns from different years, letter jackets from the 70s, hair from the 80s, stiff and pale above faces that had forgotten how to be uncertain, modern hoodies under graduation robes. Some were wet. Some were burned at the edges of their gowns as if they had come from something hot. Some looked perfectly fine except for the way their eyes caught the light. A flat, even shine, the way deer eyes caught headlights on Highway 81. At centre court, a wooden bucket, old, galvanized, dented, the rope handle worn grey. The list lay inside it. Above the scoreboard, the clock read 000. The graduates in the bleachers began to stomp, not cheering, counting. 1, 2, 3. The sound moved through the floor and up through Avery's feet. Boone whispered, "What is this?" A girl in the front row turned toward them, a corsage pinned to her gown, all the flowers brown. She looked at them the way someone looks when they have been waiting a long time and are no longer surprised. "Bucket list," she said. Her mouth did not move correctly around the words. Mina's voice came out thin. "What happens when it's finished?" The girl's expression did not change. "You are." The list rose from the bucket, unfolded in the air. Item 8 darkened. Sign the sky. The gym ceiling went. Above them, the Oklahoma night, huge, star-filled, turning slowly at a rate they could almost perceive. Not open air, something deeper. The kind of sky that made people build churches and storm shelters and football stadiums, depending on what they feared most. A marker rolled across the floor to Avery's feet. Silver. The same silver Boone had used in the cotton gin. Caleb picked it up. "No," Avery said. He looked at the bleachers, at all the watching seniors sitting still as photographs. "If we finish, maybe it lets us go. That is not what this is doing. You don't know. I know traps don't become doors because we're tired." The stomping grew louder. The dead seniors began to chant, "Sign the sky, sign the sky, sign the sky." Boone took the marker from Caleb. The corsage girl shook her head. only one. The bucket tipped over. Hundreds of scraps spilled across the gym floor. Napkins, programs, photographs, homework pages, ticket stubs. Skin. Not skin-coloured paper. Skin. Little dried strips with names on them, written small and close together, as if whoever had written them was trying to fit everything in. Boone stared at the floor. He uncapped the marker. Mina slapped it out of his hand. "Don't!" Boone's face went through something it would take him years to name. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. His voice had lost its shape. "You all are. Avery to OU, Mina to Chicago." He looked at Caleb. "You're staying, but you're not staying with me." He stopped, looked at the floor, at the names on the scraps. "Nobody takes me with them." Mina picked up the marker, held it, looked at him. "I know," she said. It came out very quiet. "I know." She did not offer him a speech. She stood in front of him and held the marker and did not give it back. Above them the sky had lowered, stars sharpened. The list drifted between them. Item 9. Do not let the last one leave alone. Avery held out her hand to Mina. Mina gave her the marker. Avery walked to the centre of the court and looked up at the sky hanging where the ceiling had been. She could feel the bleachers watching. She could feel the floor vibrating with the stomp and the count. Her hand shook so badly the first letter was barely legible. She started to write, "We were here." The air moved against her hand. The marker dragged sideways. The letters tried to become something else. The E bending toward an S, the R pulling into a different shape. She held the marker with both hands and pushed back against whatever was pushing and wrote what she meant to write. Caleb appeared beside her. He put his hand over hers. She wrote, "We were." The sky cracked along the second word. A fine black line, the way old paint cracks, radiating out from the letters. Mina took the marker, crossed out the second word, wrote over it. Boone came last. He was shaking. He pressed his hand flat against the marker and pushed, one letter at a time, slow and uneven and contested. "We leave unfinished." The bucket screamed. Small at first, metal on tile, then larger, then everything at once, a siren sound, a tearing sound, the sound the cotton gin had made when they ran out laughing, magnified and turned inside out. The bleachers emptied in a rush of cold air, programs flew. The mascot head rolled across the court, its beak opening and closing. The letters on the sky went dark. Then the floor dropped. Avery fell through something she could not see. Not a room, not the school. Something older. The accumulated weight of every last night Cotton County had ever produced. Last dances, last drives, last dares. All those years of kids standing at the edge of something, trying to prove they had been there. She hit the hallway floor. Hard. Morning light filled the corridor. The four of them lay outside the gym doors in a pile of dust and breath. Avery's right hand ached all the way to the elbow. The old list was gone. On the trophy case glass, written in silver marker, were the words, "We leave unfinished." Below it, 4 names. Not carved, not glowing, not arranged in any way that would mean something to anyone who hadn't been there. Avery, Caleb, Mina, Boone. The janitor found them 20 minutes later and said nothing, which was the kindest thing an adult had done all week. Graduation that evening. The sky was the colour of a bruise healing, purple at the edges and pale, sick yellow toward the centre. The wind turned the tassels on the graduation caps and made the gowns billow. Parents took pictures. The band played too slowly. Principal Weller mispronounced 3 names, including one that belonged to his nephew. Avery took her diploma cover and felt no lightning strike of meaning. She was all right with that. When Boone crossed the stage, he bowed. People laughed. He looked surprised by how much he needed that sound. Mina shook the principal's hand and did not cry. Caleb glanced once toward the fields beyond the stadium. Near the end, the storm sirens started. Everyone looked up. The principal checked his phone. A few parents reached for bags. No storm warning, no rotation, no radar signature, just the sirens rising and falling out past the football field. Avery turned toward the school. In the second-floor windows, the senior hallway reflected the darkening sky, and behind the glass, in the reflection, stood figures, rows of them, caps and gowns, still. Mina's voice close to her ear. "Do you see them?" "Yes." Caleb said quietly, "Don't look too long." Boone said nothing. The sirens faded. The ceremony continued. They threw their caps. The wind took them higher than it should have. Avery watched hers rise and turn against the sky and disappear into the graduation caps of everyone else, indistinguishable, gone. She did not feel finished. She felt alive. Years later, the school painted over the trophy case glass. The words came back every May. The janitors stopped painting over them. They left a rag and a bottle of cleaner on the shelf below. By morning, the rag was always dry. The glass was always clean. The words were always there. Some years, someone still found a page, folded twice, waiting in the dust beneath the bleachers or tucked behind a yearbook shelf. Across the top, in ink that looked almost dry, it always said, "Things we have to do before we leave." The first item always matched whoever picked it up. The last item never changed. "Do not let the last one leave alone." That.
Some pieces of us never make it to the city limits. They stay behind, pressed flat into the pavement like old photographs. But some of us pack those pieces carefully, wear them like costumes. The question is whether the costume knows it's being worn.
A coastal highway at night. Wind, tires on asphalt, distant surf. A Bronco with its roof off, 4 silhouettes, fog ahead. Logan Voss wore his Letterman jacket to graduation in May. The marine layer had burned off by 10 in the morning. By noon, the pavement outside San Paloma High was soft enough to mark. Logan wore the jacket anyway, through the ceremony, through the photographs, through dinner at his parents' house where his aunts touched his shoulders and his father kept standing up to refill things that did not need refilling. Nobody mentioned the heat. Mina Park was cleaning her glasses in the parking lot when her name was called for valedictorian runner-up. She walked to the podium, slid them back on, and delivered 17 seconds of gracious applause face while the lenses fogged from the warmth of the crowd. They were not prescription. She had worn them since 9th grade because they made her face make sense. Jules Rivera redrew the black star around her left eye in the car mirror on the way to the ceremony. She had done this every morning for 3 years. She did it without looking. Her hand knew the shape. Tessa Bloom filmed a 10-second video of the parking lot afterward, her friends laughing, the school behind them, caps in the air, and deleted it because her laugh sounded desperate. By graduation week, the 4 of them had learned how to look exactly like themselves. That was what San Paloma taught you, not who to be, how to be it consistently from every angle in any light. They were not best friends. They had been assembled by proximity, same AP English table, same group chat from a physics project nobody ever closed. They knew one another the way high school students do. Schedules, allergies, parents' cars, which bathrooms had broken locks. They also did not know one another at all. Wind picking up, eucalyptus, distant surf. The plan was senior moonrise. That was what San Paloma kids called it, though no one remembered who named it first. Every year after grad night ended and the adults went home, a loose caravan of graduates drove north on Highway 1 to a beach cove past the state park. Pallet fires, the black Pacific, the moon coming up over the water while people kissed people they had avoided for 4 years. It was not legal. Logan drove too fast because people expected him to. Mina checked the map because people expected her to. Jules sat on the back of the seat with one boot braced against the door, watching the cypress trees move past. Tessa filmed 10 seconds of the road unspooling behind them and deleted it. They were following 3 other cars when the fog came in. It moved fast, the way coastal fog does, not weather so much as a decision. One moment the road was clear, then the reflectors disappeared one by one, and the tail lights ahead went orange, then dim, then gone. Logan slowed. "Where did everybody go?" Tessa asked. Mina looked at her phone. "No service. Classic," Jules said. "Natural beauty means infrastructure failure." Logan laughed, relieved to have something normal to do with his face. He noticed after the laughter faded that the road looked different, narrower. The eucalyptus had given way to cypress, and cypress had no business being this close to the highway. Mina noticed too. She looked at her phone again, then out the window, then back at her phone. "This isn't 1, she said. "It's 1. Logan. The road curves left past the reserve. This is going straight." Logan looked at the road. It went straight. He did not remember turning. The Bronco's headlights caught a sign on the right shoulder. It stood crooked beside a dirt turnout. "Persona Shed. Seniors free with ID." Nobody spoke. The sign slid past. Logan hit the brakes. Tessa grabbed the roll bar. "What are you doing? You saw that." "No," Jules said immediately. Mina said, "Yes." They sat in the middle of the road with the engine running and the fog pressing against the windows like it was waiting for something. Logan put the Bronco in reverse. "Don't," Tessa said. He was already moving. Engine cutting out. Silence. Wind in cypress. The fog's particular silence. The turnout led to a narrow dirt road lined with cypress trees that were too close together and too old. At the end of it, through the fog, stood a long wooden shed. It looked tired, not antique, tired, the kind of weathered structure you saw behind farm stands or old beach motels, for broken umbrellas, mildewed chairs, things nobody wanted but nobody had thrown away. A single yellow bulb burned above the door. Beside it another sign, "Leave what you outgrew." Logan turned off the engine. The sound that followed was not quite silence. The fog was doing something to distance. The ocean, which should have been half a mile off, sounded like it was on the other side of the boards, or inside them. Mina looked back down the dirt road. The cypress had closed behind them. The reflectors on the highway were gone. She did not say this out loud. "Jules," she said instead. "I know," Jules said. They got out. The fog was cold on their faces, dirt under their shoes, cypress needles overhead. Their graduation clothes visible in pieces, Logan's tie loose around his neck, Mina's honour cords folded in her bag, Jules's gown tied around her waist, Tessa's white dress bright as something left on by accident. The shed door was open. Music came from inside. Not loud, not anything they recognized. A slow song from some other graduation, all reverb and longing, the kind of song that sounds like it has always been playing in some adjacent room. Interior shed, hanging fabric, old wood, a song from very far away. Inside, the shed was larger than it looked. The rafters were high and dark. Rows of clothing hung from iron hooks, Letterman jackets, San Paloma blue and gold, but older ones too, burgundy, forest green, colours from schools none of them recognized. Cheer uniforms in plastic sleeves, graduation gowns in shades of blue that had faded toward grey, debate blazers, hoodies with frayed cuffs. At least a dozen prom dresses in dry cleaning bags, the plastic clouded with age. The shelves held smaller things, trophies, yearbooks with cracked spines, phones with dark screens, hundreds of them stacked like tiles, faces down. A row of glasses, the lenses fogged with something that was not dust. Student council buttons pinned to a corkboard in no particular order. And among these objects, near the end of the first shelf, a framed senior portrait. The frame was cheap, the kind that came with the package. The student in the photo was a boy, maybe 17, wearing a San Paloma Letterman jacket, smiling with both rows of teeth. His name was written in the white margin at the bottom in the careful cursive of a school photographer. The face was perfectly, exactly the way a face looks when it has been smiling that way for 4 years. No one touched the portrait. They moved past it the way you move past something at the edge of your vision that you would prefer not to identify. At the back of the shed stood 4 mirrors. Each had a word written in the dust across the top. The jock, the nerd, the rebel, the sweetheart. Logan looked at the word above the first mirror for a long time. "Okay," he said. "That's specific." Tessa moved toward the door. It closed behind her. Not slammed. Closed with the quiet certainty of a period at the end of a sentence. Mina tried the handle. It did not move. Jules kicked the door once, hard. The wood absorbed it. No sound went out. The music grew clearer. A voice from somewhere among the hanging clothes said, "Seniors free with ID." The woman stood beside the mirrors. She wore a school office lanyard with no badge attached. Grey hair cut blunt at her chin. The face of someone who had supervised many lines. She held a clipboard and a rubber stamp, though there was no paper visible on the clipboard and nowhere apparent to stamp. "Welcome," she said. Logan stepped forward. "We're leaving." "Yes," the woman said. She stamped the clipboard once. "That's the point." Mina said, "Who are you?" "The attendant." "For what?" She gestured at the shed, the mirrors, the clothing, the shelves. The gesture was brief and administrative, as though the answer should have been obvious. "Names," she said, and looked at them each in turn. "Logan Voss, Mina Park, Julieta Rivera." She looked at Jules. "Jules." Jules went still. Tessa Bloom. She wrote something on the clipboard. The pen made no sound. "I'll need your IDs," she said. Mina looked at the others. Then, because she was Mina, she handed hers over. The attendant held it up, studied it briefly, and set it in a labelled tray on the shelf beside her. The tray was marked "Current Selves." It was not empty. Logan's jaw tightened. "What does that mean?" "Most students come through at the end of the year," the attendant said. Her voice was pleasant in the way that recorded voices are pleasant, calibrated to cause no friction. "You're not the first group tonight." "What happened to the others?" "They checked out." She stamped the clipboard again. "Most of them." Mina looked at the labelled tray, at the IDs already in it. "Most," she said. The attendant moved to the first shelf and adjusted a trophy that did not need adjusting. "Sign where it still feels true," she said. She held out the clipboard. 4 lines at the bottom of an invisible form. None of them signed. The shed waited. The mirrors brightened. In the first, Logan saw the football field, himself on it, helmet under one arm, the crowd standing. He looked golden there, simple, the kind of boy people understood without introduction. In the second, Mina saw herself at a desk, blue light on her face, surrounded by formulas that moved around her like obedient birds. In the third, Jules saw herself behind the gym, white hair bright against the block wall, face arranged into a boredom so complete it resembled authority. In the fourth, Tessa saw herself at graduation, with her parents, then her friends, then teachers, then people she barely knew. In every frame she gave exactly the face required. The mirrors held these images. Then they changed. Logan, smaller than expected on a college practice field, his name mispronounced by a coach who had never watched a Friday night in San Paloma. A bench. Then no bench. Mina in a lecture hall full of students who had all been the smartest in their school, her hand halfway up, then down. Jules at a party in Oakland where everyone dressed like rebellion had been sourced from the same 3 stores. Nobody impressed, nobody offended. Tessa in a dorm bathroom, a girl calling her sweetie, borrowing her charger, leaving without learning her last name. The accuracy was the thing, not cruelty, just accuracy, rendered in the flat light of whatever waited beyond San Paloma. Logan's hands found the hem of his letterman jacket and gripped it. Mina moved first. She walked to the shelf near the nerd mirror. Among the glasses arranged there, wire-framed, thick-lensed, the whole archive of people who had needed their face to make sense, she found an empty hook. She took off her glasses. Her face looked younger without them, angrier too around the eyes, like she had been expecting a question she did not want to answer. "These aren't prescription," she said. The attendant wrote something down. "I know," she said. "Who's we?" The attendant did not look up. Mina hung the glasses on the hook. The mirror cracked, not loudly. A thin line from the top corner through the centre of her reflected face. And then something shifted in her posture, the tight forward lean, the jaw set against uncertainty, as though a coat had slid from her shoulders. It moved into the mirror, the crack sealed behind it. Mina put her hand against the glass. She looked at her reflection. Her reflection looked back, without the glasses, without the guarded expression, without the need to have the answer before anyone had finished asking. Just a face, uncertain at the edges. She touched her own cheek. "I don't know," she said, and her voice caught on it because the words did not kill her. She started to cry. Jules watched this happen. "My mum cried when I did this," Jules said, touching the white-streaked hair at her temple. She had not meant to speak out loud. "When you did what?" Logan asked. Jules looked at her reflection in the rebel mirror. On the shelf beneath it sat a row of lighters, detention slips, a fake nose ring, a cracked phone case, and one bleached lock of hair tied with a piece of black thread. Jules had been in her grandmother's kitchen in Salinas when she was 10, sitting on the linoleum while the radio played. Her grandmother was making tortillas, the press coming down, the steam, the same ranchera her grandmother played every Saturday, the one Jules still knew all the words to. She had flour on her knees. She was happy in the way you are happy before you understand that happiness can be held against you. Then she turned 14, and wanting things started to cost her. So she learned to want loudly enough that it looked like a choice, and quietly enough that nobody could take it. She took the pocket knife from her boot. "Of course," Mina said, "brand consistency." Jules's voice was flat. She cut one white strand, then another. She laid them on the shelf. The mirror did not crack. It opened. A darkness behind the glass, and in it something wearing Jules's face. Black stars around one eye, the practised boredom arranged just so. It lifted one hand and knocked from the inside. Jules stepped back. "Not enough," the attendant said. "What do you want?" "The performance." "I don't perform." The thing in the mirror laughed, Jules's exact laugh, but hollow, played back from somewhere. Jules looked at Mina, at Logan, at Tessa. Her voice dropped. "I'm scared all the time." She said it to the floor. The thing in the mirror stopped smiling. Jules kept going, faster now, like the words would leave if she didn't catch them. "I act bored because wanting things makes you easy to hurt. I say I don't care because I care so much it makes me stupid. I wanted people to think I was dangerous because I thought that meant they wouldn't notice I was lonely." She paused. "She used to play that song, my grandmother, every Saturday morning. I still know all the words. I haven't told anyone that." The black stars beneath her eye began to run, ink sliding down her cheek. The thing in the mirror pressed both palms to the glass. Jules wiped her face with her sleeve. The stars came off. The mirror went dark. The shed exhaled. That offshore silence between wave sets. Tessa had not moved from the centre of the room. The attendant looked at her. Tessa shook her head before anything was asked. "No." Mina said gently, "Tessa, don't do that," Tessa said. Mina stopped. Jules stopped. Logan looked at Mina, and Mina looked back, and neither of them said anything, and Tessa felt the room soften around her the way it always did, cushioning her, accommodating her, everyone going a little quieter and a little softer, everyone making room for Tessa to be fine. "See," Tessa said, "you're doing it." She turned to the mirror. The sweetheart was there, perfect hair, soft eyes, a face assembled for rooms full of other people's needs. The reflection lifted one hand. Tessa felt her own hand rise. She put it down. The reflection smiled. And then Jules said, "You okay, sweetie?" Jules didn't notice she'd said it. That was the horror of it. Jules was not a person who said sweetie. Jules had never said sweetie in her life. Mina touched Tessa's arm. "Take your time," she said it softly, "the way you speak to someone who might break." Tessa felt her shoulders fall into the familiar shape, the agreeable lean. The small voice that was coming, she could feel it coming, the one that said, I'm fine, sorry for the trouble." She turned away from the mirror. "I want to be difficult," she said. The reflection's smile thinned. "I want to take up the whole seat. I hate being called sweet. I hate apologizing to furniture when I walk into it. I hate group photos. I hate when I delete a video because my laugh sounds wrong. I hate that I always know where everyone's lip balm is and nobody knows anything about me." Her voice was rising and she let it. "I want to leave people on red. I want to say no and not make it sound like a cupcake." The reflection opened its mouth. Tessa stepped close. No. A small word. Complete. The mirror shattered inward. The glass fell into darkness and made no sound landing. Tessa stood in front of the empty frame, breathing hard. She started laughing, then crying, the way those two things arrive together when something has been held for too long. Nobody said a word to her. Nobody said, "You okay?" or "Sweetie," or touched her arm. That was how she knew the mirror was really gone. Logan stood before the jock. He had been standing there through all of it. His father had a bad knee from 40 years of coaching youth leagues on wet grass. He never mentioned it. At every game, Logan's entire high school career, his father stood in the metal bleachers for 3 hours rather than sit, because sitting was how you watched other people's children play. After the Santa Reina game sophomore year, the one with the diving catch, the one that made the paper, Logan had found his father in the parking lot. His father was pretending to check his phone. His eyes were red. He said, "Transmission fluid," and pointed at nothing, and Logan had pretended to believe him. After that, Logan understood something about his jacket. It was not only his. The mirror showed him his moments in sequence: the touchdown against Arroyo, the catch, the photo, his father in the bleachers with one hand covering the lower half of his face. Then the mirror showed his father next year watching Logan's number retired at a pep rally for the incoming season. Then watching from a different set of bleachers at a junior college where Logan sat on a bench in uniform, not playing, the coach's attention elsewhere. His father's face in the image was still proud. That was almost the worst part. Logan's throat moved. "I don't have anything else." The words left a silence nobody filled. The mirror brightened. A second Logan stepped out. He wore the jacket, hair damp from a post-game shower, the smile wide and easy and beloved. He was every good thing people meant when they said Logan's name at a school board meeting or a Rotary lunch or around the counter of Donohue's Hardware. He looked at the others. "Come on," he said, not smirking, gentle. "You know you'd rather take me." He sounded like Logan's father. He had Logan's father's cadence, his father's patience, the particular warmth his father used when he was most serious. The real Logan went very still. The double looked at him. "I know what you're afraid of," the double said, and his voice was still his father's voice, still warm. "Without this, nobody knows what to do with you, including you." Logan looked at his jacket. He had earned it. He had genuinely earned it, not only with talent, but with mornings when he did not want to run, afternoons he spent on film when everyone else was at the beach, years of doing the thing correctly because it made the people he loved feel like something had gone right. That was true. That was also the cage. "I was 8, Logan said. The double turned. "Coach Denny said I had natural hands. Everybody was so happy. My dad called the whole family. After that, every time I did something good, people looked relieved." He paused, like they'd been waiting to exhale. The double's warmth did not leave its face. That made it harder. Logan unzipped the jacket. "I liked playing," he said. "I really did." He slipped one arm free. "But sometimes I wanted to stop. Just stop. Go home. Be somebody whose name wasn't a verdict." The shed made a sound low in its boards. The trophies on the shelves vibrated once and went still. Logan pulled the jacket off. He pressed it to his face before he could stop himself. It smelled like every Friday night it had ever been. Then he hung it on the hook. The double reached for it. Tessa stepped between them. She didn't grab anything or throw anything. She stood there with her arms at her sides and looked at the double with a face that had been cleared of politeness. The double looked back, and without the admiration it needed, it thinned. The mirror cleared. For the first time, Logan saw himself without stadium lights behind him, without a crowd composing his face in its memory, without the jacket. A tall, frightened boy in a wrinkled dress shirt, breathing hard. He looked ordinary. He did not disappear. The shed door opened. Outside was morning. Not the foggy night they had entered, morning. Pale California light over cypress trees. The ocean somewhere beyond the fields, shining and unseen. Birds loud on the power lines above the turnout. The fog was still there, low around the foundation of the shed, in the cypress, lying along the ground in the places shade had kept it. The highway beyond was clear and bright. The shed sat in its own weather, separate from the morning, the way the shed had been separate from everything. The attendant stood at the threshold with her clipboard. "How long were we in here?" Mina asked. The attendant wrote something down. "That's not an answer," Mina said. "No," the attendant agreed. She handed back their IDs from the tray. All 4. Tessa looked at hers, then at the tray which still held other IDs. "Who are those?" The attendant's expression did not change. "Students who haven't come back for theirs yet." Tessa picked one up. A boy she didn't recognize. San Paloma ID, 2 years older than them. His senior photo was on the front, smiling exactly the way people smiled in senior photos. She put it back. They walked out, one by one. At the threshold, Jules stopped and looked back. The mirrors were dark. The hanging clothes were still. The framed senior portrait on the first shelf was still there, the face still smiling, the name still written in careful cursive at the bottom. The music had stopped. Behind them, the door closed. When they turned, the shed was gone. In its place stood a roadside produce stand, shuttered for the season. A sun-faded sign advertised strawberries, avocados, and local honey. A handwritten note taped to the plywood read, "Back in June." The Bronco sat in the turnout with dew on the windshield. Their phones had signal. The group chat was chaos. "Where are you?" "Moonrise was insane. You missed it." "Logan?" "Tessa, are you alive?" "Jules, answer me, you dramatic raccoon." "Mina, your mum called my mum." "Guys, seriously." Mina's mother had called 3 times. Tessa's father twice. Someone had started a separate thread just for updates. They had been gone 11 hours. Logan sat on the Bronco's hood and read through the messages. Jules leaned against the passenger door, not reading hers. Mina was already typing, precise and apologetic. Tessa held her phone for a moment. She started typing, "Sorry." She stopped. She deleted it. She wrote, "We're okay. Needed air." She looked at Jules. Too rude? Jules thought about it. Needs less punctuation. They drove back toward San Paloma as the sun came up over the hills. Nobody turned on music. The fog pulled back from the road as they moved south, retreating into the fields and the low places, and the town appeared slowly around them. Gas stations, surf shops, stucco houses, the high school marquee still reading, "Congrats, class of 2026. The football field empty and flat in the morning light. At a red light, Logan reached into the outside pocket of his backpack. The Letterman patch was there. He had not put it there. He looked at it for a moment. Then he rolled down his window and dropped it. The wind caught it, lifted it once, then set it down in the road. A minivan drove over it. Logan watched it happen and did not say anything. None of them did. The light changed. He drove. The summer went badly at first. Mina called Avery from a UCLA orientation bathroom after discovering that nobody in her dorm cared that she had been robotics captain. She cried for 20 minutes. Then she joined a beach volleyball game she was terrible at. She lost 3 sets. The losing did not change anything important. Jules dyed her hair brown in July. She hated it, cried about it, kept it. She started writing songs that were so plain and sincere that she refused to play them for anyone. She knew all her grandmother's words. Tessa told a boy from Santa Reina she didn't want to hang out with him. She sat in her car afterward, shaking. The shaking was not distress. She drove home with the windows down. Logan got a job at a kayak rental booth. He became known briefly as the guy who gave wrong directions to tourists. He did not mind. They did not become new people all at once. Sometimes Mina reached for glasses that weren't there. Sometimes Jules performed boredom and then stopped and watched herself do it, which was its own strange thing. Sometimes Tessa apologized to a door. Sometimes Logan stood in front of his closet and felt the particular silence where the jacket used to hang. None of it resolved cleanly. That was the thing about a shed. It took the object. It did not take the habit of reaching for it. San Paloma graduates still whispered about the Persona shed. That turnout north of town, past the last guardrail, where the cypress trees came too close to the road. The fog that arrived on certain June nights and made the drive wrong. The sign on the right shoulder, "Leave what you outgrew." Most students laughed and kept driving. Some stopped. Some came back quieter. Some came back exactly as everyone remembered them. The perfect jock, the brilliant nerd, the fearless rebel, the sweet girl. Everything their town had needed them to be, sealed in place, returned without the uncertainty that meant something underneath was still growing. They went to reunions and said the right things. They were beloved. They filled the same shape they had always filled, smooth where the edges should have been rough with use. And some of them, not many, but some, came back from that turnout on a foggy June night and sat with their friends in a diner until the sun came up. They did not explain where they had been. They ordered bad coffee and looked at their phones and did not say much, which was different from the silence they had driven north in, which had been the silence of people performing ease. This was just quiet. Nobody could say from the outside which kind had come back. That was the thing that stayed with you. Looking at someone across a table the morning after graduation, watching them drink their coffee and look out the window at the highway, you could not always tell whether the shape you were looking at was a person still becoming something, or only the shape that something left behind.
She peeled off the last version of herself like sunburned skin. Doesn't that feel clean? Doesn't that feel free? But freedom, out here, has a pecking order, and the lake remembers who floated and who sank. It's always been kind enough to sort that out for us.
In Oakville, everyone knew how to be pleasant. That was the town's first language. Pleasant at the cafe on Lakeshore, pleasant in the parking lot at Whole Foods, pleasant at hockey tournaments before someone's father lost his mind over an offside call, pleasant in the school office where mothers in tennis skirts asked for exceptions in voices so smooth the word no seemed rude by comparison. At Brookmere Collegiate, pleasantness had been raised to an art form. The graduating class was full of students who called one another bestie in comments, reposted university acceptances with heart emojis, and wrote yearbook messages that sounded like wedding vows exchanged between people who had never once sat together without needing something. Nia Kapoor understood this. She understood it because she had spent 4 years studying the social weather of Brookmere the way other people studied chemistry. She knew which friendships were real, which were useful, and which had once been real but had rotted quietly into usefulness. She knew who got invited because they were loved, who got invited because they had a car, who got invited because their parents owned a cottage, who got invited because leaving them out would look bad in photos. She knew these things and participated anyway. That was the part she disliked about herself. There had been a girl in their year, Priya, quiet, funny in the way that required an audience that paid attention. Nia had liked her. When Marcus started calling her wallpaper in the group chat, Nia had not responded. Not agreeing, not disagreeing. She had read the message, put her phone face down on her desk, and let the silence stand. That was all it took. Priya stopped coming to things. Nia had thought about her on the night of graduation. She had not reached out. On the night after graduation, Nia stood in the backyard of Charlotte Bell's house, holding a plastic cup of Diet Coke and watching everyone pretend the world was not dividing. The Bells lived south of Lakeshore Road, close enough to Lake Ontario that the air carried a cool mineral smell after sunset. Their house had white stone pillars, blue hydrangeas, patio heaters, and a view of water through black trees. It was not the largest house in Oakville, but it was the kind of house that made teenagers lower their voices without knowing why. Charlotte had called the party Last Night Together, which was exactly the kind of thing Charlotte did. She had printed little cards with everyone's names. She had hired a photographer for the first hour, then told people the photos were for memories, although everyone knew they were for posting. She had arranged blankets in a basket. She had a playlist called Golden Hour, Endings, Soft Chaos. She had decided which 12 people attended and which 12 had not been mentioned. Charlotte was beautiful in a way that made beauty seem like homework she had completed early. She was going to Queen's in the fall for commerce. Her boyfriend, Ethan Vale, was going to Weston, where he intended to play club hockey and become the sort of man who owned many quarter zips. Marcus Joe was going to McGill. Poppy Grant was going to Dalhousie. Dev Aurora was going to Waterloo and had already begun speaking of everyone else as though they were staying behind in a burning village. Nia was going to U of T. She had told people she was excited. She had not told them she was afraid she would become anonymous so quickly that Brookmere would feel like a dream she had taken too seriously. Among the 12 was Liam Bell, Charlotte's younger cousin, technically in their grade because he had skipped one. He spent most of the party near the hydrangeas, holding a cup he never drank from, watching things. He had offered Charlotte a small wave from across the patio earlier, and she had given him the particular smile she gave people she was managing rather than greeting. He caught Nia looking. She looked away. Near the pool, Charlotte raised her glass. "Everyone," she called. People quieted, because Charlotte had always been able to make people quiet. "I know this is cheesy," she said, already smiling in case anyone agreed, "but I just want to say I love you all so much. We've been through literally everything together." Nia looked around the patio. They had been through exams, semi-formals, field hockey playoffs, breakups, lockdown drills, university applications, and one winter when 3 different girls got the same Aritzia coat, and the fallout lasted until March. Literally everything was generous. Charlotte's voice softened. "No matter where we go, this group is forever." A murmur moved through them, approval, nostalgia, a little embarrassment. The sound of young people agreeing to something they did not intend to verify. Ethan kissed Charlotte's temple. Poppy wiped beneath one eye without disturbing her mascara. Marcus said, "To forever." They all drank. The lake wind moved through the trees. For a moment, Nia wanted to believe it. Not because it was true, because belief itself would have been restful. Then Dev leaned toward her and whispered, "Forever is a 3-week group chat decay rate." Nia laughed before she could stop herself. Charlotte looked at them. Not angry. Worse. Noticing. At 11, the photographer left. At midnight, the parents went inside. At 12:17, Marcus brought out the envelope. It was thick, cream-coloured, sealed with black wax. "What is that?" Poppy asked. Marcus held it up. "A Brookmere tradition." Charlotte smiled. "No way! You found it!" "My brother told me where his class hid it." Ethan groaned. The exposure game. Several people cheered. Nia had heard of it, though only vaguely. Every school had post-grad rituals, jumping into the lake, stealing a sign, sneaking onto the football field, writing names under a bridge. Brookmere had something called exposure, which was always mentioned with laughter and then never explained. Charlotte took the envelope from Marcus. "You don't have to play," she said, which meant everyone had to play. She broke the seal. Inside were small cards, each printed in black ink. Charlotte read aloud. "At the end of school, alliances must be declared. At the end of night, alliances will be tested. Walk to the old pump house at 16 Mile Creek. Bring no parents. Bring no phones. Bring only the people you trust." Dev frowned. "No phones is psychotic. It's like 20 minutes, Marcus said. "It's a ravine at night. It's Oakville." As if Oakville could not contain anything worse than property taxes. Abby turned the card over. "It says the tradition only works if everyone is present." She looked up. "Charlotte, it has your name on it, at the bottom." Charlotte took the card. She looked at it for a moment. "I've heard about this since I was 12, she said. "My brother's year they did it and came home fine. It's just a walk." She set the card on the table beside the hydrangeas. "And it ends at the pump house. There's a road right there." Nobody moved. "I'll leave a note for my mum," she said, "in case." The bowl was silver. Charlotte had put it on the counter herself, beside the kettle, and everyone had watched her set her own phone inside first, before anyone else was asked. It had felt less like a rule and more like a custom, the kind of thing you joined because the alternative was explaining why you would not. There were 12 of them at the start. Nia, Charlotte, Ethan, Marcus, Poppy, Dev, Abby, Liam, Sienna, Will, Talia, and Connor. 12 graduates walking north from the lakefront through silent streets, past trimmed hedges and dark windows and cars sleeping in driveways. Their gowns were gone, but pieces of graduation remained, heels in hands, loosened ties, glitter on collarbones, honor cords looped around wrists. The town changed as they approached the creek. Not ugly. Oakville resisted ugliness with civic discipline. But the air shifted near the ravine. The houses pulled back. Trees gathered. Streetlights became less frequent. The wind carried damp earth instead of lake water. They reached the trailhead behind an old municipal building where weeds grew through the parking lot cracks. A wooden sign read, 16 Mile Creek Trail. Closed dusk to dawn. Beneath it, taped fresh and white, was another card. Alliances begin here. A metal box sat below the sign. Inside were 12 cloth bands, each a different colour, and another note. Tie yourself to one person. A band may only be untied if both of you touch the knot together. If one person breaks away alone, the other becomes exposed. Exposed persons may ask a new alliance once before the next bell. Those without alliance when the bell rings will be collected. Dev read the last line again. Collected. From somewhere down in the ravine, a bell rang once. Not loud, not close. A single low note that moved up through the trees and was gone. Nobody laughed after that. The creek moved unseen below them, black water over stone. Charlotte recovered first. "Okay, partners." The first decisions happened quickly. Charlotte and Ethan tied blue bands around their wrists. Of course. Marcus chose Dev because Marcus and Dev had spent 4 years competing so intensely it had become a form of dependence. Poppy grabbed Sienna, though Nia had heard Poppy mock Sienna's laugh 2 nights earlier at a different party, the kind of party where Nia had also laughed and said nothing. Abby and Talia paired because both had been standing too near each other when panic set in. Will and Connor tied on red bands without speaking. They were hockey friends. Hockey friends understood alliance as a form of equipment. That left Nia and Liam. Liam had been watching the pairings happen with an expression Nia recognized. Not hurt exactly, more like someone tallying a bill they already knew was wrong. "Guess it's us," he said. "Lucky you," Nia replied. They tied their green band between their wrists. The cloth was already damp. Nia could not tell if it had been damp in the box or if the air had done it. "I don't like that," Liam said. He said it quietly, not to anyone in particular. They started down the trail. At first, the walk felt like something they could finish. They whispered, they complained, they stumbled over roots. Ethan made horror movie jokes. Poppy shrieked at a raccoon and then insisted she had known it was a raccoon. 16 Mile Creek was audible below them, moving fast over stone in the dark, like something keeping pace. The trail dipped lower. Trees closed overhead. The ravine held the day's heat strangely, as if the air had been pressed there for hours. Far above, headlights moved across a bridge, visible for only a moment between the leaves. Liam slipped on a root. Nia caught his arm before she thought about catching it. He steadied, did not say anything, looked faintly embarrassed in the way that had nothing to do with the game. "Thanks," he said. "Don't mention it." He looked up at the bridge. "You know what's insane? There are people up there right now going home, probably annoyed about traffic, and he gestured at the dark, "here. We can go back." He thought about it honestly. "No, we can't. Charlotte would never." He paused. "I've been at every family thing for 18 years, and she has never once looked at me the way she looks at Marcus." Nia did not answer. "I know why I'm here," he said. "My aunt called." "Liam, it's fine. I know what I am to this group." He said it without bitterness, just measurement. "I'm local colour." The creek got louder below. Then they found the first station. It was a folding table set across the path. On it were 12 envelopes, each with a name. Nia found hers and opened it. Inside was a single printed card. "You joined Charlotte's service club because you needed volunteer hours. You kept going because she introduced you to people with better parties." Nia stood with it for a moment. The heat in her face was fast and private. Around her, others read theirs. Poppy's mouth went still. Ethan said, "This is messed up." Charlotte's face had gone flat in the way that meant she was working to keep it flat. "What does yours say?" Marcus asked her. She folded the card before he finished asking. Nia caught the first line anyway. "You collect people who photograph well." Charlotte put the card in her jacket pocket. "Let's keep moving." "That's it?" Ethan said. "Yes." The bell rang again from somewhere deeper in the ravine. On the table, beneath the empty envelopes, there was one more card. Alliances may be reconsidered at any time. The trail rustled behind them. Nia turned. A figure stood between the trees. At first she thought it was a person wearing a graduation gown. Then the figure stepped into faint moonlight, and she saw that the gown was not fabric. It was paper. Programs, acceptance letters, yearbook pages, printed photos, all layered and folding around a body that was much too thin. Its face was covered by a white card. On the card, in black ink, was a single word: exposed. Poppy made a sound very small and high. The cloth bands tightened. All 6 pairs jerked closer together. Charlotte whispered, "Move." They moved. The trail curved between dark trunks and then split. A sign stood at the fork. Short path, expose an alliance. Long path, remain loyal. The short path climbed steeply through brush toward the top of the ravine, where the glow of streetlights was visible between branches. 20 steps, maybe 30. The long path dropped further down toward the sound of the creek. Nobody moved. The paper thing had stopped following. It waited in the trees behind them, not advancing, present. Connor said, "We stay together. Long path, obviously." "Obviously," Ethan agreed. Will had not spoken. He was looking at the short path, at the streetlights. "Will," Connor said. Will looked at him. Something crossed his face that was not quite decision, more like something already decided, surfacing. He grabbed the red band at his wrist and pulled. The knot held because Connor's hand was still in it. Then Will shoved Connor. Not hard, not enough to knock him over, just hard enough to break the grip, and the band snapped loose and fell into the dirt between them. Connor looked down at it. "Bro." Will was already moving toward the short path. "I'm sorry. It said one alliance, just one. I thought, it has to be real. Like maybe if someone actually—" "Will, I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry." He kept moving. The paper thing in the trees did not advance. Connor picked up the red band from the dirt. He held the loose cloth in his hand and turned to face the others. A card appeared on his chest. No pin, no hand. It was simply there, pressed flat against his shirt, as if it had always been there, and only now become visible. Available. The bell rang once. Connor looked at each of them in turn. He went down the line, the way you look for a door. Ethan, Charlotte, Marcus, Poppy, Nia. "Someone tie with me." Silence. Nia felt Liam's wrist go rigid against hers. She thought about moving. The thought lasted less than a second before something colder replaced it. The fast, familiar calculation she had practiced for years without calling it practice. Connor had no social weight to offer. Tying with him would cost her the others. The thought arrived and completed itself before she chose it. That was the part she would remember. "Guys," Connor said. At the top of the short path, Will reached the streetlight, yellow and ordinary. It touched his face and made him look 16. He did not come back down. Connor ran toward Poppy and Sienna. Poppy stepped behind Sienna. Sienna stepped behind Poppy. The paper thing came forward from the trees. Connor turned once more, a full turn, looking at all of them, his face doing something none of them would describe accurately in the statements they gave later. The thing embraced him. Paper folded inward with a soft, administrative sound. Report cards and party photos and team rosters and printed texts, all layering over Connor and around him until the shape of him narrowed and flattened and became one more page in the creature's gown. It was not violent. That was the part Nia could not explain afterward. Will's voice came from above, a single sound, formless, cut short. No one went to him. The long path waited. They went deeper. The creek was close now. Nia could hear it running below the trail's edge, cold and indifferent, moving through the dark at its own pace. Roots crossed the path like things that had been put there to slow them. Marcus said, "We move together from here. No one breaks." "Like Will moved together," Dev said. "That won't happen again." "How do you know?" Marcus did not answer. He walked faster. The trail widened at a flat stone shelf above a shallow run of the creek. Another table waited there. No envelopes this time, just a stack of cards face down, and a note. What one person said about another, one card read aloud. Charlotte reached for the top card. Her voice was steady when she started reading. It stopped being steady by the second sentence. Poppy Grant told 3 people at Abby's birthday that Sienna Walsh was useful in small doses. She said it twice. The second time she laughed. The shelf went quiet. Sienna looked at Poppy. Poppy's mouth opened. Her face arranged itself into the expression she used for apology, eyes wide, chin down, the beautiful upper lip tremor that usually worked. It worked on everyone except Sienna, who had seen it before. "You said that," Sienna said. You said it twice. "I was drunk. I didn't mean—" "You laughed." Poppy's chin trembled. "Sienna, please. You laughed." Sienna's hand went to the pink band between their wrists. Poppy grabbed her hand. "Don't. Please don't. If you do that, I become—" "I know what you become," Sienna said. Their eyes held. Sienna let go of the band. She did not untie it, but she let go of Poppy's hand, and the slack in the cloth between them was its own kind of statement. The paper thing stood at the edge of the shelf, watching. Charlotte set the card down on the table. "One card," Marcus said. "We read one, we go." "There are more on the stack," Ethan said. "We don't read more." Dev looked at Marcus. "You sure about that? Or do you just want to be the one who decides which truths we hear tonight?" Marcus's jaw moved. He looked at the stack. For a moment, Nia thought he was going to flip the next card himself. The gesture was already in his posture. Then Connor's hockey photo shifted in the creature's gown, just once, as if something inside the paper turned over. Marcus looked at it. He turned back to the path. "Move," he said. His voice was the same as always. His hands were not. The footbridge was narrow, 1 plank wide above a fast section of creek, and Sienna crossed it second, just behind Poppy, holding the pink band loose between her fingers. Poppy reached the other side and did not stop. She walked 3 steps past the end of the bridge before she untied her wrist. The band went slack. Sienna was still on the bridge when she felt it. She looked down at the cloth hanging from her own wrist, pink and damp, going loose the way a hand goes slack. "Poppy, I can't," Poppy said. She was already reaching for Abby, already threading the loose end of her band around Abby's wrist before Abby understood what was being done to her. "Poppy, look at me." Poppy did not look. Sienna stood at the centre of the bridge. The card appeared on her dress. Available. "Come back," Sienna said. "Touch the knot. That's the rule. We both have to touch it." Poppy wiped her face. She tried to cry. The tears did not come. She stood there with her hand at her own cheek and her face doing something it had not done before, which was nothing at all, just her face, no performance behind it. "I can't," she said again. "Can't or won't?" Silence. The paper thing rose from beneath the bridge. Sienna said Poppy's name, once, very quietly, like returning something borrowed. Poppy's hand dropped from her face. The paper thing moved. Poppy did not watch. She did vomit, a moment later, into the creek below. Abby held her hair. The pink band between them was already dry. They were 9 on the trail now, possibly 8. Nia had stopped counting after Sienna because counting required looking at each face, and each face was getting harder to look at. Charlotte and Marcus moved together near the front, not talking, just moving, the way people move when they have committed to something, and the best thing now is velocity. Ethan followed them. He looked at the back of Charlotte's head, the way you look at something you had once and can still describe precisely and will never have again. Then he stopped looking and stared at the trail. Dev walked beside Ethan, which was not a choice either of them had made, but was the result of both being left in roughly the same place. "How are you doing?" Dev said, not as a question. "Fine," Ethan said, in the same tone. They were not fine, but they were moving, which was what was required. Liam walked beside Nia. Their green band held. "We're not better," he said. Nia said nothing. "Just so you know, I know we feel like we're better, but we're not." "I know." Connor asked, "You didn't move?" "Neither did you." "No," he said. "Neither did I." The trail opened beneath a railway bridge. Stone columns thick as trees, dark with old damp, arching over the creek. Through the bridge's gap a GO train passed. Clean windows, warm light inside. A man in a suit reading something on his phone. The train moved through the dark above them and was gone. The clearing below the bridge held the final station. A table. A bell, brass and small, sitting on the table's edge. Cards. And a mirror, tall and narrow, its surface fogged with condensation. Written across the top in black letters, "Final Alliance Review." The paper thing stood behind the mirror. Its gown was heavier now. Connor was in there somewhere. So was Sienna. Not faces, fragments. A hockey photo, a corsage ribbon, a printed caption, the edges of them shifting with the paper. Charlotte picked up the top card. Her voice was shaking, and she did not hide it. To proceed, one alliance must become permanent. One alliance must be exposed. All others may leave. A pause. She kept reading. Permanent means together. The mirror will show you what that means. The mirror cleared. It did not show their reflections. It showed 2 people. Nia recognized the shape of them without seeing their faces, the way you recognize a room from the smell before the light comes on. They walked out of the ravine together. Same apartment, same kitchen table, same Christmas card, 2 people in front of a tree, smiling the same smile every year. Children growing taller in the frame, hair changing, the smile not changing. A hand beside another hand in every photo, not quite touching. Then the same 2 people. A dinner. A silence across the table that was not comfortable. A card on the table between them. Not a screams card, just an ordinary card. A birthday card. And one person not opening it. The other person watching the unopened card and not speaking. Same pose, same frame, same Christmas card. The mirror fogged again. Poppy whispered, "No." Ethan looked at Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the table. Marcus was already looking at the group. Nia watched it happen. The inventory, the quick pass across each face, each alliance, each band. Who mattered most, who mattered least, who had weight, and who had been included because someone's mother had asked. Marcus's eyes settled on Liam, then Charlotte's, then Abby's. Liam watched them do it. He had a small, precise smile that meant he had been here before, in smaller rooms, with lower stakes. He looked like someone who had spent years watching people calculate and had simply gotten faster at reading the math. "There it is," he said. Nia moved in front of him. "No." Marcus lifted both hands. "Think about it rationally." "I am." "No, you're responding emotionally. If we look at who has the broadest support structure within the group—" "Finish that sentence," Nia said, "and I will feed you to the stationary monster myself." Dev made a short, involuntary sound. It might have been a laugh. Charlotte stepped forward. Her eyes were bright, and her voice was careful, in the way voices get when the thing being said is not the thing being meant. "Nia, I love him. He is my family. I do not want this." "Then don't do it." "You don't understand what—" "I do. My parents will never forgive me if something happens to him." Charlotte's voice broke slightly on the last word. "He's my responsibility, which means I have to protect the group so that I can protect him. Do you understand? If something happens to everyone else because I—" "Stop," Liam said. Charlotte stopped. Liam was looking at her. Not hurt, not angry. He had the expression of someone receiving a bill they had been waiting for long enough that the arrival was almost a relief. "I understand," he said. "It's fine." "Liam, Charlotte, it's fine." He reached for the green band at his wrist. A new card appeared on the table. Not placed, present. Nia Kapoor kept Liam Bell close because he made her feel morally superior to people she still wanted to impress. The clearing was quiet. Liam read the card. He did not look at her right away. He read it twice, the way you read something you want to be sure you've understood correctly. Then he looked up. "Is that true?" he said. Nia looked at the card, at the table, at the others, their faces carefully arranged. "I don't know," she said. "Parts of it." He nodded, not forgiving her, not condemning her, just receiving it. "Okay," he said. He pulled the green band loose from his own wrist. "What are you doing?" Nia said. "Leaving." He held the loose end toward her. "The alliance, I'm leaving it. That makes you available." "I know. Liam, I'm not becoming everyone's cheapest option." He said it simply, without theatre. "Not tonight." The card appeared on his chest. Available. The paper thing shifted behind the mirror. The green band released for the square. "What available?" she said, but as small again, the positively looked her. "What available because this? What available? but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, just the tail end. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was careful. The paper thinks not just to the green, but a created ner just to the green band, I know she was going. She said, what available, she said, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. But a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind the game. The paper thinks not just to the green band, I know she was going, but a created merged behind.
Marcus said quietly, "That doesn't help." Nia looked at him. "No," she said, "it doesn't help you." The paper thing stopped moving. It stood behind the mirror and was still. Nia picked up Liam's card from his chest. She tore it in half. The sound was wrong. Not the clean sound of tearing paper, something older.
The sound of a printed text ripped from a screenshot, a note pulled from under a desk, a roster with a name crossed off. A small and specific pain repeated. She tore her own. The creature's gown began to come apart. Pages lifted from its shape and moved through the clearing. Connor's hockey photo pressed flat against Ethan's chest. Sienna's corsage ribbon caught around Poppy's ankle. Old messages stuck to Charlotte's sleeve, too brief to read. Report cards, party pictures, lists, private jokes, captions, all of it spinning up through the clearing and dissolving before it reached the bridge above. Then it was over. The trail out appeared behind the mirror. The mirror was just a mirror. Morning had started above the ravine, grey and damp, the sky lightening in the way that arrives before colour. Connor was not there. Sienna was not there. Dev said, "We should go." No one argued. They climbed out of 16-Mile Creek in silence. Oakville waited above them. Sprinklers moved across a lawn. A cyclist passed in expensive gear. Somewhere on Lakeshore Road, a bakery was opening. Lake Ontario lay flat and silver beyond the houses, as if the night had been a weather event, closed and finished. At Charlotte's house, the phones were in the silver bowl. Nia counted them as she reached in for her own. 43 messages. Connor's phone was in the bowl. Sienna's phone was in the bowl. In Connor's lock-screen photo, he stood between Will and Ethan, grinning in his gown. In Sienna's, she and Poppy leaned cheek to cheek, eyes bright, caption ready. Nia set them both face down. Will was sitting on the front steps when they came out. He had been there for a while. His dress shirt was damp through. He looked at them coming down the driveway, and his face moved through several things before settling on relief, which was the worst of the options. No one embraced him. No one said anything for a long moment. "Is Connor—" he started. "No," Charlotte said. Will put his face in his hands. By noon, adults were calling police. By evening, the story had begun arranging itself. Connor and Sienna had left the party together. Maybe they went toward the lake. Maybe they called someone. Maybe they got into a car. Teenagers were impulsive. Graduation did strange things to them. The remaining students gave careful statements. Not coordinated, careful. Charlotte cried through hers and was treated gently. Marcus used phrases like "last known whereabouts" and was thanked for his precision. Poppy said she wished she had done more and was told she couldn't have known. Ethan said very little. Dev told the truth until the officer's face made clear the truth was not going to be useful. Will gave his statement first. Nia did not know what he said and did not ask. Nia said they had gone walking. She said they had gotten separated. She said she was sorry. All of that was true. 2 weeks later, a green cloth band arrived in the mail. No return address, no card. She called Liam. He answered on the first ring. "I got one too," he said. "Are you okay?" "No." "Me neither." A pause. "Nia," he said. "I know." He didn't say what he had been about to say. She didn't say what she had been about to say back. The line held, quiet and damp. She kept the band. She did not know why. In August, everyone left. Queens, Western, McGill, Waterloo, Dalhousie, U of T. Connor and Sienna became names people used carefully. At Thanksgiving, a memorial bench appeared at the trailhead near the creek with a plaque. For Connor and Sienna, beloved friends, forever with us. Nia visited it once, in October, on a grey afternoon when the ravine smelled of wet leaves and something older underneath the leaves. Someone had tied 2 cloth bands around one leg of the bench, red and pink. She crouched and touched the red one. It was damp. It had not rained in 4 days. From down in the ravine, paper rustled. Her phone chimed. She looked at it. No notification. Screen dark. The sound had come and gone before she could locate it. A silver bowl sound, a kitchen sound, the sound a phone makes when it wants to tell you something. She did not go closer to the ravine. She walked back to Lakeshore Road, where a man in a good jacket was putting a coffee cup in his car. A woman with a stroller was speaking into her phone. A dog sat in a patch of sun outside the bakery, watching the street with serious eyes. The lake was flat and silver at the end of the road. Oakville was being its first language. Nia put her hands in her pockets and walked north, away from the water, toward the bus stop, toward the highway, toward the city, where she would become a person no one here could quite picture. The bench was behind her. The bands were damp. The paper rustled.
The lake asked its questions and gave its quiet answers. Some were saved. Some were sorted. That is the nature of the last summer. It arranges you. But arrangement is not always water and open sky. Sometimes it is a table set just so, a meal that remembers how to keep you.
Night water, a dock settling, wind through old trees. The Mercer house sat on the oldest part of Harrow Lake, where the road narrowed and the trees grew close enough to touch the car on both sides. It was the house everyone knew without being told to know it. 3 stories of pale stone and black shutters, a circular drive, a glass conservatory gone dark for the evening, a lawn that sloped to a private dock, and beyond the dock, the lake, flat and still under a sky that had given up on stars. The dining room was set for 7. 7 place cards, each in Sloane's handwriting. 7 bowls of soup cooling in the silence. 7 candles burning along the centre of the table without a draught to trouble them. Sloane had moved Graham's card twice. She moved it a third time 1 inch toward Lottie's, then moved it back. Then held her hand above the table without touching anything, deciding. She was still deciding when headlights crossed the front windows. She straightened the spoons instead. At Harrow Lake Preparatory, Sloane Mercer was class president, lacrosse captain, and the unofficial keeper of every invitation that mattered. She knew which girls needed to be seated across from each other rather than beside. She knew which boys could be trusted with a speaker. She knew which teachers responded to a specific kind of attention, and which parents had lake houses, and which new students had potential, and which had none but could be arranged to look like they did. She did not move through the school so much as manage it. She had, by senior year, produced a friend group that looked, in photographs, from a distance, at the right hour, like something enviable from the outside and inevitable from within. There was Graham Aldrich, built for a sport he had already stopped caring about, wearing his varsity ring on his right hand because his father had worn his on his right hand, and his grandfather before that, and he had never examined whether he wanted to or not. There was Eliza Crane. Her face was the kind that made other girls touch their own faces. She had won the regional diving championship junior year and had not spoken about it since, the way certain people treat their best accomplishments, as though naming them might diminish them or reveal that they needed them. There was Max Paulson, who had learned early that being funny in the right room was a form of survival. He carried a laminated fake ID that had failed at every liquor store, every bar, every corner pharmacy in the county, and had become funny only by accumulating failure. That was the thing Max understood about jokes. Most of them only worked because he had already absorbed the embarrassment. There was Priya Jain, who had a Stanford acceptance letter folded in her desk drawer at home, and who had told the group, and regretted telling the group, because now the letter existed inside the social structure rather than outside it. There was Lottie Vance, who had been Sloane's closest friend since they were 5, who had stood beside Sloane at every winter formal, every morning announcement, every moment that required a photograph, who had, 3 weeks earlier, requested application materials from McGill University in Montreal, and had not told anyone, and changed the subject once when it nearly came up, when Sloane had been rearranging the place cards and had not been listening anyway. And there was Rowan Vale, who had transferred junior year from public school when her mother took a job in the district office, and who had arrived at the edge of the group the way certain people arrive at a party just late enough to understand it from the outside before being absorbed into it. She was not the prettiest or the funniest or the most useful member of the group. What she had was a specific talent she could not always name. She noticed when a room was lying. That was why Sloane had liked her initially. That was why Sloane had become careful with her later. On the Monday before graduation, Sloane had slid the invitations across the senior table at lunch. They were letterpress, thick cream card, heavy in the hand in the way of things that have decided they matter. Max picked his up. "This looks like a funeral announcement." "It's letterpress," Sloane said. "Those aren't mutually exclusive." Eliza read aloud. "Dress, as you are now." Graham looked up from his phone. "So emotionally unprepared?" Sloane smiled with the parts of her face she'd chosen. "Wear what people will remember you wearing." Rowan turned her card over. The paper was thick, cream-coloured and faintly cold. Beneath the address and the time, "Bring one object you would save from this year." Lottie clasped her hands. "Oh, like a time capsule? Better," Sloane said. Priya looked at her. "Better how?" Sloane let the smile warm 1 degree. "You'll see." Lottie almost said something then. She had the look of someone deciding between 2 sentences. She picked up her invitation and read it a second time, and by the time she looked up, Sloane was already talking about the dress code, and the moment closed like water over a stone. Rowan arrived at 7:03 on Wednesday with a paperback in her bag. She had understood the assignment too quickly. The book had felt right in the way that things feel right when you are performing a version of yourself. The literary one, the observer, the girl who was interested but not invested. She had grabbed it off her shelf and hated herself slightly for how fast it had come to hand. The Secret History. Inside the elevator, later, she would open it and find one page near the middle already changed. A single line in Sloane's handwriting. Dress as you are now. She did not know that yet. The house smelled of lemon oil, hydrangeas, candle smoke, and something older beneath it. Not dirt exactly, more like rooms that had not needed to breathe in a long time. They were not taken to the dining room. Sloane led them through the back hall, past the library, past the conservatory with its dark glass and its shapes of covered furniture, past a door Rowan had not noticed before. It was narrow, painted the same colour as the wall. Sloane unlocked it with a key that hung on a black ribbon around her neck, tucked beneath the collar of her white dress. Beyond the door was an elevator. Old. Brass gate. A round indicator above the cage with a needle and 3 positions engraved in the brass plate. Then, now, always. Max laughed, quiet and involuntary. "Your house has a haunted elevator." "Service elevator," Sloane said. "Right." They crowded inside, 7 people in a space made for 4. The gate closed. Old machinery, a low mechanical groan, the shift of cable above. It did not go up. Sloane pressed always. The elevator went down, slowly. The house sounds moved above them, the creak of old stone, a window somewhere, the faint tick of a pipe. And then those sounds thinned, and then they were gone, and what replaced them was nothing. Not the compressed silence of a basement, something drier than that, older. The indicator needle moved past now, then past then. Then it kept moving into the unmarked space below and pressed itself against the lower edge of the plate at an angle the mechanism should not have allowed. The air dropped. Rowan's ears did not pop. They simply registered less, as though sound itself had less work to do down here. Lottie tightened her grip on Sloane's hand. Graham had gone very still. He was looking at the brass indicator with the careful expression of someone who has decided not to understand something. Priya pressed one hand flat against the cage wall. Under her palm, the metal was not cold. It was the exact temperature of a room that has been sealed for a long time, a temperature that was neither warm nor cold, just settled, like it had been waiting to be exactly this for decades and was not surprised by them. The elevator descended for longer than any house should allow. Then it stopped. The gate opened. The room that should not have fit beneath the house did not announce itself. It was simply there, enormous, windowless, perfectly dry. The ceiling went up until the shadows took it. The air held no moisture, no mildew, no cold wet stone smell of ordinary underground, just old paper, old wood, old cloth. The dry, specific quiet of something preserved. Shelves lined the walls from floor to dark, packed with objects, not cluttered, arranged. Boxes with handwritten labels, glass jars with contents suspended in clear liquid, framed photographs, faces pressed to the glass, corsages gone brown, ribbons, trophies, dance shoes with the soles worn through on one side, programs from plays and formals and graduation ceremonies, name tags laminated in plastic, diaries with their clasps gone to rust. The labels on the boxes were organised by year. Rowan looked at the nearest shelf. 1964, 1971, 1978. Each decade had its own section. Each section had its own quiet. At the centre of the room, lit from within, sat a miniature town. Not a toy, a model. Harrow Lake, rendered in the kind of detail that suggests obsession. The school with its brick arches, the chapel, the football field with its white lines, the marina with its painted boats, the old movie theatre, the Mercer House, this house, with its conservatory and its dock. every window illuminated, every street lamp glowing, every tiny tree with leaves no bigger than dust. And at the centre of the model, the lake, made of dark glass. It reflected nothing. No ceiling, no figures above it. Not one surface of the dark glass gave anything back. Eliza whispered, "What is this?" She was not asking Sloane. Sloane looked at the room the way you look at something you love and are afraid of. "The still room," she said. Rowan stepped toward the model school. Inside the tiny gymnasium, rows of small chairs faced a stage, a podium, a banner she had to lean down to read. "Congratulations, class of 2026. Her skin tightened. She straightened and looked at the shelves again. On the second shelf, near the 1964 section, sat a glass jar. Inside it, a silver ring suspended in clear fluid, perfectly still, the seal on the lid gone the deep brown of old wax. The label read, "Owen Mercer, most likely to succeed, 1964. Something inside the jar knocked once, against the glass, from inside. Rowan took a step back. Beside the Owen Mercer jar, a shelf further along, sat a small hat box. The ribbon on it had been tied neatly, the kind of neat that means someone intended to return to it and never did. The label, in the same careful hand, E. Mercer, class of 1941. The hat box was empty. The lid was off. Whatever had been kept inside had been removed, or used, or set free. The box had simply been left behind. Rowan looked at Sloane. Sloane was watching her look at it. "My great-grandmother," Sloane said. She did not elaborate, but something in her face said she understood what the empty box meant, and that she had thought about it, and that she had decided anyway. Priya was closest to the shelves. She ran one finger along a row of boxes without touching them. Why are there names on everything? Sloane had moved to the centre of the room, near the model town. Because things need to be kept. What things? Important ones. Sloane turned. Her eyes moved over each of them with the same care she had given the place cards, the same management of arrangement. "Do you know what happens after Friday?" No one answered. "We scatter. We say we won't. We mean it when we say it. But Graham goes to a school where he's a freshman athlete nobody's heard of yet. Eliza joins something where every girl already looks like Eliza. Priya—" "Don't," Priya said. "Becomes one remarkable person among 10,000 remarkable people. Max gets funny in rooms where no one knows the setup. Lottie—" Lottie was looking at the floor. Sloane stopped. "1 second. We are the best we have ever been right now," she said. "This moment, this arrangement. After Friday, it won't exist anywhere except backward." She spread her hands over the model. "Except here." Max's mouth opened. Nothing came out. On the miniature football field below, tiny floodlights clicked on. None of them had touched anything. Sloane held out her hands. "One object each, that's all." Graham shrugged. It was small, almost embarrassed. The shrug of a person who has been agreeing to things for so long, the agreement has become structural. He pulled the ring from his finger, his right hand, his father's ring, his grandfather's ring, and turned it once in the light, and placed it beside the miniature football field. The ring settled. That was the word Rowan kept returning to afterward. Not fell, not landed, settled, as if it had found the place it had been made for. The metal went slightly darker at the edges. On the tiny field below, a speck of gold appeared in the painted hand of a miniature player. Graham touched his right hand with his left. His face had gone the colour of old chalk. "What just happened?" Eliza said. "Nothing," Graham said. But he did not look away from his hand for a long time. Eliza placed her ribbon beside the miniature tennis courts. She did it the way she did most things, cleanly, without apparent hesitation. But her hands were precise in the way they get precise when you are trying not to show them shaking. On the model, a thread of yellow appeared on the fence beside the courts. Eliza touched her hair. The ribbon was gone. Her hair remained perfectly arranged without it, and that was wrong in a way Rowan could not immediately name. Not the absence, the arrangement, as if her hair had always been like that, as if the ribbon had never been there. Max placed his fake ID beside the movie theatre. He smiled while doing it. It was the right shape of a smile, but something mechanical had come into it, the way a person smiles at a customs officer. The ID disappeared into the model. Max looked at the laminated slot where it had been, and then at the tiny theatre, and then at nothing particular for a moment. Lottie placed the homecoming photograph near the model of the Mercer house, smoothing it flat with 2 fingers, not looking at Sloane. Priya did not move. Sloane held out her hand. "Pri, no, you're not giving it to me. I know what I'm doing, and I said no." The room made a sound, not from any specific direction, from all directions equally. A soft settling, like a house contracting in winter. Every box on every shelf shifted 1 degree toward Priya. Not falling, attending. Rowan saw it. So did Sloane. Priya looked at the shelves and the attention the shelves were paying her, and placed the letter on the model airport with her jaw set and her eyes bright. A tiny white rectangle appeared on the runway. Priya's hand went to her sternum. The crease from the fold pressed into her palm like a seam. Not a cut, a seam, the kind that had always been there. She swayed. Rowan put a hand on her arm. "I can't remember the mascot," Priya said. "What?" "Stanford, their mascot. I know it." Her voice was very even. "I know that I know it." "The cardinal," Rowan said. Priya nodded, but her eyes were doing the thing eyes do when a word is given to them that they cannot verify. She pressed the crease on her palm flat. It didn't go away. Only Rowan had placed nothing. Sloane looked at her bag. The book. No. Rowan. I said no. Silence in the still room had a different quality than silence elsewhere. It did not wait. It collected. Lottie's voice came from behind her. "Just do it." Rowan turned. Lottie's eyes were wet, but not with distress, with something more tired than that. The expression of someone who has been swallowing a particular thing for so long, the swallowing has become the condition. "Please," she said quietly. "Don't ruin it." Rowan looked at her. Then she looked at the model. She looked at the dark glass lake at its centre. No reflection, not one. The room was lit, the model was lit, 6 objects had been placed on or near it, and the glass lake gave back nothing. Not ceiling, not shelf, not figure, not candlelight. Every object around the lake had a tiny twin in the model below it. Graham's ring, Eliza's ribbon, Max's ID, Priya's letter, Lottie's photograph. She looked at Sloane. Sloane's white dress had no miniature. Tiny Sloane on the model lawn wore white, but the dress Sloane was wearing right now cast no reflection in the glass. Nothing cast a reflection in the glass. Rowan looked at the dark surface. Not water, a surface, a lid. The ceiling layer over everything the still room held. Every object reflected in it was fixed there. Every object with a twin below the glass was stored. The lake was not a decoration. It was the lock. She took the book from her bag. Sloane's expression opened with relief. Rowan walked toward the model. She threw the book onto the dark glass lake. The crack spread from the spine outward in 5 directions, fast and precise as a drawn line, and the light inside the model changed, went white, went out, went dark. And Sloane made a sound that was too large for the room to absorb, and for the first time did not try. The shelves rattled, boxes fell open, a cascade of old keepsakes scattered across the floor. Debate medals, wristbands, dried boutonnieres, report cards, ticket stubs, locks of hair still tied with ribbon faded to the colour of nothing. Small photographs of teenagers at parties in houses that had since been sold and resold and renovated past recognition. The elevator gate slammed shut behind them. The miniature lights went out, then came back. Harrow Lake glowed again below them, but the model had changed. On the miniature lawn of the Mercer house stood 7 figures. Sloane in white, Graham in his jacket, Eliza with her ribbon, Max with his hands in his pockets, Priya holding something folded, Lottie with one hand raised towards Sloane, Rowan standing slightly to the side. They were exact. Rowan looked at her own hands, then at miniature Rowan below. The tiny figure turned its head. The real Rowan moved backward until she met a shelf. Sloane was crying now. Not from fear. The crying of someone watching something they built begin to fail. "You broke the lake. You brought us here," Rowan said. "I was saving us." Priya's voice came from somewhere behind her left shoulder. "You were shelving us." From every box came whispering. Not one voice, dozens, hundreds. Girls who had arranged the winter formal in 1983 and never stopped. Boys who had been the funniest person in every room they entered in 1977 and remained that way. In the still room, in the dark, in their jars, forever. Groups preserved at their best-known height, packed in tissue, labelled by year, kept at the moment that had mattered most to the person who had kept them. Rowan looked at the Owen Mercer jar. The knock from inside came again, twice this time. Then the empty hat box on the shelf below it. E. Mercer, 1941. Empty. Someone had learned how to use the room without being kept by it. Someone had learned in time. The room moved. Chairs emerged from the shadow at the room's edge and formed a semicircle around the model. 7 of them, small brass plaques on each back. Graham, Eliza, Max, Priya, Lottie, Rowan, Sloane. Graham reached for the elevator gate. It held. Max put both hands on a fallen shelf. His hands went through the wood as if it were smoke. Eliza reached for her hair and found it arranged without the ribbon, and stood very still with one hand raised and no ribbon to find. Priya opened her hands and looked at her palms. "I don't remember my essay," she said. "What essay?" Max said. "My application essay. I wrote about my grandmother's kitchen. I can picture the kitchen. I can picture her hands." She stopped. "I can't remember the smell." The room did not answer. It did not need to. Sloane had gone very still. "It will stop hurting when we settle," she said. Lottie's face changed. Nothing dramatic, something small and worn and long prepared. "I was going to apply to a summer program," she said, "in Montreal, and then maybe McGill." Sloane looked at her. "I didn't tell you because I knew what you'd do with it." "Lottie, I love you," Lottie said. "I have loved you since we were 5, but I can't be the person who stayed because you needed someone to stay. I don't want to orbit you forever." The word moved through the still room like cold air under a door. On the miniature lawn, tiny Lottie stepped 2 inches away from tiny Sloane. Sloane watched it happen. Her face did what faces do when the thing they have been organizing against arrives regardless. She walked to the model, reached down, and began pressing the tiny figures into place. Graham first. She set him on the miniature football field with a care that was worse than roughness would have been. The real Graham's hand dropped from the gate. His eyes remained open. He breathed. But the part of him that might have pushed the gate again went somewhere the room kept. Eliza beside the tennis court, mid-sob, her face a portrait of a feeling she could no longer finish having. Max outside the theatre, his mouth still shaped around the beginning of a sentence, the first word gone. Priya at the airport, her hand pressed over the crease on her palm, her eyes very bright and very still. Lottie last. Before Sloane touched her figure, Lottie looked at Rowan, not asking for rescue, something smaller than that. Witness. Then Sloane pressed her down. Lottie's hand, half raised toward Sloane, remained raised. The room accepted her. Rowan was the only one left. Sloane picked up the miniature Rowan. Her hand was not steady. "You could have been part of it," she said. "I was never part of it. That's what you told yourself." Rowan had no answer she could give without lying. Because she had liked the table. She had liked the invitations. She had liked standing close enough to the centre to feel its warmth without ever having to admit she wanted it. She had called it observation. She had called it distance. She had held a book at every party and believed that made her a different kind of guest. She looked at the model, at the dark glass lake, cracked. No reflection still, not hers, not Sloane's. Every other object had its twin below the glass. Every other person had their figure on the model. Only Sloane had not placed herself. Tiny Sloane on the miniature lawn, white dress faintly glowing. The real Sloane still standing above the model with Rowan's figure in her hand. "What happens if you don't put yourself down?" Rowan said. Sloane's fingers tightened. "What?" "You placed everyone else, but not yourself." Sloane looked at tiny Sloane on the lawn. The room grew colder. The shelves went quiet. Not the quiet of absence, the quiet of attention.
Complete the display. Not one voice, all of them. Sloane stepped back. No, Sloane, I made this room. I decide what it keeps. The elevator gate opened. Beyond it, not the house. The football field under afternoon light. White folding chairs in rows. Parents fanning themselves with programs. Teachers seated in lines. The living world, present and insufficient, waiting without concern for any of them. Sloane looked at it with an expression Rowan had never seen on her before. The terror was not of the field, not of the chairs, not of the heat or the programs or the bad applause that would follow the good names and the good names that would follow the bad ones. She was afraid of what came after. The world that did not know her yet. The years when her name would mean nothing to the room she entered. The slow erosion of being anyone at all. Complete the display. Sloane raised miniature Rowan above the model. Rowan grabbed her wrist and drove them both toward the glass. They hit the dark surface together. The crack opened. A slow fracture, not breaking, something sealed for a long time opening. Cold air came up first, then the smell, old paper, candle wax, dust, lake mud, perfume gone sour across many decades. A hand rose from the dark, porcelain, small, resting on the glass edge with the careful stillness of something that had been waiting for exactly this long. Then another hand beside it, human. A class ring on one finger, the seal worn smooth. The hand of someone who had been kept here long enough to go quiet. Then more hands, many hands, all of them careful. They did not reach for Sloane urgently. They reached the way you reach for something you have been keeping and are ready now to complete. One hand moved to the hem of her white dress, straightened it. Sloane looked at Lottie. Lottie was moving again. The others were all moving again, gasping, stumbling, returning to themselves in lurches. And Lottie reached toward Sloane with both arms and her face open. Rowan pulled her back. The hands received Sloane, gently, completely. The glass closed. On the miniature lawn of the Mercer house, tiny Sloane stood perfectly still among 6 empty spaces. The elevator bell rang once. The gate stood open. They ran. A house at night, a clock, candles, ordinary silence. It was still Wednesday. 9 minutes had passed. In the dining room, the soup had not cooled. The candles burned without having diminished. Their phones said 8:12. Through the windows, Harrow Lake lay flat and dark and still under the trees. From upstairs, "Sloane, are your friends here?" None of them answered. Sloane Mercer disappeared 2 days before graduation. There were searches, divers in the lake, dogs along the road, her photograph in the county paper, then the regional paper, then on a card at the front desk of the school. The narrow door in the back hall became a linen closet full of towels. The still room, if anyone went looking for it, was not there to find. At graduation, a chair sat empty in the front row. Her name was called near the end of the alphabet. Her parents stood. The applause was terrible. Not because it was quiet, because it was careful. Rowan kept the paperback. After that night, every page was blank. Years later, teenagers in Harrow Lake
still took photographs on the Mercer lawn in May. The new owners were rarely home, and the view of the water was the best on that side of the lake. Sometimes, in the background of those pictures, there appeared a girl in a white dress, standing near the windows, perfectly still. Around her, if you looked closely, were tiny lights. A school. A lake made of dark glass. A row of empty chairs. Screams is an independent horror fiction podcast. New episodes drop when the story is ready.
Some rooms hold you because they love you too much to let you go. And some simply take your picture first. The projector is already running. The slides keep turning. And somewhere in that bright square of light, a face appears that hasn't graduated yet.
Velvet seats shifting. The specific silence of 200 people pretending not to wait. A high school auditorium in early evening light, rows of seniors in the dark. The song always came on near the end. That was how every senior assembly worked at Harrow Lake High. First came the jokes, then the awards, then the video made by student council, baby pictures, hallway footage, football games, choir solos, bus rides, pep rallies, badly framed selfies, slow-motion clips of students throwing leaves, confetti, whatever the season had offered them. Then the lights dimmed a little more. Then the piano started. No one ever announced the song. They didn't have to. It had followed graduating classes for decades. From VHS tapes to DVDs to Google Drive links, surviving every change in technology, arriving each May in the same dark room. At Harrow Lake, the song played while the senior slideshow reached its final section. Look how far we've come. A cough, someone's phone buzzing once before being silenced. The class of 2026 sat in the dark and pretended not to wait for themselves. The auditorium smelled like dust, perfume, hot projector plastic, and the faint sourness of old velvet seats. Teachers lined the walls with arms folded. Underclassmen had been dismissed. Parents were not invited. This was just for the seniors, the last assembly before graduation rehearsal, the last time they would sit together as students without anyone's family making the moment heavier. Mara Ellison sat in the middle row between Jonah Pike and Elise Tran. She had edited the slideshow. That meant she knew exactly what was coming. She cried anyway. Piano, soft, under everything. There was Jonah at age 6, missing 2 front teeth and holding a fish too small to brag about. He sat beside Mara now with his arms crossed, jaw set, a boy who had decided not to feel this and was already losing. Elise watched the screen with her hands folded tight in her lap. She had transferred sophomore year. There were pictures of her here only from the last 3 years, and Mara had noticed, editing, how much smaller Elise's section was, how the baby pictures were missing. Priya Jain in braces, Marcus Bell with a bowl cut, Ben Harlow asleep on a bus with 3 Sharpie moustaches drawn on his face, the soccer team in a rainstorm, the drama club in stage makeup, lunch tables, parking lot sunsets, homecoming disasters. Each image appeared, lingered, dissolved. The seniors laughed, then laughed less, then stopped laughing. The song moved through the dark like a hand over hair. Barely audible at first, one note slightly flat, corrects itself. On the screen, a clip appeared from freshman orientation. Mara recognized it before anyone else did, not because it was special, because she had almost deleted it. The camera had been held vertically by some student council volunteer. A group of terrified freshmen stood in the cafeteria under fluorescent lights. Mara was in the back, smaller, rounder-faced, wearing a blue hoodie she had loved until someone said it made her look like a youth pastor. Jonah stood beside her, pretending not to be nervous. Elise was not there. She had not arrived yet. In the video, freshman Mara looked directly into the camera. Then she waved. The auditorium reacted with soft ahs. Mara smiled despite herself. On screen, freshman Mara stopped waving. She leaned closer. Her mouth moved. The farewell song dropped. Not all at once. It narrowed, thinned, the way a voice thins when something is wrong with the throat behind it. The piano lost a note, then another. Then the whole chord fell away and left only a hum, distant and sourceless, somewhere in the walls. Freshman Mara's voice came through the speakers. "Don't let them forget me." Then the piano resumes, a half step lower than before. The auditorium lights flickered. The slideshow continued. Senior sunrise, everyone wrapped in blankets on the football field at dawn. The image appeared and held for 2 seconds longer than the others. 3, 4, then dissolved. Mara sat perfectly still. Jonah leaned toward her. "Did you add that?" "No." Elise whispered, "Mara, I didn't." A few rows ahead, someone laughed nervously. Mr. Dale, the media specialist, stood at the back of the auditorium, frowning at his laptop. The principal, Mrs. Voss, had stepped into the aisle as if preparing to interrupt, then stopped when the screen changed again. Half-tempo now. The sustain on each note too long. A class picture appeared. Not theirs. The colours were wrong. Older, faded at the edges the way photographs faded when the paper itself had begun to give up. Children in stiff collars, bright windbreakers, chunky sneakers. A teacher behind them with one hand on a boy's shoulder. White letters across the bottom. Harrow Lake Elementary, 1993. The song continued underneath. Soft. Aching. Wrong. "Who is that?" Jonah whispered. On the far left of the photograph, a girl stood slightly apart from the others. Denim jumper, dark hair cut to her chin, a serious expression as if picture day had already disappointed her. The image zoomed slowly. Her face filled the screen. Her mouth moved. "Remember me." The first sound from the seniors was not screaming. It was complaint. The sound teenagers make when fear arrives before they have decided what to do with it. Who made this? Turn it off. Not funny. Mr. Dale closed the laptop. The image remained. The song continued. No piano now, just the shape of it, the melody carried by something that sounded like voices, though not voices anyone could place. Low, patient, coming from no single speaker. Mrs. Voss walked onto the stage. "All right," her voice through the microphone, steady. "Let's pause." The microphone was not on. The girl on the screen looked past the camera, past the room. At Mara. "Don't let them do it again," she said. A sharp electrical crack. The projector bulb burst. The auditorium went black. For 1 full second there was only the song. No instruments, no voice anyone recognized, just its shape, hummed by too many throats somewhere that was not in the room and was also entirely in the room. Then the emergency lights came on. Red strips along the aisles, exit signs, the pale lift of phone screens rising in the dark. Mara stood with the others, Jonah's hand already around her wrist. But she watched the stage. The projector sat silent in the booth, its lens dark, broken. The screen began to brighten anyway. Not full brightness, not the clean white of an active projector, something lower, grey, flat, the colour of lake water in November, as if the light were coming from behind the screen rather than in front of it. Bodies moving, someone crying quietly, the specific heavy sound of 4 auditorium doors not opening. Teachers ran to the exits. Handles turned again. They're not opening. Mrs. Voss from the stage. Stay calm, do not push. Students pushed anyway. Not in a wave, but in the small individual way of people trying to solve a problem their body has already answered. Someone fell in the aisle. Someone caught them. Someone was crying for their mother, which silenced several people more effectively than any teacher could. The song continued. Slower now. Lower. As if played on a piano at the bottom of deep water. Tempo dragging, pitch unstable, one note repeating slightly before the next arrives. Elise had not moved. She stood with her phone in both hands, staring at the screen. Mara. On the phone was the slideshow file, the one Mara had exported the night before. She had named it Senior Final 2.mp4. The thumbnail had changed. Instead of Senior Sunrise, it showed the girl from 1993. The file name was rememberus.mov. Delete it, Jonah said. Elise's thumb moved toward the file. I want to see what... Elise, don't. Mara reached across, but Elise had already tapped it. The video opened. The auditorium fades, tinny phone speakers, an old building's hum. A hallway appeared on the phone screen. Old lockers the colour of pea soup. Green floor tile, scuffed pale in the middle, where feet had travelled for decades. A bulletin board covered in paper balloons. The camera moved shakily, held low, the height of a child walking too fast. A date in the corner. May 27th, 1993. The camera pushed through a classroom door. Children sat on the floor around a television on a rolling cart. End-of-year decorations covered the walls. Paper chains. A banner. Hello Summer. On the television screen, a slideshow played. Baby pictures, class photos, field day. A song about remembering. And the children watched themselves in it with the helpless, open faces of people hearing their own name called in a crowd. A girl in a denim jumper sat near the front. Subtitles appeared, though no one had added them. Laura Bell. Mara's throat tightened. Bell. She looked toward Marcus Bell, 3 rows ahead. He had turned in his seat, not toward the phone, but toward the stage, toward the screen that was brightening without a bulb. His face was unreadable. He held his graduation program in both hands, the edges of it folded and folded and folded in the dark. On the phone, the classroom video continued. The children watched themselves grow up in pictures. Then Laura Bell turned toward the camera. Through the screen, through the phone, through whatever distance existed between 1993 and now, she said, I don't want to go. The phone screen went dark. A single auditorium voice, not a scream, a sound like recognition. The stage screen was fully lit now. No bulb, no laptop, no visible source. The grey light had become white, clean, total, brighter than the projector had managed when it was working. Words appeared on the screen. Who do you want to remember? Underneath, the senior class list began to scroll, one name at a time. Aaron Abbott, Maya Alvarez, Benjamin Arroyo, Marcus Bell. Beside each name, a baby picture. The seniors had submitted them weeks ago, chosen them carefully, flattering ones, funny ones, the pictures they had decided they wanted the class to keep of them. Now the screen held each one a beat too long. Jonah Pike, Mara Ellison, Elise Tran. The scroll stopped. The song stops, silence, then, from the centre aisle, a sound. VHS ribbon moving across a hard floor. She stood in the centre aisle between the seniors and the stage, a girl of 12 in a denim jumper, dark hair damp around her face. She held a VHS tape in both hands, and from the cracked casing, black ribbon spilled down around her feet and moved slowly across the floor as if drawn somewhere. No one near her was moving. Mara understood they could not. Laura turned toward the class. You remember the song? Her voice was small. The auditorium heard every word. You remember crying? You remember who sat beside you? You remember the baby pictures? You remember the teachers waving? You remember the feeling? The VHS tape cracked further in her hands. More ribbon fell. You don't remember who didn't leave. The school building's old ventilation, a faint hum from the speakers, the song's structure, no notes, just its rhythm. The screen showed a newspaper clipping. Local girl missing after final school assembly. Then another. Search continues near Harrow Lake. Then the last one, held. Family seeks answers in disappearance of Laura Bell, 12. The seniors stared. The story had always existed somewhere in the town. A girl missing after school, a backpack found near the lake, a rumour about a door in the old elementary building, the building that no longer stood. But the details had softened over 30 years until the tragedy became local weather, sad, distant. Present the way a water stain is present, visible if you looked, easy not to look. Marcus Bell's hands stopped folding the programme. He set it flat on his knee. The ventilation hum grows. Laura looked at Mrs. Voss. You were there. Mrs. Voss had gone still at the end of the stage steps. She was not Mrs. Voss in this moment, not completely. She was a woman looking at a classroom she had left 30 years ago and never fully left. Her hand went to her collarbone, the way a hand moves when it is looking for something that should be there, a lanyard, a name tag, an old ribbon from a school assembly. I was 12, she said. You sang. The teacher told you to keep singing, and you sang. Mrs. Voss said nothing. I said, wait. Laura's voice did not rise. You heard me? Mrs. Voss closed her eyes. The hum from the speakers became something the body could feel before the ear could name. The farewell song, stripped of every instrument, stripped of its prettiness, carried by children's voices from somewhere in the building's walls. Children's humming, thin, sourceless, in the walls, the 1993 assembly. On the screen, the 1993 classroom played again. The children cried in their seats while the song played. Teachers smiled. The slideshow ended. The lights came up. Everyone stood. Everyone moved toward the door. Laura stayed. She sat on the floor, looking up at the blank television. The room emptied around her. The television flickered. The song began again, not from a cassette, not from any source visible on screen. The room was empty. The song was playing. The room was empty, and the song was playing for her alone. And the offer under it was audible now, the way a thing is audible when there is nothing left to cover it. Stay, and the moment will not end. Stay, and no one will grow away from you. Stay. Laura turned toward the television. The classroom door closed. Then, from the tape in 2026, her 12-year-old voice, "Okay." The screen returned to the senior list. Who will be remembered this year? A cursor blinked beside the question. The auditorium doors opened. All four, all at once. Cool hallway light spilled across the floor. A way out. One way out. Nobody moved. The class had understood something it could not yet say. The doors were not open because the danger was gone. The doors were open because the ritual needed room to work, needed the choice to be a choice. The cursor blinked. Across the auditorium, eyes moved, not to the screen, to each other. Mara watched it happen, the way a person's gaze would go to someone they loved. Jonah, a best friend, a lab partner, someone from 4 years of lunch tables and bad choices. And then move away, deliberately. A calculation that lasted less than a second and would last much longer. The quiet kids, the dramatic kids, the ones who had announced gap years, the ones who had always seemed part way gone. Each of them briefly visible as a name that could be given. Nobody said anything. They didn't have to. Marcus Bell turned toward Mara. His face was wet. He mouthed, "I'm sorry." He looked away before she could answer. A soft, repeating click. The screen shifted. Mara Ellison? Jonah stepped in front of her. No. The screen flickered. Jonah Pike? Mara grabbed his hand. Elise stood. Stop. Elise Tran? The click stops. Laura watched them. Not with hunger, with something that had taken too long and knew it. It only needs one, she said. Mrs. Voss came down from the stage into the aisle. Her hands were shaking. She had stopped reaching for what was not at her collarbone and let her arms hang. She walked until she was standing between the seniors and Laura. "Then take me," she said. Laura looked at her. "You left," she said. "Yes." "You forgot." "Yes." A breath. "I kept singing because the teacher told us to keep singing, and I didn't look back, And then I did not know how to look back, and then a year had passed, and then it was just something that had happened to someone else. You got to become old. The sentence sat in the room. Mrs. Voss looked at her. Yes, I did. The exit signs cast their red light across the aisle. The screen glowed. The VHS ribbon lay still on the floor around Laura's feet, and Mara watched Mrs. Voss look at it. The specific way a person looks at an object when they are trying not to look at what the object is next to. No one should have asked you to stay, Mrs. Voss said, so the rest of us could feel something. Laura's expression did not soften. But something in the room shifted, the way pressure shifts before a door opens, before a weather system moves through. On the screen, the cursor blinked. Select 1. Mara understood what the ritual wanted. Not a body. An agreement. Someone had to accept the terms. That a meaningful ending required a person left behind. That the price of the feeling, the dark auditorium, the song, the baby pictures, the beautiful grief of leaving, was paid by whoever the room decided it could spare. The cursor blinked. The exits stood open. Mara turned to Elise. Elise, who had transferred sophomore year and arrived after the pictures were already taken, who had spent 3 years watching assemblies built from footage she was not in, who had looked at the 1993 classroom on her phone with curiosity rather than fear, because she already knew what it was to be missing from the record. Elise, Mara said. The names. Elise looked at her. Every senior, just the names. Say them. Elise understood before Mara finished saying it. She took a breath, and she began. Aaron Abbott. Her voice was steady, not loud, not performative, just a name said in a room. Maya Alvarez. Benjamin Arroyo. Marcus Bell. Marcus looked up. Elise kept going. Jonah picked it up beside her, reading from the program, his voice low, rougher than Elise's, the voice of someone who had decided he could do this one thing. Sarah Chen. Devon Clark. Harper Collins. No music. No baby pictures. No piano underneath. Just names in the dark. The Beatties' error stepped into the aisle. The ribbon moved against her shoe. She stopped. Laura was 3 feet away, watching her. The auditorium was reading names behind her, voices joining unevenly, some seniors taking up the list, not beautifully, not as a chorus, but 1 or 2 at a time, finding the names on programs and phones and saying them into the room, the way you say a name when you mean to. The screen flickered. Select 1. Mara spoke. I'll remember you, she said. Not enough to make it fair. Not perfectly. Laura watched her. I'll tell people you were here. I'll say your name, and then I'm going to leave. Because that is what this was supposed to be for. It was supposed to help us leave. The cursor blinked. Then slowed. Then stopped. On the screen, the 1993 classroom appeared one last time, empty. Television glowing with the tail end of the song. Door closed. Then the door opened, from inside. The 12-year-old Laura on the screen stood up. She walked out. The Laura in the aisle began to fade. The ribbon at her feet went still. The VHS tape in her hands was already gone. Before she was entirely gone, she looked at Mrs. Voss. I waited. Mrs. Voss nodded. Her voice was barely there. "I know. I'm sorry." The projector fan clicks off. The emergency lights click off. A long silence. Then the auditorium's ordinary hum, the sound of a room that is only a room. The doors opened fully. Nobody ran. They walked out slowly, into the hallway light, past the trophy cases and the bulletin boards, through the double doors to the warm air outside. Teachers stood at the exits and said nothing. Mrs. Voss remained at the front of the auditorium for a long time after the students had gone, looking at the floor where the ribbon had been. There was nothing there. The screen was dark. An outdoor graduation, evening light, rows of folding chairs. Wind, someone tuning a microphone, a crowd finding its seats. Graduation happened the following evening. There was no farewell song. Mrs. Voss had said so before rehearsal, briefly, without explanation. Some parents complained. Some teachers said privately that tradition mattered, that people had been promised a feeling. Before the diplomas, Mara walked to the podium with a single index card. She had not been chosen to speak. No one stopped her. She read the names of the graduating class. Every one. Not because they were dead, because they were leaving. Then she read one more. Laura Bell. Harrow Lake Elementary, class of 1993. She was here. She should have gone home. In the audience, older people looked at one another. A few remembered a missing child notice tacked to a telephone pole, a name on a flyer someone's mother had carried, a story that had lived in town for 30 years as weather. The name, said plainly in a ceremony, made it something else. The school changed afterward, not completely. The next year's senior assembly still showed baby pictures. The students still cried. But the farewell song was not played. Something shorter took its place, an end rather than a preservation. Marcus Bell, before leaving for college in the fall, left a photograph on the office bulletin board. Laura Bell at age 12, serious on picture day, taken from a family album that had always contained her. Beneath it, his handwriting on an index card. She was here. Nobody removed it. A desk, a closed drawer. An interior room, spring, distant traffic. Years later, Mara kept a photograph of Laura Bell on her desk. Printed from an old newspaper archive, a girl in a denim jumper. Every May, Mara looked at it, said the name once aloud to no one in particular, then closed the drawer. Silence, then barely audible, somewhere deep in the sound, the first note of a piano. The note sustains, does not resolve, does not resolve, does not resolve, does not continue. From somewhere in the speakers, not a voice, not quite, a sound like an exhale. Go. The note fades.
The projector has gone dark now, but the road ahead is still bright. Headlights swallowing white lines, the summer sprawling outward like something that cannot close. Some of them drove away and never stopped, not because they were lost, because arriving somewhere meant it was over.
Distant bass lines, a screen door, summer heat settling in. West Philadelphia on the last day of school. Not every block sounded the same. The radios argued. Bass lines crossed in traffic. One block had Old Soul coming from a folding table where 3 men played dominoes hard enough to sound angry. Another had somebody's uncle washing a Cadillac with the doors open and the music too loud for noon. A girl on a stoop practiced a dance for her phone. Stopped, watched herself, deleted the video, started again. Fire hydrants sweated under the wrench. Basketballs slapped cracked blacktop. Mothers yelled from windows. Somebody's grandmother sat under a beach umbrella in front of a row house, fanning herself with a church bulletin and watching every outfit that passed with professional judgment. The smell of onions and charcoal came from somewhere down the block. Under it, something sweet baking. Someone who knew what they were doing. It was the first real day of summer. Malik Green drove with all 4 windows down. His mother's old Accord had air conditioning if you prayed before turning the dial. Malik never prayed. Air conditioning was for errands. Windows down was for arrival. Windows down meant school was over, senior year was finished, and the whole summer was waiting like a door someone had left open. Beside him, Jada Ross held one arm out the window, fingers moving in the warm rush of air. In the back seat, Trey Wallace leaned between the front seats, controlling the orcs with the severity of a surgeon. Beside him, Imani Brooks wore sunglasses large enough to make her look famous and sceptical. "No sad songs," Malik said. "Who said sad?" Trey asked. "You have a face. I have many faces. You have one playlist face. It's tragic." Trey lifted his chin. "I contain range. You contain theatre," Imani said. Jada smiled without looking away from the street. "Just play summer." Trey knew exactly what that meant. He tapped the screen. The beat came in clean and warm, a bass line built for leaning back. The bass rattled the rearview mirror against the windshield. A straw trembled in Jada's water ice cup. Across the street, an old man tapping dominoes began tapping them in time without looking down. Malik turned it up. The Accord rolled down Baltimore Avenue. They had no plan. That was the point. They would drive until somebody got hungry, then eat. Drive until somebody saw people they knew, then stop. Drive until the sun leaned west, then find the block party on Chester that had been rumoured all week but officially did not exist because nobody's aunt had pulled a permit. By August, everything would change. Jada was going to Howard. Trey was going to Temple, which he insisted still counted as leaving because he would be psychologically unavailable. Imani was going to Pitt for pre-med and already correcting people who called it Pittsburgh, like that was the name of the school. Malik was staying in Philly for community college and working at his cousin's garage. He told himself that was fine. No one talked about what it actually was, which was staying, watching the city change its face without him in any of the new photographs. Being the one who loved a place so completely that he had let it become the only argument he needed to stay small inside it. No one talked about that. Not on the first day of summer. Shift. Corner store. Ice in a cooler. A screen door. Quieter street. They stopped at a corner store with a hand-painted sign. Best water ice in West. The owner, Mr. Bashir, had watched them grow up and called them all baby in a tone that made arguing impossible. "Graduates," he said when they came in. "Look at you. Educated," Imani said. Same thing when young. They bought mango water ice, chips, 4 bottles of something cold and neon, and a pack of gum nobody wanted, but Trey insisted was essential road equipment. Outside, Malik leaned against the Accord and watched the neighbourhood move. A Scepter bus sighed at the curb. A toddler cried because his popsicle had broken. A dog barked from a second-floor window at nothing visible. Heat shimmered above parked cars. Ice cream trucks moved through side streets, bells small and patient against the larger sounds of the block. Jada nudged him. "You good?" "Yeah, that was fake. I'm good." "That was upgraded fake," he laughed. She had always been able to read him. That had become its own kind of problem recently. Not a bad problem, just the kind that gets heavier when someone is leaving. Before he could answer honestly, Trey called from inside the car. "Yo!" They turned. The song had stopped. On the radio display, where the track title should have been, were 3 words. "Play it again." Imani leaned in through the rear window. "Trey, I didn't do that." Malik opened the driver's door. His phone was still connected, but the music app had frozen. The screen showed album art that did not belong to any song they knew. A photograph of a Philadelphia block in summer. The sky too blue, the pavement too bright. Every face blurred, except for 4 teenagers in an old Accord. Their Accord. The photo was taken from above, from somewhere there was no above. Looking down through the open roof the car did not have. Jada stepped back. "Nope." Trey snatched his phone from the console. "Glitch." The car speakers crackled. A voice came through. Not a DJ voice, not smooth, not obviously anything. It sounded like the tail end of a station ID from a call sign nobody recognized. Almost local, almost familiar. The kind of voice you hear at the edge of sleep when a radio is left on in another room. First day out. First day free. The 4 of them stood very still. Mr. Bashir came to the door of the store. "You kids all right?" The radio went dead. The display returned to normal. Trey's phone unfroze. Malik looked at Mr. Bashir. "Yeah, car being weird." Mr. Bashir's eyes moved to the Accord. His expression changed. Not fear, exactly. Something older than fear. Recognition. "What were you playing?" "Just music." "What music?" Trey shrugged. "Summer stuff." Mr. Bashir stepped onto the sidewalk. His voice dropped. "You hear a voice?" Nobody answered quickly enough. He looked down the block, then back at them. "Turn the car off." "It is off," Malik said. The Accord's engine started. No one was inside it. The radio came on. The same beat returned, warm and easy. The rear-view mirror trembled. The straw moved in Jada's cup. Too clean. The same bar it had started on before. The exact same count-in, as if it had not moved at all while they were standing outside. As if time inside the car had simply held still and waited. The windows rolled down by themselves. All 4. Mr. Bashir said something quiet in Arabic and stepped back into the doorway without going inside. Imani grabbed Trey's wrist. "We're leaving the car." The door locks clicked open, then closed, then open. Jada looked at Malik. "Do not get in. Malik did not move. He understood that the right answer was to walk away. A car that started itself and played music with no source and photographed you from an angle that did not exist was not something you sat down inside. But the music knew him. Not his favourite song, something underneath favourites. The feeling of being a small kid in the back seat while his mother drove home from a cookout after dark. The windows down because the AC was broken then too. His cousins asleep against him. His mother singing the wrong words with total confidence. Streetlights passing over his face, one after another. The city warm and alive and going on forever in every direction. The music was not asking him to be reckless. "Malik," Jada said. He blinked. The pull loosened. Across the street, 3 little boys had stopped bouncing a basketball. They stared at the Accord with open admiration, the way kids look at a car they intend to own one day. The radio voice returned, quieter, that same almost familiar station ID tone. "Windows down. Nobody grows up with the windows up." The locks clicked. All 4 doors swung open. Trey swallowed. "Okay, that's new." Mr. Bashir, from the doorway, "Do not ride with it." Then the basketball rolled into the street. One of the little boys chased it. A delivery van came around the corner fast. Malik moved before he thought. He ran, grabbed the boy by the back of his shirt and pulled him onto the curb as the van blasted past, horn flat and long, and then gone. The basketball bounced once under the van and disappeared. For a second, everything was normal. People shouted. The boy cried. A woman came running from a stoop and wrapped him up with both arms, checking his face, checking his arms, speaking too fast to follow. Malik stood in the street with his hands still open. The Accord idled beside him. The driver's door waited. The radio volume rose 1 notch. Jada's face changed. It wanted that. Malik turned. "What?" "The ball, the van. It wanted you to save him. That's insane." "Is it?" He looked at the car. The car did not answer. It only idled, warm and even, doors open, the beat rolling steady through the afternoon heat. Street narrows, store interior, a fan, a cooler humming. They stood around the Accord. Trey filmed. Imani documented, because Imani handled fear the way she handled everything uncertain, by writing it down and giving it a name. Jada watched the street. Malik kept the keys in his pocket, though the engine clearly no longer cared about keys. "What do you want?" Imani asked the car. The radio switched stations. Static. Then that voice, brief, partial, like a station coming in from somewhere far away and slightly wrong. "Roll through." The display changed. "The loop." Jada stepped back. No. Malik knew the loop. Everyone did, though not everyone called it that. The unofficial first-day route, down Baltimore, past the park, around the rec center, over to the river, back west before dark. People had been driving it for decades. Seniors, cousins, aunties, old heads, everyone young once. Windows down, music up, the city laying itself out ahead like it was doing you a favour. "My dad talked about the loop," Trey said, quietly. "My mom, too," Malik said. They looked at each other. Mr. Bashir came out of the store. He was holding a small photograph, creased, faded at the edges. 4 teenagers leaned against a blue Buick sometime in the early 90s. Mr. Bashir was one of them, younger, thinner, with a moustache that looked like a mistake. Beside him stood another boy and a girl in gold hoop earrings, all 3 of them laughing at something outside the frame. 4 in the photo. Malik counted again. 4. But only 3 faces he could see clearly. The 4th stood at the far edge, half in shadow, features blurred the way faces go when a print has been folded too many times. Mr. Bashir held the photograph without looking at it. "We called it the loop," he said. "We drove it once." He paused. 4 of us. 3 came back. The block was quiet. Not the silence of no sound, the silence of people nearby going still without knowing why. "Who was the 4th?" Imani asked. He touched the girl in the gold hoops. "My sister." The Accord's engine cut off. The silence after was different from ordinary silence. It had weight. The radio clicked once. Then the voice came through, not smooth, not a DJ performing warmth, but something thinner and more patient. A frequency that had been broadcasting a long time from somewhere it should not have been able to reach. "Roll through." Mr. Bashir looked at the car the way you look at a thing you had hoped to never see again. "It is not the loop that takes you," he said. "The route is nothing. It is the song. The song starts a window, and the window stays open as long as the music plays and someone inside believes it is for them." He stopped. He had said more than he meant to. "Don't drive it," he said finally. "Don't drive it if the music asks." He pressed the photograph against his chest and went back inside. Open street, the beat low in the background, barely audible, steady as a pulse. The doors were still open. On the seats, placed with the neatness of something that had been waiting, were 4 objects that had not been there before. A basketball jersey on the driver's seat, folded. A theatre programme on the back left seat, the spring musical, Trey's name in the cast list. A pink hair clip on the back right, the kind Jada wore freshman year before she cut her hair short. The driver's seat held the jersey. The glove compartment dropped open. Inside, a stethoscope. Plastic. A child's toy, pink tubing coiled against the beige interior. Imani did not move for a moment. Her grandmother had given her one when she was 6, after Imani announced she was going to become a doctor because doctors got to tell adults what was wrong with them. She had lost it years ago. She had not thought about it in a long time. It lay there now, curled in the glove compartment like something that had been asleep. The radio played, the same bar, the same count-in, the same warm, open note. It had been playing that same measure since the display changed. Jada reached in and took the stethoscope. She threw it into the street. The music stopped. Every car alarm on the block went off. The Accord lurched forward. Not fast, not loud, just a slow, inevitable roll, doors still open, seat belts swaying. Mr. Bashir appeared in the doorway. "Go, now, away from the car." They went. Not away from the car. The car followed. It did not chase. That word implies speed, and the Accord had no interest in speed. It rolled behind them at the pace of someone who knows where you're going. Doors open, windows down. The beat returning now through the speakers, the same bar, the same warm note, as though it had simply paused mid-breath and resumed. They cut left onto a longer block. The car was already there. Doors open, radio going. Trey stopped walking. "How is it—" "Don't," Jada said. The car waited. They went a different way. The accord was already there, doors open, the straw in the cup holder trembling. Same bar, same count-in, same sun on the windshield at the same angle, as if the afternoon had not moved. They turned onto the block where the Chester party had finally materialized. Speakers were up. A man was arranging ribs on a grill. Kids ran with water balloons. An old woman sat beneath a canopy selling butter cake by the slice. The accord rolled in behind them. It did not chase. It simply arrived, the way it had been arriving. It parked itself at the far end of the block and sat there with the doors open and the music playing at the exact volume of conversation. Anyone who did not know what it was would have assumed someone's car, someone's music, someone's good summer afternoon. Nobody knew. That was the part that was hard to explain later. The car sat at the end of the block, and people walked past it, and a boy leaned in to look at the dashboard, and Malik moved him away without explaining why. And the car just waited. The music played. The same bar. The same warm, open note. Trey stopped. Not all at once. A slowing. His shoulders dropping slightly, his chin lifting. "My dad used to play this kind of stuff," he said. Imani glanced at him. "He'd pick me up from school in this old Crown Vic. I'd be embarrassed because it was always loud and somebody's cousin was always in the back. But he'd have something like this on, and he'd say—" Trey stopped. His jaw moved. He said one day I'd miss being seen with him. The accord's rear door swung a little wider. On the back seat, the theatre program shifted. Trey looked at it. Pages moved by themselves, slow as a hand turning them, and the photographs that appeared on those pages were not from the spring musical. They were older. Trey at 9, singing into a hairbrush in a kitchen. Trey at 13, making a woman laugh hard enough to cover her face. Trey on stage at the end of senior year, bowing, one hand pressed to his chest while people clapped. The radio voice came through, low and even. They remember applause. Trey took one step toward the car. Jada moved in front of him. She did not touch him. She just stood between him and the door. He looked at her, blinked, came back. The theatre program lay on the seat. Trey reached in, took it, and tore it down the middle. Not because he said anything, not because he arrived at a lesson. He tore it because his hands were shaking and the program was there, and tearing something felt like the only answer to a feeling he could not name. From inside the car, faint and wrong, the sound of applause continued. He dropped both halves in the street. The rear door closed. The accord moved forward, one car length. Stopped. Jada held the pink hair clip she had taken from the back seat. She turned it over in her fingers. Freshman year, she had worn her hair long enough for clips like this one. She had worn it the year she was easy to read. The year before, she understood that being easy to read was a way of making yourself available to people who would not stay. The car's passenger window fogged from the inside. In the fog, something traced letters slowly, as if a finger were drawing from the other side. Stay known. Jada looked at the clip. She tried to put it in her short hair. It caught, held for a moment, then slid out and fell to the pavement. She watched it fall, did not pick it up. The passenger window cleared. Imani had the toy stethoscope. She did not know when it had returned to her hand. She had thrown it into the street 2 blocks back. She had watched it bounce. But it was in her hand now, pink tubing warm from her grip, and she could not remember picking it up. The Accord stopped in front of her. The radio voice came through, quieter than before. "Doctor?" Imani looked at the stethoscope. She placed the earpieces in her ears. She put the chest piece against the hood of the car. She heard a heartbeat, small and plastic and wrong. Not one heartbeat, many, layered under each other, different tempos, like a room full of people sleeping at different depths. She took the stethoscope out of her ears. She placed it on the hood and left it there. She stepped back. The car shuddered. The stethoscope did not move. All eyes went to Malik. The jersey was still on the driver's seat. He stood at the open door and looked at it. He knew what the car wanted from him. It was not complicated. It wanted the kid who stayed, the one who knew every block and every face and loved the city so specifically that the city had become his entire argument for being. It wanted him to be young here forever, needed and present, and never asking what came next, because next was always another summer, and another summer was always enough. He could feel the loop opening ahead, Baltimore Avenue bright with sun, every cookout plate he had ever balanced on his knees, every porch he knew by whose car was parked in front, every face of every person he would lose to time and distance by September. No August, no bills, no becoming ordinary. He reached for the jersey. The seatbelt snapped around his wrist. Jada grabbed him. Trey grabbed Jada. Imani grabbed Trey. People from the block grabbed them, the man with the grill tongs, a woman who did not know them, 2 kids who thought it was a game and grabbed on anyway. Mr. Bashir, who had followed them down the block, his face open with an old grief he had carried for 30 years. The car pulled. The music rose. Malik wrapped one hand around the doorframe and pulled against it. The beat hit the same bar again, the same count in, the same warm, open note. He thought about his mother singing wrong words on the way home from a cookout. He thought about how she sang them completely without apology, and how he had loved that, even when he was young enough to be embarrassed by everything. He thought about how the city was not his because he had stayed. It was his because he had grown up in it, and growing was the part the car could not keep. He got his wrist free. He pulled the jersey from the seat. It was blank. No number, no name, just a shape. He threw it under the car. Mr. Bashir came forward. He was holding the photograph. He pressed it flat against the windshield with both hands. He did not say anything. He stood with the photograph against the glass and waited. The windshield went dark. Then the glass was not glass any more. It was an opening. The music unwound from the inside, not stopping but loosening, the way a rope comes apart when tension is released, one thread at a time. The bass dropped away. The drum fell back. The count-in played once more and did not resolve. The last note rose above the block and dissolved into the hot blue afternoon. A girl stepped through the windshield opening. She was young. Gold hoops, bare feet on the pavement. She stood in the street and looked at the sky and the row houses and the speakers and the grill smoke like someone surfacing from deep water and not yet sure of the temperature. She looked at Mr. Bashir. He had not moved. He was old. She was not. She looked at his face for a long time. "Did Mama keep the fan in the kitchen?" she asked. Something crossed his face that did not have a name. "Yeah," he said, until she couldn't any more. Samira nodded slowly. Then she was not there. Not gone as in vanished, gone as in stepped away, the way someone leaves a room when they have what they came for. Mr. Bashir lowered the photograph. In the picture now, the blue Buick remained. 3 teenagers leaned against it. Between Mr. Bashir's shoulder and the edge of the frame, there was a gap where she had stood. The window beside the gap was open. Light caught the metal of it. On the back of the photograph, in ink that had not been there before, "I got out." Block settles. Grill smoke. Someone's radio, different music, distant. Evening coming in. The Accord sat at the end of the block. Empty. Quiet. An old car again, smoking faintly from the radio, doors closed. Someone called a tow truck. Someone else said calling the police would ruin a good afternoon. Nobody disagreed. Mr. Bashir sat in a lawn chair beside the grill. He held the photograph with both hands and did not look at it. By evening, Malik, Jada, Trey and Imani sat on the curb with paper plates balanced on their knees. None of them had driven the loop. The sun went down behind the row houses. Windows glowed. The heat softened but stayed. A different car rolled by on the far end of the block with different music, something bright and new and probably irritating to anyone over 25. Trey nodded toward it. Still a good day for windows down. Jada pointed a plastic fork at him. Too soon. Imani leaned back on her hands. "I'm walking everywhere for a month." Malik looked down the block. The city moved around them. Ordinary, loud, continuous. He kept the Accord. He had it repainted the following spring. New tires, new radio. The air conditioning finally worked, though he rarely used it. He never drove the loop. But every year, on the first hot day after school let out, Malik would come out to find the car parked in the sun with all 4 windows down. He never saw them roll. They were always already open. He would sit in the driver's seat for a moment, not driving, just sitting, with the city around him and the summer beginning again. The radio would find a frequency. Static. A beat barely there, the rear-view mirror trembling. Then the voice. Not smooth, not a DJ, just a signal from somewhere the dial had no reason to reach. First day out. Keep moving. Out.
The last bell rang, as it always does, and the hallways finally got what they had always wanted. The quiet, the emptiness, the long summer to remember every child who had ever walked through them. Somewhere in the lost and found, a single glove still waits, patient as only forgotten things can be. The school will be ready again in September, freshly painted, freshly hungry. Sweet dreams. Screams do come true.